Everyone transmigrated into highway survival. A car, a person, an endless highway. Here, no one knows if death or opportunity will strike first. But Lin Nan awakened a mini-map system that laid out every bit of info around him. So while others strained their eyes, scanning the highway's sides in fear of missing a single treasure chest, Lin Nan was sucking down lamb skewers, chugging soda, and grinning at the glowing spots on his map. Yo, white blip, 900 meters ahead, a level 1 chest. Red star, wild monsters here? Limited time, maze race. Hell, what's this arrow on the map mean? Orange blip charge. For most, highway survival was a brutal fight. But Lin Nan, he was living a life of ease no one else could even imagine. Chapter 1 Universal Crossing, Survival on the Highway. Welcome, players, to the Survival on the Highway game. In this survival game, the day consists of 24 hours, with the transition between day and night occurring at 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. The risks escalate significantly during the night, so I urge all players to cherish the daylight hours. Each player begins with an enduring van, and a shovel. Other resources must be acquired independently. Treasure chests will randomly appear along the highway, serving as the sole means for players to obtain initial supplies. Any form of death within the game equates to true demise. Individuals over the age of 50, children under 18, or those incapable of participating in the game are placed in a time-stop space, awaiting a second round of gameplay. The target for this round will be those who remain alive and share a blood relationship with the deceased player. If a player dies, their relatives will be eliminated directly. Every 7 days, a cataclysm will occur. Players should prepare accordingly. Note, the first round of catastrophe is an extreme heat inferno. Speed alone does not guarantee victory. Survival is the true success. Wishing all players an enjoyable game. Lin Nan listened to the voice echoing around him, his handsome face etched with confusion. Is this the Universal Crossing? Wasn't I just burning the midnight oil in preparation for finals? Lin Nan was a freshman, finally liberated from the trials and tribulations of high school. He had been in a frenzy for half a year, until the exam week. Lin Nan recalled the belt in his father's hand, the ruler wielded by his mother, and he felt a wave of anxiety. A peculiar phrase surfaced in his mind. One must always repay their debts. Thus, he resumed his late-night studies, fervently preparing, reminiscent of his high school days. Little did he expect that a single night of exhaustion would lead him to traverse into another realm. He found himself in a world of survival on the highway. Exhaling deeply, Lin Nan shook his slightly dazed head and surveyed his surroundings. He realized that, at some point, he had already taken a seat in a battle-worn van. The darkened seat cushions, the acrid scent of plastic, the grimy glass. This dilapidated vehicle is even worse than my father's 10-year-old wooling van from his renovation business. Can this thing even run? However, Lin Nan soon found that he had little time for such thoughts. Turning his head to glance through the window, he was met with a breathtaking sight. A straight 8-lane highway stretched before him, with fine sand cascading across the black asphalt like waves, bordered by an endless expanse of desert. Instinctively, Lin Nan rolled down the window, and a torrid wave of heat rushed in. The scorching sand struck his face like droplets of oil, stinging painfully. Everything before his eyes bore witness to the truth of the voice he had just heard. He had entered a world of survival on the highway. Lin Nan withdrew his gaze, leaning back against the seat, his hands resting on the distinctly plastic steering wheel, and he let out a sigh. A survival game. Indeed, death is truly death. Lin Nan felt no doubt regarding the authenticity of this statement. Moreover, what troubled him even more was the subsequent phrase. Children under the age of 18. All right, I don't even have a girlfriend. How could I possibly have children? But individuals over the age of 50. Lin Nan's parents, having prioritized optimal conditions for child rearing, had given birth to him at a relatively late age. In fact, his mother could be considered an advanced maternal age patient. Despite just being a freshman at 18, both his parents were already over 50. That said, Lin Nan had always enjoyed a life of relative privilege. Not to say he was a rich second generation, but his living conditions had always been among the best in his peer group. So, my survival is not solely for myself, but also for my parents. With this thought, Lin Nan felt a weight in his heart, and the word responsibility emerged in his mind. Feeling the pressure, Lin Nan's expression grew serious. He slapped his face to force himself to regain composure. Taking a deep breath, he quickly scanned all the available information. Opened the game panel. Before long, a faint blue light screen materialized before Lin Nan's eyes. Survival game panel ID, 10010 vehicle. Enduring van level 1 communication. Regional chat, 5,000 people. Private chat, none trading, none resources, none. Lin Nan first focused on the enduring van. Level 1? Does this mean the vehicle can be upgraded? Lin Nan sighed in relief. Without this van, he lacked confidence in his survival. Enduring van level 1 fuel. 100 units. Each unit allows for 1 kilometer of travel. Equipped features. Crafting station. Standard fuel is straightforward. Having fuel is normal. At this moment, Lin Nan was quite curious about the crafting station. Crafting station description. consumes blueprints and materials to create all items. Blueprints, materials. Lin Nan instantly thought of the treasure chests. Driving to find treasure chests, crafting items for survival. In a flash, he understood the mechanics of this survival game on the highway. Or rather, the fundamental principle for players to stay alive. Drive, find treasure chests, craft items, and survive. However, understanding the concept was one thing surviving would not be easy. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and a hint of worry crossed Lin Nan's youthful face. At that moment, the game panel before Lin Nan vanished, replaced by a small map. At the top of the map, a line of gleaming golden characters was inscribed. Small map system. Chapter 2, Level 1 Treasure Chest. A small map system? With curiosity, Lin Nan looked over. Circles upon circles, resembling the small maps he was familiar with. In the lower left corner there was a scale. Lin Nan measured the intervals between the circles. They precisely constituted a small section. This indicated that there were a total of 10 circles, covering a map area of square kilometers. In other words, a circular range with a radius of 1 kilometer and a diameter of 2 kilometers. At this moment, a small vehicle-shaped light flickered at the center of the small circle. What astonished Lin Nan even more was a white light dot glowing at the edge of the 9th circle. If the small vehicle represents me, then what is this? Could it be? Lin Nan's eyes widened in an instant. In a survival on the highway, aside from him, were there only treasure chests left? In an instant, Lin Nan was overwhelmed with excitement. This small map system is absolutely incredible. Wait, that doesn't seem right. If everyone has a small map system, wouldn't that significantly reduce the difficulty of survival? How could the unknown orchestrator of this event be so benevolent? Or is it just me who possesses it? Is the small map system my awakened ability? Lin Nan was eager to verify this and shifted his gaze back to the game panel, focusing on the chat feature. Game panel, regional chat room, 5,000 people. Is anyone there? Where's this? It's all sand around me. So hot. Can someone lead me away? Water. I need water. Who has water? Treasure chest. Where's the treasure chest? I can't see it at all. Woo, I just enrolled in driving school, and I have class tomorrow. I still can't drive. That I have a driver's license, but it's for a manual transmission. I can't drive either. 5,000 people is neither a small nor large number. However, upon encountering such an extraordinary situation, everyone was filled with panic. After deciphering how to use the game interface, they began to call for help, and the regional chat room became particularly lively. Observing the flood of messages, Lin Nan confirmed that the mini-map system was uniquely his. It was his lucky charm. Thus, the next step was to venture towards the white dot located 900 meters ahead. He was eager to discover what that white dot was. If it were a treasure chest, Lin Nan felt a surge of excitement. Yet, every time he glanced at the avatars displayed beside each message in the chat room, he found it somewhat amusing. This chat room featured a collection of bare-faced avatars and usernames. Shaking his head, Lin Nan redirected his attention. In the chat group, alongside those pleading for help and lamenting their misfortune, there were also individuals comforting others. Among them, the person who left the deepest impression on Lin Nan was a robust man named Hao. While Lin Nan was eavesdropping, Hao was consistently reassuring those who were distressed, encouraging everyone to take the initiative to drive and search for treasure chests. Simultaneously, he was instructing some novices on how to operate a vehicle. Lin Nan admired such individuals, but he wouldn't act in that manner. At the very least, he wouldn't be the first to do so. Though young, he understood the principle of reciprocity. Suppressing his distracting thoughts, Lin Nan focused, starting the well-worn van. He released the handbrake, pressed the clutch, engaged the gear, and stepped on the accelerator. With a roar, the vehicle surged forward. Feeling the push from behind, Lin Nan's face lit up with surprise. Wow, I must say, this vehicle has quite a bit of power. Lin Nan obtained his driver's license after graduating high school. To practice, he had frequently driven the family-owned wheeling vehicle. He even worked a summer job at his father's company. As a driver for the transportation of home improvement materials, he was spoiled by his parents, but not excessively. They instilled a proper worldview and values in him throughout his upbringing. However, the pay for that part-time job was infused with affection. It was the kind of salary that, when shaken, contained nothing but love. As the vehicle hummed to life, the white dot on the mini-map drew closer to the center. However, during his approach to the white dot, Lin Nan received some unfortunate news. This vehicle has no air conditioning. Isn't that an insult to my beloved van? Wiping the sweat that trickled down his forehead, Lin Nan steadied his mind, concentrating on the road ahead. From time to time, he opened the mini-map system for comparison. Suddenly, he spotted a white box ahead on the road. A white wooden box, the size of a 20-inch suitcase, was positioned at the side of the road. Indeed, the white dot on the mini-map is a treasure chest. With this mini-map system, finding treasure chests should be a piece of cake. Although the desert offered a wide field of vision, the sun was merciless, and the reflections were severe, making it incredibly challenging to locate treasure chests. Every time he contemplated driving in such an environment while remaining vigilant of his surroundings, Lin Nan felt a lingering sense of dread. Fortunately, He had the mini-map system at his disposal. Turning off the engine, he engaged the handbrake and swiftly disembarked from the vehicle with a shovel in hand, striding towards the white treasure chest. Game interface. Level 1 treasure chest, the most basic supply box containing a small amount of resources. Opening a treasure chest actually requires luck. Lin Nan scoffed in mobile games. One must draw SSRs. In CS, one must obtain golden skins. And in Apex, one must unlock heirlooms. Who would have thought that even a universal crossover, one could not escape the law of luck in opening chests? With a sarcastic remark, Lin Nan suppressed his distractions and symbolically prayed for good fortune before approaching the chest. With a flourish, Lin Nan swung the shovel and opened the treasure chest. However, he did not immediately inspect the contents. Instead, he quickly stepped back. Lin Nan, well-versed in various web novels, did not hesitate to accept the existence of his lucky charm. He recalled from a certain novel that treasure chests might harbor dangers. Prioritizing safety, Lin Nan remained cautious. After a brief moment, noticing no abnormalities, he cautiously approached to investigate. Chapter 3. The speculation of the lucky one. The treasure chest was impressively large, yet contained remarkably little. Inside, there was merely a bottle of mineral water and 3 individually vacuum-sealed white steam buns. Lin Nan gazed at it in bewilderment. Could it be that such a grand chest held only these meager items? Even a basic supply box would not be so sparse, would it? Taking a deep breath, Lin Nan suppressed his discomfort and retrieved 2 of the items. Just as he was about to scrutinize the water and buns in his hands, a faint cracking sound emanated from beneath him. Looking down, he was astonished to see the treasure chest transform into a shimmering light and vanish. Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Having traversed into a realm akin to a survival game, was it not entirely reasonable for the chest to disappear? Shaking his head, he redirected his attention to the mineral water and buns. Both items bore no branding. They simply displayed their names along with a shelf life. Mineral water, shelf life. 1 year steamed bun, shelf life. 7 days, even more astonishingly. Upon inspecting the items via the game panel, Lin Nan discovered that their shelf lives were displayed in a countdown format. Nonetheless, the buns paired with water, one a vital necessity for life, the other a source of superior carbohydrates, left Lin Nan pondering whether he was merely unlucky or truly fortunate. He chose not to touch the buns. Having just crossed over, he was not particularly hungry. However, the water was tempting, especially given the oppressive heat of this strange place. He had always had a habit of drinking plenty of water. Taking a sip, he savored the taste of this otherworldly mineral water. Unscrewing the cap, Lin Nan tilted the bottle back and took a small gulp. It was sweet, refreshing, and smooth. Indeed, he realized he had been parched. The flavor was remarkably similar to that of the water from his previous life. With a sigh of satisfaction, Lin Nan set the water bottle down, stashed it along with the buns, and returned to his vehicle with the shovel in hand. He recalled that the dangers multiplied at night, making every moment of daylight precious. One treasure chest would hardly suffice. Once back in the vehicle, Lin Nan, having learned from experience, pressed the accelerator to increase his speed. Soon, the dashboard stabilized at a steady 100 kilometers per hour. While driving, he periodically checked the minimap system. At 100 kilometers per hour, he covered 1 kilometer in about 40 seconds. The minimap had a radius of 1 kilometer, thus a diameter of 2 kilometers. He need not keep his eyes glued to the road, which made the journey considerably easier for him. Meanwhile, other players, now realizing their predicament, had just begun their journey, cautiously navigating at a snail's pace, their eyes scanning the road for treasure chests. In stark contrast, Lin Nan's modest vehicle soared forward with the vigor of a legendary speedster on the open road. After about 10 minutes, Lin Nan's senses heightened, and he straightened in his seat. A treasure chest, and not just one, but 2. His heart raced with joy as he noticed the 2 closely clustered white dots on the minimap. After quickly comparing their positions, he confirmed the location of the treasure chests 600 meters ahead on his left. Continuing at high speed, Lin Nan expertly downshifted and zealously steered towards the new chests. Before long, 2 identical white treasure chests came into view. He parked on a roadside and, with the shovel in hand, stepped out. Although the first chest posed no danger, Lin Nan remained cautious. He carefully opened one, stepped back, and waited a moment before approaching. Upon inspecting the contents, Lin Nan was pleasantly surprised. The items this time were entirely different from the first. He obtained 2 units of metal hard blocks and 1 unit of manufacturing parts. Materials? That made sense. How could one craft anything without materials in a treasure chest? Tossing the supplies onto the back seat of the van, Lin Nan proceeded to the second chest, employing the same cautious approach. Again, there was no danger. However, he did not lower his guard. Treasure chests may be opened safely countless times, but Lin Nan could afford to make a mistake only once. Caution is the mother of safety. Yet, When Lin Nan glimpsed the items within the second chest, he was left utterly speechless. Game panel. Blueprint for basic water purifier. One-time use the most basic low-level water purifier, capable of producing 2 liters of water daily, with slight variations based on the environment. Crafting resource requirements. 2 units of metal hard blocks, 2 units of manufacturing parts, 1 unit of glass, 1 unit of electronic components. Gazing at the game panel, Lin Nan cast a skeptical glance at his own hands. Could it be that he was indeed favored by fortune? Such luck seemed unfathomable. The first survival set was followed by a double jackpot, one of which was a water purifier. Water is the source of life, and Lin Nan understood how invaluable this item would be in this world. It was a true artifact for the early stages of survival. In a daze, Lin Nan returned to the vehicle and continued his drive. This time, he allocated a portion of his focus to the regional chat room. In the boundless desert, with 8 lanes available, driving with eyes closed was feasible. Dividing his attention was not a problem. Haha, I just tried the manual transmission and unexpectedly found a treasure chest after a few hundred meters. A chocolate bar, perfect. Damn, why did I only get 3 units of metal glass for my chest? Treasure chests? Are there really treasure chests? I want to drive too. I'm dying of thirst. How Howren, please teach me about manual transmission. What do these numbers mean? How Howren is in distress. This gear stick is too stiff. I can't move it. Glancing at the chat, Lin Nan gathered a wealth of information. Each player's first treasure chest was quite close, but the items were rather mundane. Perhaps a sort of beginner's gift package? Of course, it could not be ruled out that some fortunate players had not yet shared their findings. However, statistical trends suggested otherwise. Lin Nan's second treasure chest was found after traveling approximately 20 to 30 kilometers. Perhaps treasure chests appeared every 20 to 30 kilometers? Though lacking evidence, Lin Nan felt confident that the distances between treasure chests were not short. However, with the minimap system at his disposal, he could speed along. Others surely would not dare to drive so recklessly. For them, the speed of travel mattered little. The treasure chests were of utmost importance. Could it be that his good fortune stemmed from being the first? A step ahead of all? With this thought, Lin Nan began to formulate a hypothesis. Perhaps luck was not merely arbitrary. If that were the case, he would harness this fortune to its fullest. With a glance at the water purifier manufacturing blueprint on the passenger seat, Lin Nan resolved to take action. New book, Rebirth. I, the heir of coal. Establish a super family, a vehicle heading to kindergarten. Everyone is welcome to savor this book. Please do not subscribe entirely, alas. The story has concluded. Chapter 4. Encountering 2 more treasure chests amidst an oil crisis. The creation of the basic water purifier requires 2 units of metal hard blocks, 2 units of manufacturing parts, 1 unit of glass, and 1 unit of electronic components. I previously acquired 2 units of metal hard blocks and 1 unit of manufacturing parts. This means I still need 1 unit of manufacturing parts, 1 unit of glass, and 1 unit of electronic components. Additionally, I have 3 buns and over 400 milliliters of water. Calculating in his mind, Lin Nan ultimately focused on the trading feature of the game panel. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Lin Nan swiftly grasped the operational mechanism at hand. The transactions allowed for the customization of item quantities and volumes, devoid of any transactional fees, which was indeed a remarkably considerate feature. With this in mind, he decided to separate the water for sale, believing that offering 100 milliliters in exchange for 1 unit of manufactured product would likely meet with no objections. A subtle smile crept across Lin Nan's lips as he mused about his father. Were his father to learn of this exchange rate, he would undoubtedly accuse him of being a shrewd merchant, considering the fact that the water generator required merely 6 units of materials. By Lin Nan's calculations, the cost amounted to only 600 milliliters of water. However, the generator produced 2 liters, equivalent to 2,000 milliliters, in a single day. During the age of exploration, unscrupulous traders would surely decry Lin Nan as heartless. Yet, such calculations were rather simplistic. After all, 100 milliliters of water could be a lifesaver. In comparison to the price of life, 1 unit of material was indeed not exorbitant. Not to mention that Lin Nan had yet to factor in the value of the blueprints. Lin Nan announced, I currently possess 300 milliliters of water. 100 milliliters can be exchanged for 1 unit of manufacturing component, 1 unit of glass, or 1 unit of electronic component. Quantities are limited, honest exchanges only. Those lacking sincerity need not disturb. Upon the dissemination of this information, players engrossed in the chat room, engaged in discussions about the first treasure chest, were momentarily struck dumb. Goodness, trading water for goods? Lin Daolao is actually willing to exchange water, collecting components? Could it be that Lin Daolao possesses the manufacturing blueprints? Here I am, still learning how to drive, and someone has already begun crafting items. Is this what it means to be a high-level player? 100 milliliters for 1 unit of goods? Though I remain uncertain of the utility of manufactured materials, everyone understands the significance of components. The chat room was soon abuzz with excitement. However, the tone shifted rapidly. Goodness. Despite claiming disinterest, who is this Swift? I just added Lin Nan, and he has already confirmed receipt of the manufacturing components. I traded. The water is quite refreshing. Attached is a picture. A muscular man drinking water. 1 unit of manufacturing component for 100 milliliters of water is an absolute bargain. I opened 4 units of manufacturing components from my first chest. If Lin Nan only required 1, I would have traded them all. In this sweltering heat, metal components in the car feel like scorching iron. I exchanged 1 unit of glass for water. I believe that a fair trade. Manufactured materials will eventually be useful. However, water is invaluable, unlike those who pride themselves on their cleverness. In the chat room, some rejoiced while others lamented, particularly those who had not acquired water from their first treasure chest, while Lin Nan required materials. Licking their parched lips, they were filled with regret, blaming their own indecision. They lamented that they could have been drinking water. However, the subsequent chatter took an even stranger turn. Those without water, remember to collect urine. Don't laugh. It might just save your lives. Once Lin Nan had posted his trading information, he no longer paid heed to the chat room. He successfully traded 1 unit of manufacturing component and 1 unit of glass with 2 players. Yet, the electronic components remained untraded, prompting a slight furrow of concern on Lin Nan's brow. Given the speed of the transactions involving manufacturing components and glass, coupled with the number of inquiries, it seemed that a significant number of players had opened those items from their first treasure chests. However, the electronic components remained elusive. Could it be that the drop rates for various crafting materials differed? Was the probability of obtaining electronic components lower than that of acquiring metal blocks, manufacturing components, or glass? Lin Nan silently noted this observation, intending to monitor the situation further. Continuing on, Lin Nan drove for over 50 kilometers, gradually filling the vehicle's speedometer. During this time, he encountered 2 more treasure chests. This frequency slightly corroborated Lin Nan's earlier hypothesis. There appeared to be a distance interval of approximately 25 kilometers between treasure chests. Nevertheless, this figure was not absolute. Lin Nan's third encounter with the treasure chest occurred after driving an additional 39 kilometers, while the fourth appeared after merely 10 kilometers. The distance between treasure chests exhibited variability. It was logical. With the distances fixed, players would merely need to pace themselves accordingly, alleviating the need for strenuous driving. However, at this stage, any player attempting to outsmart the system by timing their distance would be sorely mistaken. Of course, this did not concern Lin Nan. With the minimap system at his disposal, he had no reason to worry. Regrettably, the next 2 treasure chests yielded nothing of great value. 1 chest contained a small first aid kit, while another offered 2 boxes of instant noodles and 2 sausages. 1 box was braised beef noodles, which was typical, while the other was pickled cabbage beef noodles, which left Lin Nan feeling somewhat uneasy. Not that it mattered much, as Lin Nan was preoccupied with the dashboard. Feeling a pang of anxiety, the vehicle was nearly out of fuel. With an initial capacity of 100 units of fuel, the vehicle could travel 100 kilometers. Lin Nan had already covered nearly 80 kilometers, meaning he likely had enough fuel left for only 20 more kilometers. At this point, driving faster would be futile. Nevertheless, Lin Nan estimated that it was around the time when a multitude of players encountered their second treasure chest. He decided to pull over, intending to keep an eye on the regional chat room while seizing the opportunity to rest. He hoped someone would unearth electronic components. As he took a breather, he reflected on a new book titled Rebirth. I am a coal tycoon, establishing a super family, inviting everyone to peruse this work. Though he humorously noted not to subscribe entirely, sigh. The story had reached its conclusion. Chapter 5. Double joy wiping the sweat from his brow. Lin Nan shifted from the driver's seat to the rear. The back seat, shielded from the sun, was significantly cooler than the driver's seat, which was exposed on 3 sides. Moreover, this van was a spacious 5-seater. With the rear seats fully reclined, it could serve as a makeshift bed. Lying there, Lin Nan cast a glance at the regional chat room. Darn it, I want water, not fuel. 1 treasure chest yielded 100 units of fuel. I'm disgusted. If it were water, I would take off right here. Coincidentally, I too have fuel, 150 units. Haha, I have water, 800 milliliters. I am now the wealthiest player in the chat room. Who agrees, who disagrees? Goodness, water daddy, I beg you for a drop of water. I'm parched. I have 500 milliliters of water along with a pack of spicy strips. Goodness, what kind of world is this? Water is more precious than fuel. I thought such situations only occurred in alternate realities. I'm so thirsty and hungry. Upon reading this, Lin Nan released a sigh of relief. Having ample fuel was reassuring. Otherwise, how could one drive without it? This was a game of survival on the road. Affordable fuel was entirely reasonable. Yet, the absence of electronic components weighed heavily on his mind. Just as Lin Nan was lost in thought, someone sent him a private message. His private messaging was set to a conditional mode, meaning only players with the items he had posted for trade could initiate contact. However, upon seeing the name of the player who had reached out, Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback. While glancing at the screen, he recognized this person as an active participant in the regional chat room. He is often seen responding to assist other players. Whether he is genuinely kind-hearted or merely pretending to be so, he has indeed been consistently helping others. How Howren, Mr. Lin, is your trade still on? I happen to have an electronic component and would like to trade it for 100 milliliters of water. Lin Nan, the trade still exists, but the terms have changed a bit. In another van, upon seeing the message, How Howren felt a surge of anxiety. Previously, he had ventured into the desert to help a friend verify something. He discovered that the further he strayed from the road, the hotter it became, to an unbearable extent. Subsequently, he selflessly shared this information in the group, but he had become severely dehydrated as a result. Given that all players understood the significance of water, no one was willing to trade. He assumed Lin Nan had already consumed the water. How Howren, if 100 milliliters is not available, 50 milliliters will do. I am truly on the brink of dying of thirst. Lin Nan, Mr. How, you misunderstand. I also saw the message you posted in the group. I truly don't know whether to commend your bravery or question your sanity for driving into the desert. Your ability to return is sheer luck. How Howren, well, Lin Nan. All right, the change in trade terms is due to the rarity of the electronic component, not as you might think. In addition to the original 100 milliliters of water, I will also include a sausage. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Nan stated, a trade is ideally a mutual agreement, but it also depends on the individual. For an ordinary person, Lin Nan would have maintained the original offer of 100 milliliters of water. If dealing with a nefarious character, Lin Nan would have raised the price, likely offering only 50 milliliters, taking a significant advantage. However, for someone like How Howren, Lin Nan was willing to engage under more equitable terms. In his mind, 1 unit of electronic component was indeed worth this price. Adding a sausage was already Lin Nan's utmost generosity. Upon hearing this, How Howren felt a surge of emotion and couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Lin, you are a good person. Lin Nan, no, you are the good person. I am not. How Howren, Mr. Lin, you are too modest. Lin Nan, let's proceed with the trade. The two quickly executed the required actions as per the system, and soon enough, each received what they needed. After the trade was completed, Lin Nan promptly closed the private chat. With a sudden burst of excitement, he sprang upright from his seat. Turning his head, his gaze fell upon the crafting station located in the trunk. This was also the reason the van was not a 7-seater. The third row and trunk were partially occupied by the crafting station. At that moment, Lin Nan's eyes were fixed upon a long, rectangular device made of shiny silver alloy, somewhat resembling a large table. Simultaneously, Lin Nan picked up the crafting blueprint and materials placed in the passenger seat. Following the requirements outlined in the blueprint for the low-level water purifier, he arranged them sequentially on the crafting station. Ding! The requirements for crafting the low-level water purifier have been met. Would the player like to confirm the crafting of the low-level water purifier? Confirmed, Lin Nan replied. The next moment, the crafting station illuminated. The blueprint and materials on the station were enveloped in a white light. Soon, a blue and white device appeared on the crafting station. The water purifier stood approximately 40 centimeters tall, akin to the size of a small coffee machine, securely positioned on the crafting station. Concurrently, information regarding the water purifier appeared on the game panel. Low-level water purifier effect. Every 24 hours, it can generate 2,000 milliliters of natural water. The output is slightly affected by the environment, fluctuating by no more than 10. Expected output in 24 hours, 1,950 milliliters. Lin Nan's face instantly lit up with joy. With the water purifier successfully crafted, he no longer needed to worry about water issues. Coupled with the abundant fuel in the trading area, he also need not fret about fuel concerns. It was indeed a double blessing. Clenching his fists, Lin Nan gazed at the endless highway ahead of the van. Next, it was time for a reckless drive. At this moment, Lin Nan harbored greater ambitions. Before the game system deployed players for the second time, including his parents, he aimed to create an exceptional living environment for them. At the very least, there should be air conditioning in the vehicle. Upon contemplating this, Lin Nan couldn't help but smile. Before his traversal, it was his parents who provided him with opportunities. Now, the tables had turned. He eagerly anticipated his parents' reactions at that time. With a roar, the van's engine roared back to life, embarking on a journey. Chapter 6, Ambition, Information Asymmetry. The yellow sand swirled, and scorching heat engulfed the land. Beneath the blazing sun, the seemingly infinite highway began to distort. It resembled a colossal black python, writhing at the junction of earth and sky. This wretched weather is unbearably hot. It is truly unimaginable what horrors the extreme temperatures of 7 days hence will bring. Exhaling a heavy sigh, Lin Nan felt a weight on his heart. A morning of driving in the sweltering heat had made Lin Nan realize one crucial fact. If he could not acquire effective cooling equipment, the disaster challenge 7 days later would undoubtedly pose a lethal threat. After stretching his somewhat stiff body, Lin Nan pulled over to the roadside. Throughout the morning, aside from lurking in the regional chat room, he had been driving in search of treasure chests. The items he unearthed were placed directly in the back seat, while food was stored in the passenger seat. After opening a dozen treasure chests, the once empty van began to feel somewhat filled. Not only did he gather a considerable amount of materials and food, but he also managed to obtain a crafting blueprint. However, Lin Nan did not meticulously organize or tally them up for crafting. Instead, he seized the opportunity to continue driving. In Lin Nan's plan, organizing supplies and crafting blueprints could utilize the downtime during driving fatigue. This would allow for a more efficient use of time. Of course, this was contingent on circumstances. If he came across helpful blueprints along the way, Lin Nan would undoubtedly prioritize those. Not wasting a moment, he spent the morning acquiring numerous metal blocks, manufacturing parts, glass, rubber, and other materials. However, he surprisingly did not obtain a single electronic component. Moreover, based on the information shared in the regional chat room about treasure chests, he scarcely heard anyone mention finding electronic components. Nevertheless, Lin Nan understood that electronic components were essential for crafting the water purifier. With his unique information and the commercial acumen instilled by years of listening to his father's boasts, a clear idea began to form in Lin Nan's mind. Firstly, it was evident that regardless of the probability of unearthing the crafting blueprint for the water purifier, anyone who had successfully obtained it would certainly be unwilling to trade away, provided they possessed a modicum of intelligence. However, to manufacture the water purifier, electronic components were required. Without them, the water purifier could not be produced. This implies that electronic components were equivalent to the water purifier. Although Lin Nan had just commenced his university studies and lacked extensive experience, he understood the value of monopolization. At this juncture, others remained oblivious to the true worth of electronic components. Even if they suspected they might be useful in the future, they could not fully predict their potential. On the other hand, while Lin Nan had the assistance of a mini-map system, allowing him to open a considerable number of treasure chests, his speed was merely slightly faster than others. Lin Nan could travel at 100 kilometers per hour without missing a single treasure chest. A more attentive individual could likely cover 20 to 30 kilometers per hour and still not miss any treasure chests. In essence, compared to the first-tier players who quickly adapted, Lin Nan's speed in collecting treasure chests was approximately 3 times faster. However, within the regional chat room, there were as many as 5,000 participants. In relation to the overall player population in the area, Lin Nan's treasure haul was merely a drop in the ocean. His only advantage at present was the water generator. Thus far, Lin Nan had not encountered any information regarding the water generator in the regional chat room, nor had he seen anyone else, aside from himself, selling water resources. The reason Lin Nan dared to sell water was precisely due to the water generator. Had he not acquired it, he would never have ventured to sell water. Therefore, he could reasonably surmise that no one had yet obtained the blueprint for crafting the water generator. Consequently, his current strategy was to establish an enticing price for electronic components that would be difficult to refuse, yet not overly conspicuous, and then procure them through the regional chat room. Lin Nan was confident that someone must have already unearthed electronic components, albeit in limited quantity. On the other hand, each unit of electronic components occupied minimal space, comparable only to that of a computer. In contrast, any random metal block was as large as a 3090 graphics card. Within such confined space, electronic components were far more suitable for stockpiling. In Lin Nan's eyes, the future value of electronic components resembled that of silver, undoubtedly serving as a hard currency for early exchanges in the regional chat room. As for water, it was akin to gold. However, he chuckled to himself, knowing that the source of this gold was now firmly in his grasp. Lin Nan believed that the water generator was unlikely to become scarce in the future. Otherwise, this survival game would undoubtedly devolve into a single-player experience. After all, water is known as the source of life, a fact not to be trifled with. Without a stable output of water resources, survival beyond 7 days in the face of disaster would be unattainable. The majority of players would struggle to survive even 2 or 3 days. Given the speed at which players acquired treasure chests, relying solely on luck to obtain water from them would only suffice for mere survival. With a stroke of bad luck, should several chests yield no water or insufficient amounts, death would be inevitable. Resolute in his intentions, Lin Nan opened the regional chat room and sent a message. Chapter 7, The Hero's Challenge. Acquiring electronic components. 200 milliliters of water in exchange for 1 electronic component. Food exchanges are also welcome. Private discussions for limited quantities. Honest acquisitions only. Please do not disturb otherwise. After sending the message, Lin Nan contemplated the blueprints. However, he held little hope for them. Valuable blueprints would be prioritized for personal crafting by players, while those deemed worthless would not be of interest to him, unless life-threatening circumstances arose. He would never trade away useful blueprints. It had only been a morning since his arrival in this world, and it was not yet life-threatening. Thus, he tentatively added, acquiring various blueprints, depending on their value. Water exchange. He thought to himself, why does this sound so familiar? It's Lin Nan. I have electronic components. Finally, water. I haven't had a sip all morning. If I don't get water soon, I will certainly perish. My daughter is just 2 years old. I cannot die. Lin Nan was indeed impressive. He was the only one in the regional chat room offering water. Unfortunately, I have no electronic components. Sob sob. Water is extremely precious. It's certain that many still possess a stockpile. However, even if they have reserves, no one would dare to trade them unless absolutely necessary. After all, no one could guarantee that their next treasure chest would contain water. In this desolate, road-bound world, one could truly die of thirst. It was only because he possessed the water generator that Lin Nan dared to part with his water supply. In the face of uncertain future benefits, the value of current life was priceless. A multitude of parched players, after an exhilarating chat in the regional room, hastily messaged Lin Nan. However, he soon received a notification from the game interface stating that the transaction requirements had not been met. Thus, private messaging was unavailable. At this time, Lin Nan had no leisure to concern himself with the thoughts of these individuals. An estimated 5,000 players had collectively opened tens of thousands of treasure chests that morning. And indeed, several must have obtained electronic components. My apologies, the water is already gone. What? It's all gone? I'm so thirsty and hungry. Lin Nan, please. I have a watermelon here. Would you trade for it? Could you add a sausage to the trade? Certainly. I'm sorry, but there is no more water. What about 3 bananas? No, I only want water. Lin Nan, is there really no more water? Let me see the items available for trade. 3 buckets of instant noodles would suffice. All right, we have a deal. After several minutes, Lin Nan exhaled wearily as he closed the game interface. Yet his face radiated with joy. He beamed at the 8 electronic components in his possession. Aside from one failed transaction, the rest had either been exchanged for water or other food items. The one unsuccessful participant even promised that they would trade once Lin Nan had water again. In fact, that individual appeared even more anxious than Lin Nan. However, at this moment, Lin Nan's food stock was nearly depleted. He was left with only 3 steamed buns and 100 milliliters of water. Indeed, Lin Nan had retained 100 milliliters of water. All other supplies had been traded away, apart from what he consumed during his morning drive for hydration. At this juncture, Lin Nan gazed at the 3 buns with unwavering determination. The early stages of entrepreneurship were arduous. Today's lunch would consist solely of 3 buns and a small cup of water. Just then, an alert sounded. The Heroes Challenge has commenced. A challenge exclusive to the brave. Between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. prior to nightfall, rarer treasure chests will spawn in the wilds alongside the highway, offering even more precious resources. This was a game of valor, where survival was a personal choice. Yet heroes did not strive merely to exist. Good luck to all players. The game notification reverberated in everyone's ears like thunder, and Lin Nan was no exception. Soon, the regional chat room erupted with excitement. What? The Heroes Challenge? It's only the first day. I'm still getting used to driving. Now I have to venture into the wilderness? Oh heavens, in this sweltering desert heat, I can barely survive in my car. My water supply is insufficient. I can't drive into the wild. I might not be able to get back out again without tow truck assistance, and that could lead to death by sun exposure and thirst. The timid starve while the bold feast. Haven't you heard the game system say that treasure chests in the wild are of higher quality? Huh. Those who drown are often the ones who can swim. In any case, I'm not going. I'll just drive slowly and look for treasure chests. Bah. I hope my treasure chests are filled with water. In an instant, the regional chat room split into 2 factions. The conservative group advocated for a cautious approach, suggesting that players should take their time to find treasure chests, emphasizing that it was only the first day of the game and that life is precious. After all, one's life represents not only oneself, but also one's family. Conversely, the radical faction held an entirely opposing view, arguing that the creators of this game were unlikely to be benevolent. Survival games are never straightforward, and the Heroes Challenge represented both a crisis and an opportunity. Naturally, among the radicals were many ambitious players. Lin Nan frowned slightly. To be honest, the sudden shift in the game had disrupted his plans. He had initially intended to rest for a while at noon, before driving continuously until nightfall. However, the allure of the rare treasure chest from the Wilderness Challenge stirred Lin Nan's interest. His thoughts largely aligned with those of the radicals. After a morning's drive, he found himself dissatisfied with the ordinary white treasure chests. These commonplace chests were utterly inadequate for discovering a method to navigate the impending catastrophe 7 days hence. Moreover, he possessed a mini-map system. He was curious to ascertain whether this system would prove equally effective in the wilderness. If it were to be of no use, Lin Nan would indeed hesitate, for the conservatives had spoken wisely. Life is singular and should not be treated lightly. Although he would likely still venture to undertake the hero's challenge, the potential efficacy of the minimap would alleviate many of his concerns. Dismissing these thoughts, he noted that there were still over 2 hours before the wilderness challenge commenced. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to create the schematics he could manufacture before embarking on another drive. With this in mind, Lin Nan retrieved the schematics he had recently acquired. Chapter 8. 2 schematics too many offered. New material tire 4, one-time use schematic. Manufacturing materials. 8 units of rubber, 2 units of metal blocks, 2 units of metal parts. Effect. Slightly reduces fuel consumption, currently decreasing vehicle fuel consumption by 10. This schematic, which Lin Nan had just exchanged food for, was the only one he had found thus far that held any utility for him. However, the seller was certainly no fool. From the player's perspective, he could only drive 20 to 30 kilometers per hour, accumulating a meager distance in a day. This tire merely saved 10 in fuel, yet required a considerable amount of materials to produce. It was tasteless to consume, yet regrettable to discard. It would be better to exchange for food and drink. The only regret Lin Nan felt was not having acquired water. Lin Nan, however, was different. If he were to drive at full capacity for a day, covering over 1,000 kilometers would be entirely feasible. The fuel savings alone could yield hundreds of kilometers, making it an absolute bargain. Moreover, it would be a one-time investment with lifelong benefits. At the crafting table, Lin Nan placed the schematic and materials, confirming the manufacturing process. A flash of light emanated from the crafting table. Before long, 4 neatly shaped black rubber tires appeared before him. However, upon viewing the new tires, Lin Nan was suddenly perplexed. The tires were ready, but how would he install them? Would he have to do so by hand? Furthermore, regardless of whether he had tools, he had no knowledge of how to use them. Upon discovering the option to replace tires, the game prompted whether the player wished to proceed with the replacement. Would it be automatic? Lin Nan hesitated momentarily before confirming the tire replacement. As he did so, the vehicle trembled slightly, and the 4 tires from the crafting table vanished. Lin Nan hurriedly exited the vehicle and stood beside the van. He immediately noticed that the once dull gray tires had been transformed into 4 brand new ones. Simultaneously, the game panel indicated a 10 reduction in the van's fuel consumption. Such vehicle modifications were remarkably convenient. Perhaps one day, this small van could undergo a transformation into a luxurious motorhome. With these delightful thoughts in mind, Lin Nan entered the vehicle and glanced at the passenger seat. There lay the schematics he had acquired from treasure chests earlier that morning. Vehicle metal sheet schematic. Manufacturing materials, 2 units of metal blocks, 1 unit of crafting parts. Effect. Enhances vehicle protection, increasing the original fuel consumption by 5. The reason Lin Nan had not immediately chosen to manufacture the schematic was due to the anticipated driving he planned for the afternoon. He had minimal need for additional protection, and adding it would only increase fuel consumption. Lin Nan intended to wait until after his driving session concluded, prior to nightfall, to create this. He recalled the game warning that dangers would significantly escalate at night. The flimsy exterior of this van offered him little sense of security. However, the Hero's Challenge event announced by the game had shifted Lin Nan's previous intentions. As he was about to embark on the Wilderness Challenge, any enhancement to the vehicle's performance would be beneficial. Furthermore, he would need to replace it sooner or later. Driving for an hour or 2 would not consume excessive fuel. Resolute in his decision, Lin Nan placed this schematic onto the crafting table, along with the necessary materials. After confirming the manufacturing process with familiarity, a piece of shimmering metal sheet materialized before him. Had the vehicle metal sheet been compressed in volume? Indeed, if the entire sheet had manifested, there would have been no room within the vehicle. The technology in this survival game was truly advanced. Wait a moment, Lin Nan, in astonishment, noticed a change in the crafting panel. An additional option appeared, indicating that in the future, the vehicle metal sheet could be manufactured without a schematic. He suddenly recalled that this schematic had not indicated it was a one-time use. Thus, he needed to reassess the schematic's value. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Nan set this matter aside for the time being and opened the survival game panel to confirm the loading of the vehicle metal sheet. A faint blue light flickered, and the van shuddered slightly as the compressed metal sheet vanished from the crafting table. Lin Nan exited the vehicle once more and discovered that the previously rusty white exterior had transformed into a sturdy, gleaming white shell, compared to the thin exterior before. This new layer provided Lin Nan with a greater sense of security. Yet he soon noticed a discrepancy. The van had only undergone transformation on one side. Was one metal sheet insufficient? Lin Nan possessed plenty of metal blocks, so he promptly crafted another and selected the loading option. Consequently, the right side of the van was revitalized as well. However, the top and front still appeared worn and dilapidated. Was it still not enough? Lin Nan produced another sheet, and soon the front and back were renewed, leaving only the top. Seeing this, Lin Nan decisively crafted one more piece. Before long, a van that looked as though it had just rolled off the production line appeared before him, at least on the outside. If one overlooked the interior, it certainly evoked a sense of survival. Satisfied, Lin Nan took a moment to survey his surroundings, then settled into the driver's seat, ready to finish his steamed buns before setting off. However, just as Lin Nan completed 2 buns, he suddenly choked. Wait a moment. Each metal sheet increased fuel consumption by 5, and he had just installed 4 metal sheets. A sinking feeling enveloped him as he hurriedly opened the game panel. Observing the data displayed on the survival game panel, Lin Nan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the effects would not stack. Though scientifically dubious, an increase of 20 in fuel consumption was still somewhat painful. After all, that was the essence of the game. Identical items would not have stacking benefits, and debuffs should not stack either. Otherwise, wearing a necklace and a ring would send benefits soaring. Contentedly finishing the last of his steamed buns, Lin Nan took a brief rest before starting the van once more, a few crumbs still lingering at the corners of his mouth. When he had first entered the survival game, he had thought the plain steamed buns were unworthy even of a dog's attention. To his surprise, during exchanges, players had eagerly traded away all the food he had held. Lin Nan longed for a tasty meal, yet he was at the mercy of the abundance offered by other players. Chapter 9! Crimson Giant Flower. On the vast, sweltering highway, waves of heat enveloped the surroundings as the time drew ever closer to the commencement of the hero's challenge. Lin Nan keenly observed the subtle transformations occurring along the highway. The once boundless desert gradually exhibited signs of vitality, with various plants emerging at the periphery of the desert, and even remnants of stone walls becoming visible. As he continued his observation, the clock struck 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Ding! The hero challenge has now commenced. Countdown: 179 minutes and 59 seconds. Players are advised to keep track of the time. Upon completion of the hero challenge, the wilderness will significantly increase in danger. The notification from the survival games system echoed, and the regional chat room erupted in a flurry of activity, messages rolling in at an astonishing pace. However, at that moment, Lin Nan had no time to focus on the chat. Instead, he stared intently at the small map system. The instant the hero challenge began, numerous small dots of various shapes and colors appeared on the previously tranquil map. Some were red exclamation marks, others green skull icons, and some black whirlpools. Additionally, there were blue light points. These blue light points bore an exact resemblance to the treasure chests seen earlier, with the only distinction being their color. Could this be the rare treasure chest spoken of by the game system? The red exclamation mark likely signified danger, while the green skull indicated poison. Was it toxic substances or traps? What about the black whirlpool? There were also certain pieces of information that Lin Nan could not decipher. Nonetheless, one thing was clear. The hero challenge mode and the small map system were undoubtedly beneficial. Moreover, their significance surpassed his expectations. Simultaneously, Lin Nan developed a profound understanding of the hero challenge. This truly was a formidable trial. Gazing at the map, where several different colored markers were visible within a 1-kilometer radius, Lin Nan could easily envision the perils other players would face upon entering such a locale. He glanced up and silently regarded the desolate landscape outside the window. After a long moment, he sighed. Lives would be lost. In that instant, the survival game revealed its grim nature. Particularly, the game offered players a choice. If one preferred safety, they could drive slowly to collect treasures. However, for those seeking greater rewards, the challenge awaited. Lin Nan was uncertain whether those who opted for caution were correct or whether they could endure until the end. Yet, he was certain that those who chose the hero challenge would inevitably face death. Suppressing his thoughts, Lin Nan prepared to embark on his journey. The hero challenge also bore a time limitation. Just as he was about to exit the van, he hesitated momentarily. If he left the vehicle, what if someone passed by and drove away with it? Although he could not yet ascertain whether he would encounter other players on the highway, it was better to be safe than sorry. However, Lin Nan's concerns were unfounded. Soon, the survival game panel provided clarity, notifying all players. Ding! Player vehicles are equipped with a defensive system. If any unauthorized players attempt to enter the vehicle, the game panel will alert the vehicle's owner. Unless the vehicle owner is deceased, the vehicle cannot be harmed for 1 hour. If the owner does not return within that hour, the defense system will automatically deactivate. Upon the release of this information, the regional chat room fell into a brief silence. This was an introduction to the vehicle defense system, simultaneously encouraging players to engage in PvP for loot. As long as one eliminated the vehicle's owner, they could gain access. Moreover, The defense system indicated that if someone was inside the vehicle, it could not be damaged or entered. What if there was someone? Blocking the road and directly killing the vehicle's owner would suffice, wouldn't it? Lin Nan felt a sense of foreboding regarding this prompt, especially given its timing. It not only appeared to encourage players to confidently participate in the hero challenge, but also laid the groundwork for potential future conflicts. Yet, Lin Nan quickly shook his head and smiled. He resolved not to dwell on such matters, as this mode did provide him with a sense of reassurance. He certainly did not wish to return from the challenge to find his vehicle missing, especially since it contained electronic components he had traded for with steamed buns. Taking a deep breath, Lin Nan draped his coat over his head, binding the sleeves over his face. With a shovel in hand, he exited the highway. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, the scorching wind lashed against Lin Nan's face. Compared to the stifling environment within the van, the outside was undeniably hotter and more oppressive. Breathing became somewhat laborious. He could not venture too far from the vehicle. In such sweltering weather, the moisture within his body evaporated rapidly, necessitating periodic returns to the van for hydration. Fortunately, Lin Nan possessed a water generator. Otherwise, his hero challenge would have ended before it even began. Carefully navigating across the sand, Lin Nan set his sights on the blue light points displayed on the map, plotting a safe route ahead. Nevertheless, even so, the closest red point was still a mere 200 meters away. After a short distance, Lin Nan could see what the red point represented from afar, a massive red flower. He was uncertain whether the red exclamation mark denoted danger from the flower itself or from something nearby. He could not understand why a flower existed in such a desolate landscape. However, the small map system was infallible. The red exclamation mark undoubtedly represented danger. He must avoid it. Watching the vibrant, enormous flower, Lin Nan felt a knot tighten in his stomach. He did not know if 200 meters constituted a safe distance. Regrettably, if he wished to obtain the treasure chest, he had no choice but to traverse this path. It was the only route. Taking a gamble, he slowly approached, reassured by the distance remaining. As long as he maintained a distance of 200 meters, if the massive flower did not react, he would be able to claim the rare treasure chest. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Nan gripped the shovel tightly, bending down to inch closer. The desert was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of the wind and the soft rustle of his footsteps, alongside the distant swaying of the grand red flower in the breeze. Chapter 10. The abundance of rare treasure chests. The scorching wind occasionally brushed against Lin Nan's cheek. Yet, this wind brought no relief. Rather, it intensified his discomfort. In addition, it carried fine grains of sand that mingled with the sweat on his skin, quickly transforming into a muddy paste, turning him into a sandy figure. His shoes fared even worse, filled to the brim with an unidentifiable mixture of sand and sweat, making them unbearably hot. Considering his feet, it felt warmer than soaking in hot water. However, Lin Nan could not afford to dwell on such discomforts. He was cautiously focused on the enormous red flower in the distance, his shovel positioned in front of him as he cautiously advanced. With only a few meters remaining, Lin Nan took small steps, pausing frequently to observe the massive red flower, ensuring there was no threat before proceeding. He traversed this short distance over the course of several minutes. Fortunately, the towering red flower remained unresponsive, allowing Lin Nan to exhale in relief. Turning his gaze, he spotted the treasure chest shimmering with a faint blue glow not far away. The game panel had already begun to provide notifications. The blue treasure chest, a more advanced version than the ordinary chest, promises to yield far more precious items. All previous efforts have culminated in this moment, and there is hope for something splendid within. With a resounding crash, Lin Nan shattered the chest's opening. He took a step back, waiting a moment to ensure there were no immediate dangers before approaching to inspect his find. What first caught his eye was a large bottle of water, the game panel displaying 1 liter of mineral water. It was neither tap water nor purified water, but true mineral water, and a whole liter at that. Indeed, this rare treasure chest delivered a powerful reward right from the start. Suppressing his joy, Lin Nan continued to examine the contents. There were 2 additional items, a blueprint for a crude furnace and a bag of pork and scallion dumplings, 400. Upon seeing these, Lin Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. The furnace was of little concern. The mere sight of that bag of dumplings was overwhelmingly enticing. Although he had only traversed this new world for half a day, the memory of the dull, steamed buns from lunch lingered painfully in his mind. His mouth watered uncontrollably at the thought. Tonight, he would savor those dumplings. The 2 electronic components were of no interest to him, unless, of course, he could exchange 3. No, it must be 5 or more. Taking a deep breath, Lin Nan carefully tucked the dumplings into his pocket before turning his attention to the crude furnace blueprint. The absence of a one-time use label indicated that this was a blueprint that could be crafted repeatedly. However, what could he possibly need a furnace for in this desert? Using fire to combat fire, heating up heat, Was that even sensible? Lin Nan found himself at a loss for words, setting aside the absurdity of combining heat. The potential for death was undeniably real. But wait, an epiphany struck Lin Nan. The desert, once a distant memory, had become too foreign to him. In his recollection, deserts were synonymous with intense heat. Yet, he vaguely remembered an introduction to deserts while surfing once. The information was far too obscure to recall until now. If memory served him right, the temperature difference between day and night in the desert was extreme. This meant that one could perish from the heat by day and freeze to death at night without proper insulation. Thus, this furnace idea sparked a glimmer of hope in Lin Nan's mind. Blueprint for crude furnace. Materials required. For units of metal blocks. Effect. Consumes 1 unit of wood per hour to raise the ambient temperature, with the effectiveness depending on the initial temperature. Upon acquiring the information about the crude furnace, Lin Nan did not dwell on the materials required for its construction, instead focusing primarily on the wood. It was time to take action. The other considerations could wait until nightfall. Even with the extreme temperature fluctuations, the drop would not be instantaneous. There would be ample time in the evening. Lin Nan carefully stowed the blueprint, lifted the bottle of mineral water, and took several hearty gulps. The appearance of the blue rare treasure chest had instilled him with renewed confidence. As long as he remained cautious and opened a few more chests, supplies would certainly not be an issue. Moreover, Lin Nan found himself considerably better off than when he first arrived in this world. Before exchanging supplies, he needed to satisfy his own needs. After a prolonged thirst, Lin Nan managed to down a third of the mineral water in one go. It was refreshingly sweet. He had to admit, the resources provided by this survival game were at least genuine. Unlike the deceitful practices of certain manufacturers in his previous life, who merely labeled tap water as mineral water. Did they really believe all consumers were unaware of the differences in standards? After taking another sip, Lin Nan secured the bottle. He had already acquired the treasure chest on the right side of the road, and he recalled there was another on the left. He decided to return to his vehicle briefly before heading to the left into the wilderness. Lin Nan did not intend to delve deeply into the wilderness, focusing instead on the chests near the road. Even after clearing the chests on either side of the road, he had no plans to venture further. After opening these 2 chests, he would drive a short distance and stop if there were any changes on the minimap. Under no circumstances would he plunge deep into the desert. He proceeded with utmost caution, finally exhaling in relief after navigating around a massive red flower. On his way back, he prepared to check on the status of other players. To his surprise, upon opening the game panel, Lin Nan was taken aback. The regional chat room, originally housing 5,000 participants, had dwindled to just 4821. A total of 179 players had perished. To be precise, 179 families had been affected, and this was merely within their regional chat room. At that moment, the chat room was rife with murmurs of discontent. I told you the Hero S challenge was perilous. The player who had challenged me earlier has now turned into a darkened avatar. Alas, I should have simply driven. Thankfully, I took some time to prepare. Otherwise, I would have ventured out, but I caught sight of a large black bear in the wilderness through the car window and fled in terror. One player, whose avatar resembled that of a certain famous figure, lamented, "If none of us participate, the challenge may cease to exist. If we all refrain from driving, perhaps the great entity behind this event will allow us to return." Initially, only a little over 1,000 players had intended to join the Wilderness Challenge. The exceedingly high death rate had caused half of them to reconsider. Just then, a particularly eye-catching message appeared in the chat room. Chapter 11. Playing the game, some use hacks, others use their lives. Ha! There's a rare blue treasure chest in the wilderness. A group of cowards. Let me show you what true bravery looks like in this game. Accompanying the message was an image of the treasure chest's interior. The broad base of the chest housed a whole case of pure water. Indeed, an entire case containing 12 bottles. Lin Nan recognized the player, Zhao Exin, whose name alone screamed bravery. Zhao Exin. What S in an ordinary chest pales in comparison to the rewards of a rare chest? Just opening one yields rewards that surpass a day's worth of driving. Zhao Exin boasted, even sharing images of himself drinking water wildly. Some spilling over as onlookers in the chat room winced at the waste. If it were them, they would treasure every drop as if it were worth twice its weight. Zhao Xin, I'll be your follower. Share a bottle with me, or even half a bottle, please. Brother Xin, I am but a humble sweet one. Can I trade a bottle of water for a silk item? Faith in Brother Xin for eternal life. Could you possibly share some information about the wilderness with us, so we can also partake in your bounty? Zhao Xin's impressive haul was indeed captivating. Yet the grim death toll loomed over them all. Everyone must consider their own lives, as well as those of their loved ones. Zhao Xin, want water? Bring something to trade. 5 packs of instant noodles for 100 milliliters of water. 3 apples for 100 milliliters of water. Zhao Xin's pricing was undeniably steep. Yet the scarcity of water made an enticing offer. There were surely many desperate souls willing to trade for it, and thus, Zhao Exine reveled in his newfound fortune. He exchanged only a small portion of his water before halting further trades. Lin Nan disapproved of Zhao Exine's opportunistic profiteering, but remained silent. Recognizing that both parties were consenting, while Lin Nan also engaged in trading, he approached it more reasonably. Profit was assured. Otherwise, why would anyone bother? However, the extent of that profit remained a pertinent concern. Such blatant price hikes are not something Lin Nan would engage in. However, he was quite curious about how Zhao Jie managed to open the treasure chest. Having just unlocked a rare chest himself, he was aware of the challenges involved. Zhao Jie, unconcerned, casually remarked, "What's the trick? Just rush over and open the chest." He then added, "Oh, I think I also encountered a giant scorpion nearby." "Wait, no. I'm mistaken. That scorpion seems to be asleep, and I was too busy opening the chest." Gulp. As he spoke, Zhao Jie snapped a picture. The image revealed a massive black scorpion, its exoskeleton gleaming in the sunlight like armor, while the sharp stinger at its tail reflected dazzling light. The scorpion was so close to the camera that it appeared to be right before their eyes. "Brothers, I have to run while it's still sleeping." With that, Zhao Sini's messages vanished from the regional chat. Minutes later, he reappeared, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, I was terrified." As soon as I ran away, I turned back and saw a large black bear near the treasure chest, waking up the scorpion. Can you believe it? That massive stinger pierced right through the bear. The accompanying image of the bear being impaled conveyed Zhao Sini's sheer fright. The onlookers shared a collective sense of disbelief. This isn't a game for heroes. It's clearly a game for fools. His luck is absurd. He just stumbled upon a treasure. Goodness, it's not that Brother Exine didn't die, but rather he was just lucky. I'm learning from this. It's a matter of life and death. With over 1,000 players, Brother Exine seemed to be the only one blessed with such fortune. Lin Nan, observing in silence, found himself equally speechless. Truly, this was a game for heroes. But here he was, a mere spectator, while others exploited their lifelines. Still, Lin Nan believed that Zhao Sini would be too afraid to venture back anytime soon. Heroes faced dangers, yet the allure of the challenge still drew players in. The number of participants in the regional chat fluctuated continuously. After placing his items in the vehicle and taking a brief rest, Lin Nan set off towards the location of another treasure chest. According to the markings on the mini-map, the dangers here far exceeded those of the previous chest, with 2 red exclamation marks indicating the threat level. Amidst the desert, there was a towering sand dune composed entirely of fine sand, soft and unyielding underfoot. It was no simple task to ascend. One's feet would easily sink into the sand. Yet the treasure chest awaited at the very summit. Upon closer inspection, a faint blue glow could be seen emanating from the top. Lin Nan believed this treasure chest could also be claimed by other players, provided they did not choose to circumvent it from sides. Flanking the dune were 2 deep green skulls. Recalling the image of the giant scorpion Zhao Sini had posted, Lin Nan suspected these green skulls were likely remnants of such creatures. This indeed was a game for heroes, and it seemed he would have to conquer the dune. Taking a deep breath, Lin Nan secured his leg straps and began his ascent. Chapter 12. An alternative used for trade with a thud. Lin Nan's foot sank into the sand, only for his athletic shoes to promptly fill with grains. Looking down, he could see only his pant legs amidst the sea of sand, his feet entirely buried. The quest for a treasure chest was proving arduous. Had he not seen the mini-map indicating a level 2 rare chest at the summit, he would never have attempted this climb. Thankfully, only his ankles were trapped. The sand of the dune was not as loose as he had imagined. Otherwise, he would have given up without hesitation. Acknowledging the challenge of the ascent, Lin Nan ceased to be overly dramatic. Using both hands and feet, he painstakingly climbed upward, leaving a trail of footprints behind. It took him a grueling half-hour to finally reach the top of the dune, panting heavily. He had consumed all the water he had brought, a full liter. I take back what I said earlier. Even knowing there's a level 2 rare chest up here, without ample water, one could easily succumb to the sun or dehydration on this climb. Lin Nan grumbled, realizing this challenge was indeed worthy of a hero. The difficulty of obtaining the treasure was exceedingly high. However, as he pondered this, Zhao Sini's face flashed in his mind, and an unsettling thought stirred within him. Catching his breath, Lin Nan knew he could not linger on the dune. It was far too hot, and he was parched. He needed to return to his vehicle without delay. Yet, upon opening the treasure chest, Lin Nan was startled by a sound emanating from within, causing him to tense. He hesitated for a moment, puzzled. What could it be? Cautiously raising his shovel, he approached with care, peering inside. In the next instant, Lin Nan was taken aback. Inside the chest was a small, live piglet. No wonder the chest was so large. He had assumed it was filled with numerous resources. To his surprise, it contained a living creature. Throughout the day, in his effort to maximize his time and resources, Lin Nan had only consumed 3 plain buns, and the Hero S challenge had drained him of considerable energy. Gazing at the squealing piglet, Lin Nan felt he could devour it in one bite. He could almost smell the savory aroma of pork wafting through the air. Resolute, he decided that once the wilderness challenge concluded, he would feast on meat. However, Lin Nan soon found himself in a predicament. Game panel living piglet. Weight 70 gene, egg bag of flour weighs 20 gene. As a university student, he had always found it burdensome to carry. How could he possibly take down a 70 gene live pig? Even if he managed to bring it down, how would he go about slaughtering it for meat? Imagining the scene of bloodshed, he shuddered involuntarily. Just as he was grappling with this dilemma, Lin Nan noticed a line of small text beneath the piglet on the game panel. Could be decomposed. Lin Nan suddenly recalled the disassembly feature from his previous online gaming experiences. Could it be? He decided to give it a try. If it worked, it would certainly simplify matters. Game system, I choose to decompose the living piglet. As soon as he spoke, the piglet was enveloped in a radiant light. With a soft pop, as the glow faded, the chest's bottom transformed into neatly arranged blocks of pork. Game panel pork chunks. 50-50 servings. The 70 gene piglet had been reduced to 50 gene of meat. This surely must be without any processing fees. Lin Nan had not expected that a 70 gene piglet would yield 70 gene of pure meat. That was simply unrealistic. Thus, the only question remaining was how to transport it down. With 50 gene of meat in addition to himself, Lin Nan pondered, soon coming up with an idea. A sandboard. Utilizing the slope to slide down not only eliminates the need for a tedious climb back, but also facilitates a swift return to the vehicle. The meat can be conveniently transported as well. Currently, I am not in the vehicle and lack the means to fabricate items, nor do I possess any blueprints for construction. The process of creating them myself seems excessively cumbersome, and time is of the essence. I shall glance at the chat room, as there might be individuals selling wooden boards and crates, and I can engage in trade. Lin Nan has previously experienced that in-game transactions allow items to be exchanged right before oneself. It is precisely due to this game mechanism that Lin Nan is inclined to employ the sliding method. Otherwise, he would be forced to awkwardly carry everything down. After browsing the regional chat room for a moment, Lin Nan furrowed his brow. Searching through the chat room at such a slow pace is exasperating. He thought to himself, glancing up at the sky. The sun blazed down upon the dunes, and the heat was unbearable. Thus, Lin Nan gritted his teeth and decided to adopt a more efficient approach. Lin Nan, offering 50 milliliters of water for 1 wooden crate, and 50 milliliters for 1 wooden board. Limited quantities available, first come, first served. Although the chatroom users were unaware of Lin Nan's motives for acquiring these items, it did not prevent them from erupting in excitement. Once again, it was the illustrious Linda. The front row is bowing in reverence. Big shot, will iron plates do? I have iron plates. In the chat room, it was solely Linda and Zhao selling water. However, Zhao had abundant water resources due to opening a rare treasure chest, while the reason for Linda's acquisition remained a mystery. Regardless, Lin Nan was too preoccupied to contemplate the chatroom's discussions. As soon as he sent his message, individuals arrived at his doorstep with goods. They had acquired blueprints for wooden boards and crates. With just 1 unit of wood, they could manufacture these items. Exchanging them for 50 milliliters of water was undeniably a lucrative deal. However, Lin Nan did not engage in an immediate exchange for water. Instead, he opted for the transaction system's prepayment mode, meaning he would receive the items first and pay later, promising to trade water to these 2 players within a specified time frame of 1 hour. With the system's guarantee, the 2 players had no concerns about Lin Nan defrauding them, especially considering the minimal cost of just 1 unit of wood. Once Lin Nan obtained the items, he swiftly placed the chunks of meat into the wooden crate, sealing it securely. He then pushed it towards the van. The dune was even and had a gentle slope. The wooden crate slid down steadily, ultimately stopping at the roadside. Seeing no issues, Lin Nan followed suit and slid down. However, unlike the crate's free descent, Lin Nan utilized a shovel to slow his descent and managed to stop safely at the roadside. Climbing up the dune took over half an hour, while descending only took a few minutes. The reward was 50 pounds of succulent pork. This was indeed a feast. Lin Nan had not heard anyone in the chat room mention meat throughout the day. Chapter 13. Another double yolk, the flickering red exclamation mark after securing the wooden crate. Lin Nan took a hefty gulp of water. Standing beside the van, he trembled as if electrified, vigorously shaking off the sand clinging to him, especially from his shorts. The heat was intense and abrasive, causing discomfort. Once finished, Lin Nan immediately dove into the vehicle. Inside, the stifling heat transformed into a refreshing sensation. The outside was simply too hot and too glaring. Exhausted in body and spirit, Lin Nan decided to rest for a considerable time. While recuperating, he lazily leaned against the rear seat corner, peering into the regional chat room. At this moment, less than half the time of the Brave Challenge had passed. However, the chatroom discussions predominantly revolved around who had opened what from treasure chests, who had found water, and who had discovered blueprints. Conversations regarding the Brave Challenge had nearly vanished. Nevertheless, Lin Nan remained confident that many players were still attempting challenges in the wilderness. It was not merely the bountiful harvests that drew them, but Lin Nan was acutely aware of the perils that lay within the wilderness. Those daring souls venturing into the wild certainly had no time to waste in the chatroom. Throughout his respite, the chatroom yielded little in the way of significant news, instead serving as a pleasant diversion to alleviate stress and boredom. Once sufficiently rested, Lin Nan resumed his journey along the road. He encountered treasure chests twice during his drive. The basic supplies were stored in the vehicle, while he indulged in the chocolate immediately. Subsequently, the mini-map underwent a transformation. The wilderness near the road had spawned treasure chests once more. What delighted Lin Nan even more was that this time, the treasure chests contained double yolks. Double yolks in the wilderness. Lin Nan could not help but rub his hands together in anticipation. It appeared that he would be able to secure these before the Brave Challenge concluded. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Nan began to chart a suitable route based on the mini-map system's description. He planned to proceed straight, then take a wide detour before circling back. His planned route circumvented all special markers, especially steering clear of the flickering red exclamation mark. Yet he pondered why this red exclamation mark flickered so ominously, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Lin Nan focused intently on the mini-map system, lost in thought. According to my planned route, there is a segment where the exclamation mark is less than 300 meters away. I will take a distant glance at it. Preparing himself, Lin Nan took a deep breath. Dismissing all errant thoughts, he secured the van door and set off. This route required him to first navigate around a black vortex. Previously, Lin Nan had circumnavigated it numerous times. From afar, it appeared unremarkable, and he had never discerned the significance of the black vortex. This time, however, he understood. At a distance of 100 meters, Lin Nan spotted a sizable desert whirlpool. In the center, a brown leopard was howling in agony, slowly being consumed by the sand. The whirling sand and the leopard's mournful cries combined to evoke a profound sense of dread within Lin Nan. In the desert, falling victim to such quicksand would undoubtedly spell doom. Under the scorching sun, Lin Nan inexplicably shuddered. According to the scene before him, the black vortex on the mini-map system likely represented a trap. Thankfully, the mini-map system not only displayed the vortex, but also indicated its range, allowing me to avoid all traps in the wilderness. However, this wilderness challenge was exceedingly perilous. There were wild creatures, toxic substances, and traps, not to mention the challenges posed by the terrain. The previous climb up the dune had left Lin Nan with indelible memories. Composing himself, Lin Nan proceeded cautiously. Following his predetermined path, before reaching the treasure chest, Lin Nan spotted the creature represented by the flickering red exclamation mark. From a distance, it appeared to be a large tiger. Its fur, a striking blend of yellow and white, resembled a grand character for king. The fierce tiger's head, with sharp fangs stained with droplets of blood, was chilling. However, the tiger was not facing Lin Nan. It lay with its eyes closed, its body rising and falling gently with each breath. Soon, Lin Nan noticed something amiss with the tiger. Its forelimbs appeared injured, with bright red blood staining the area before it. Not far away, one could still see a large black bear lying on the ground, its belly torn open, with entrails and minced flesh strewn about. The fresh crimson bloodstains suggested that the battle had only recently concluded. Was it an injured tiger? It appeared that this magnificent creature had just vanquished a black bear. Could it be true that a tiger could prevail over a black bear? This tiger must be a true king, while the black bear was likely of lesser prowess. However, I have come to understand the significance of the flickering red exclamation marks. Weakness? Or perhaps injury? Nevertheless, even so, Lin Nan had no intention of provoking this great tiger. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. Lin Nan certainly did not believe that with merely his skinny limbs and a short-handled iron shovel, he could end the life of a tiger with a mere slide. If he were to confront the great tiger, Lin Nan felt that the most probable outcome would be his own demise at the paws of the beast. Regrettably, the wilderness was predominantly desert, making it impossible to drive in. If the vehicle were to become trapped in the sand, there would be no escape. Otherwise, he might have been able to strike the finishing blow on this wounded tiger. It was best to leave and seek out my treasured double-yolked eggs. After all, what could be more exhilarating than opening treasure chests? Armed with nothing but his limited weaponry, Lin Nan tiptoed toward the treasure chest location. After numerous trials, he finally arrived before the chest. However, the mini-map displayed 2 treasure chests, yet before him was but one. Chapter 14. Strategic Resources. Gazing at the pale blue chest, Lin Nan furrowed his brow. Could it be that this chest possessed some unique quality? Otherwise, why did the mini-map indicate two treasure chest icons when only one was present? With a skeptical attitude, Lin Nan cautiously opened the chest. The moment he beheld the contents, he stood dumbfounded. What? There was only a single blueprint for manufacturing? Was it possible that the special nature was inversely related? Because it was special, it became more commonplace? Lin Nan distinctly remembered that his first blue rare chest yielded 3 items, including not only a blueprint, but also food and other resources. Yet this chest, marked as 2 on the minimap, contained merely a single manufacturing blueprint. I am indeed curious to see what you can create. Reaching for the blueprint, Lin Nan opened the game panel. Game panel blueprint for anti-inflammatory medicine materials required 2 units of herbs. Effect, capable of eliminating most inflammation, particularly effective for external wounds. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than a blueprint for a medicinal item. However, Lin Nan quickly grasped the significance. A smile creeping onto his lips as he couldn't help but chuckle. It is indeed an anti-inflammatory medicine. I have struck gold. Observing the effects of the anti-inflammatory medicine, Lin Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was certain that this item, alongside the water purifier and electronic components, would dominate the trading area. However, that statement lacked a degree of accuracy. Anti-inflammatory medicine and water resources were inherently different. Water resources and the key materials for crafting water purifiers, along with electronic components, could be considered the most widely circulated hard currency in the trading area. Yet, for certain adaptable or fortunate players, water resources weren't particularly scarce. Just like Zhao Xin, Lin Nan, with his water resources, could not acquire precious resources from him. The items obtainable with water could also be procured from other players. In other words, water resources could only yield luck when encountered with average players. However, the anti-inflammatory medicine was entirely different, especially after the commencement of the Hero S challenge. The anti-inflammatory medicine would become a powerful tool for acquiring valuable items from others. After all, other players lacked Lin Nan's mini-map system, which allowed them to avoid dangers and traps in advance. Securing resources in the wilderness without sustaining any injuries was virtually impossible. After all, one cannot walk near a river without getting their shoes wet. Being injured implied the possibility of inflammation. In this desolate wasteland, inflammation could be fatal. At that moment, the value of the anti-inflammatory medicine became evident. Moreover, this blueprint for the anti-inflammatory medicine was a permanent one. As long as the materials were available, it could be produced indefinitely. It was akin to a treasure trove. If water resources were comparable to currency from the past, the anti-inflammatory medicine could be likened to high-grade jade. Lin Nan could vividly imagine how he could dominate the trading area with one hand holding water resources and the other grasping anti-inflammatory medicine. At the very least, in the early stages, Lin Nan possessed the absolute capability to rule the trading area. As for the water purifier, once the anti-inflammatory medicine became widespread, Lin Nan, with his simultaneous possession of these 2 resources, might have developed to an impressive extent. Not to mention, Lin Nan also had the mini-map system. A step ahead, every step ahead. By the time others regained their senses, Lin Nan would have already soared to great heights. For now, it was best to stow away the blueprint and strategize once the Hero S challenge concluded, when all players would be unable to acquire any more treasure chests. Whether or not he could take off in the initial stages relied entirely on these 2 items. At this moment, Lin Nan had no time to ponder the peculiarities of the double-yolked egg. After securing the blueprint, he prepared to return. The red exclamation mark he had encountered was a great tiger, in contrast to the red flower he had previously encountered in the wilderness, which was unlikely to move. However, the tiger was different, especially an injured one. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. Lin Nan retrieved the manufacturing blueprint, causing the treasure chest to dissolve into glowing particles. Yet, just as he was about to depart, he instinctively glanced at the mini-map system. He froze for a moment. The treasure chest icon on the minimap had inexplicably changed to 1. Wasn't there only one chest before him? No, I'd already opened that one. Why was there still a treasure chest icon in the original location on the minimap? Lin Nan looked down at the spot where the chest had just vanished. The tawny sand was unremarkable, devoid of any anomalies. The surroundings were also flat and barren, with only a few withered plants scattered about. There was no way a hidden treasure chest could be present. Frowning slightly, an idea struck Lin Nan's mind. The minimap system could not be mistaken. There must be another treasure chest. With nothing on the ground or in the vicinity, there was only one possibility. The treasure chest was underground. Without hesitation, Lin Nan secured the anti-inflammatory medicine blueprint and wielded his shovel. The sound of clattering sand echoed as he began to dig. Before long, he had excavated a small pit. Goodness, watching videos made it seem so simple when the old man was digging. I never imagined it would be so exhausting in practice. If I keep this up, 8-pack abs won't be just a dream. After catching his breath and letting his mind wander, Lin Nan raised the shovel once more. However, after several minutes had passed, he began to feel a twinge of anxiety. With each few strikes of the shovel, he glanced at the mini-map system. There was no other reason. The noise of digging was too loud. Even though Lin Nan was acutely aware of the considerable distance separating him from the great tiger, a sense of panic enveloped him. The cacophony of the swirling sand around him was overwhelming. Otherwise, his anxiety would have escalated even further. The tigers inhabiting this wilderness were far more ferocious than those languishing in a zoo. The disparity in their presence was indeed vast. Amidst his persistent unease, a sudden clank resonated through the air, and Lin Nan's face instantly lit up with joy. He had finally unearthed something. In that moment, an invigorating surge of energy coursed through his weary body. His hands began to move swiftly, as if a clarion call had sounded in his ears. Before long, a treasure chest shimmering with a pale blue glow materialized at the bottom of the pit. With deftness, Lin Nan hoisted it out. This marked the first occasion he had lifted such a chest. Surprisingly, it was not heavy at all, resembling merely the weight of an empty wooden box. Could it be that yet another schematic lay within? A faint smile crept onto Lin Nan's lips. Moments later, with a crisp click, the chest sprang open. Chapter 15, Standard Long Spear, Weapon Blueprint. However, upon unveiling the contents of the chest, Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback. The grand chest was packed to the brim with items that were markedly different from those found in the previous chest. Game panel, double-sized cotton quilt effect, a completely natural quilt that maximally retains warmth in frigid environments. A box of premium butter, 12 pieces, effect, a high-quality condiment. Standard long spear manufacturing blueprint materials required. 1 unit of metal block, 1 unit of manufacturing parts, 1 unit of wood. Effect, a common self-defense tool. Notably longer than a shovel. Gazing at the 3 items, Lin Nan could only think of one word: jackpot. The quilt was especially a stroke of luck, as he had been contemplating how to endure the anticipated drop in temperature that night. He had even prepared himself to huddle by the stove and endure the cold. Lin Nan found it hard to believe that anyone in the desert would trade away such warm items as quilts, unless their faculties were compromised or they were on the brink of starvation. Yet, it was only the first day. How could anyone be starving? Nightfall would not bring such oppressive heat that one could die of thirst. To his astonishment, he had unearthed a quilt. It was as if a pillow had been gifted to him, just as he felt sleepy. The van contained 50 pounds of succulent roasted pork, perfect for frying pork chops that evening. As for the last item, the standard long spear, it too was an indispensable asset, especially with the heightened dangers of the night ahead. He believed that the spear would be in high demand in the trading area. After all, as stated in the blueprint summary, a spear for self-defense was far more reliable than the short-handled shovel that came standard in survival games. Simultaneously, the emergence of this treasure chest made Lin Nan ponder the nefarious mastermind orchestrating this game. The existence of such buried treasure was startling. Had he not detected a hint from the minimap system, he would have remained oblivious to it. However, the chest's weight was quite peculiar. The quilt alone was considerably heavy. Was it possible that the chest's weight remained constant before it was opened, akin to that of an empty wooden box? The more he contemplated, the more he believed this to be the case. He resolved to test this theory the next time he encountered a chest. Soon, Lin Nan set aside these trivial thoughts and retrieved the anti-inflammatory blueprint, rolling it together with the spear blueprint and butter into the quilt. He then cradled the quilt and hurriedly retraced his steps. As he passed by the great tiger, an unexpected change occurred. The tiger abruptly lifted its head and cast a glance in Lin Nan's direction, startling him momentarily. Fortunately, the tiger merely glanced and made no further moves. Lin Nan had no intention of lingering. He held his breath and sprinted back to the van. He tossed the quilt into the vehicle and quickly clambered inside. With a resounding thud, he slammed the door shut, finally breathing a sigh of relief. My goodness, that scared me to death. If the zoo's tigers possessed such an aura, they would never have trouble selling tickets. To be honest, animals at the zoo were merely animals. This was the true king of beasts. After catching his breath, Lin Nan leaned back in his seat, casting a 45-degree gaze at the ceiling, his expression tinged with melancholy. Others who traversed to alternate realms either awakened extraordinary abilities or had remarkable powers bestowed upon them in the blink of an eye. Yet here he was, having awakened a system, yet still being frightened out of his wits by a tiger. What a disgrace. He then glanced weakly at the rearview mirror, only to find that in just one day, he had transformed from a youthful lad into a weathered relic of the sands. The realization was exhausting. He patted his face, adjusting his appearance in the mirror, attempting to shake off the dust on his head. However, he soon abandoned the effort, as the dust mixed with the sweat had clung together, forming a stubborn layer. The nearby wilderness chests had all been opened, and with the limited time remaining, it was unlikely he would encounter any chests near the highway. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare approach. Time was too precious. At that moment, the clock read 5:28 p.m. Unbeknownst to him, only half an hour remained until the conclusion of the hero challenge. and the first night of the otherworld was upon him. Lin Nan dared not challenge the authority of the survival game. He believed no player would be so bold. He decided to drive for a while, hoping to stumble upon a treasure chest along the way. The items in the vehicle could wait until nightfall to be organized. He intended to use this final stretch of driving time to rest and recuperate. After all, for players of the survival game, even driving was a form of relaxation. Subsequently, whether it was a result of his depleting luck or the impending night, Lin Nan encountered a treasure chest after half an hour of driving. It contained a bag of fresh cilantro. It was a minor consolation, at the very least. As time progressed, the sky gradually darkened. The wind carried fewer grains of sand, and the temperature became less oppressive. While driving, Lin Nan no longer merely cracked open the rear windows. He opened both front windows wide, tilting his head and resting his arm on the window, welcoming the cool breeze from both sides. At that moment, one might even mistake him for a traveler crossing the desert on a self-driven adventure. As 6 o'clock approached, darkness enveloped the sky entirely. The night had arrived, and not a sliver of light remained. Only the small lamp above the driver's seat flickered softly, casting a faint glow amidst the endless darkness of the desert. In the distance, eerie howls echoed from the depths of the night, sending a shiver down Lin Nan's spine. He quickly rolled up the car windows, feeling a wave of safety wash over him. Following this, he reclined the front passenger seat as far forward as it would go. Through a narrow gap, Lin Nan made his way to the rear seat of the van. Settling in, he felt that the survival game was rather humane. At the very least, the space in the back seat was quite ample. However, he soon dismissed such thoughts, realizing he would have to eat, drink, and relieve himself in the confines of the vehicle, which sent a chill through him. After some time, Lin Nan managed to calm his nerves and began to tally his gains from the day. After categorizing everything, his gaze finally settled on the trading area. Chapter 16. Lin Nan's survival strategy. Let us start by making an announcement. After driving all afternoon, the players must have accumulated quite a few valuable items. Without hesitation, Lin Nan opened the regional chat room. Regional chat room. 578 members. In just one day, nearly 500 players had perished in Lin Nan's area. The mortality rate had soared to 10%. The causes of death varied widely. Some were foolish enough not to drive, like a player whose avatar resembled a person wearing a headscarf. Others succumbed to thirst, while some drove into the desert only to have their vehicles break down. Most fatalities were attributed to the valiant challenges in the wilderness. However, after a day of survival experiences, most players had begun to adapt to the rules and gradually discovered their own methods of survival. Even many players who initially could not drive had become adept at shifting gears. As night fell, the regional chat room buzzed with activity. Numerous new drivers shared their homemade funny videos, set against a backdrop of artificially generated sound effects. They shared their appearances from when they first crossed over, and after a day had passed, as well as the treasures they had unearthed. Yet, merely glancing at the chat room, one could still sense remnants of the world before the crossover. That was until Lin Nan sent out his message. Lin Nan, seeking herbs, offering 200 milliliters of water per unit, or 500 grams of fresh small roasted pig meat, or private messages for honest trades, serious inquiries only. Lin Nan, seeking various blueprints, prices available via private messages, honest trades only. Ultimately, Lin Nan decided to focus on trading electronic components, herbs, and blueprints. In his estimation, these 3 items held the most potential for future value and appreciation. Upon sending his message, the atmosphere in the regional chat room shifted dramatically. Goodness, the once silent Lin is speaking up again. Lin's not one to act unless it's something remarkable. What do I see? After a day of opening boxes, he is now also offering meat. Meat. After driving all day, I'm exhausted. Meat. I can hardly recall the taste after just one day. Lin, I want to trade. How about this blueprint? Can I exchange it for a piece of meat? Observing the flood of messages in the chat room, Lin Nan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this was the essence of survival. The person who had shared the video of themselves dancing was merely distracting the old guard. As for Lin Nan's pricing, it was undeniably steep. Whether it was water or meat, if he were to be unscrupulous, he could have easily charged 50 milliliters of water for 100 grams of meat, and many would still trade. However, Lin Nan dismissed such exploitative thoughts. He recalled a saying from his father: in business, profit is merely one aspect. The size of the cake and reputation matter most. A larger cake allows for greater earnings, and a better reputation ensures that one can earn more from the same business. By raising his prices, Lin Nan aimed to achieve both objectives, to allow more players in the area to survive and to expand the trading market. After all, as the number of players increased, the likelihood of finding valuable items in treasure chests would also rise, creating a positive reputation. Thus, even if other players later offer the same goods, most would likely choose to trade with him first because of his trustworthiness. Just like in the past, even slightly more expensive branded products were favored by consumers. In this world of road survival games, Lin Nan, equipped with a mini-map system, was already ahead of the curve. What he needed now was not to seek quick profits, but to ensure steady progress and sustainable growth. After sending his message, Zhao Xin from another van was taken aback. For any player in the area, Lin Nan was a well-known figure. This was Lin Nan's second time seeking electronic components. The first time, it was for 100 milliliters of water in exchange for one component. This time, it was a staggering 200 milliliters for a single unit. Even a fool could deduce that electronic components were likely to be highly valuable. Yet, Lin Nan was offering far too much. 200 milliliters of water was a substantial amount for any player. It was worth noting that today alone, at least 100 players had perished from thirst. Not to mention, in the trading area, one could exchange just 10 milliliters of water for any material. It was easy to envision that if Lin Nan had not initiated the offer of 200 milliliters for electronic components, the price in the trading area would have likely been a mere 10 milliliters per unit. Even then, very few would be willing to trade water for it, let alone for meat. An electronic component could be exchanged for 500 grams of meat. The generosity of Lin Nan was astonishing. If Zhao Xin had an electronic component in hand, he would undoubtedly have seized the opportunity to trade for meat. However, he did have plenty of water. Earlier that day, due to a stroke of luck, he had soared in fortune, and now he found himself contemplating Lin Nan's message. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and sent out a message of his own. Zhao Xin. High price for electronic components, 200 milliliters of water for one unit, limited to 5 pieces. As Lin Nan filtered through the chat messages, he happened to spot Zhao Xin's post. However, he felt no anger. Instead, he regarded Zhao Xin with newfound respect for his boldness. After all, even if he possessed a single unit of water, 200 milliliters was still a significant sum for him. Yet, seeing that he only dared to acquire 5 units suggested that Zhao Xin was unaware of the water generator information. His acquisition was merely a gamble following Lin Nan's lead. Moreover, Zhao Xin's offer matched Lin Nan's price, devoid of any malicious intent to hike prices. Thus, rather than feeling resentment, Lin Nan esteemed Zhao Xin as a clever individual. Lin Nan believed that there were certainly other fortunate players out there, many of whom possessed surplus water. However, only Zhao Xin had the courage to follow suit. Soon, Lin Nan shook his head, choosing not to dwell on Zhao Xin any longer. From the outset, he had no intentions of monopolizing the market and knew that it was impossible. His trade objectives were twofold. First, to enlarge the market, and second, to claim the largest share. With that in mind, Lin Nan continued to check his private messages, gradually sifting through the responses. Chapter 17. The player's gratitude. One glance was all it took to reveal a surprising number of players reaching out to Lin Nan via private messages. Many possessed items that Lin Nan had expressed interest in. A group of players eagerly engaged in trading, parading their offerings as if they were emperors displaying their treasures. Lin Nan felt reassured that his decision to set high prices was indeed justified. He also grasped an age-old wisdom. The more people there are, the greater the strength. Not only did Lin Nan successfully trade the single unit of electronic components he had not exchanged during lunch, but he also acquired an additional 5 units of electronic components. Today, he had opened many treasure chests, yielding a significant amount of water, combined with the output from his water-making device, which provided him with a modicum of stock. Otherwise, given the volume of water he had consumed himself, there would have been insufficient supplies for trade. This was also aided by several players exchanging electronic components for fresh meat, specifically 500 grams of fresh pork from young pigs, which tempted many players. Those who completed trades sang Lin Nan's praises in the regional chat room, expressing their gratitude. Before Lin Nan's intervention, players in the trading zone had been exceedingly stingy. A single drop of water seemed to be worth 2. Water trades in the afternoon rarely exceeded 10 milliliters, and meat was virtually non-existent. The contrast was stark, with Lin Nan emerging as a benefactor. In fact, many players credited their survival to Lin Nan's generosity with water. Undoubtedly, he was the player who reaped the most rewards from these exchanges. In addition to the electronic components, he also acquired numerous useful blueprints and items. However, during this trading session, Lin Nan did not adhere strictly to the practical value of the blueprints. He was willing to trade for anything he deemed useful, never shortchanging the quantity of trade items. Consequently, for an extended period, 9 out of 10 messages in the regional chat room revolved around Lin Nan. Players expressed their heartfelt thanks, lamenting their meager finds due to their inexperience, with one player even tearfully recounting how, despite their dismay at receiving only a mattress manufacturing blueprint, they had secured a trade with Lin Nan for 500 grams of meat. They were overwhelmed with gratitude, recognizing that the blueprint was not worth such a price, and the meat was a lifesaver, though they couldn't bear to consume it, preferring to exchange it for simpler sustenance like steamed buns. Another player recounted how they had managed to trade a portable toilet manufacturing blueprint for a piece of meat. expressing their unease at having received such generosity. They praised Lin Nan as a true benefactor, even thanking him on behalf of their newborn daughter. Lin Nan's actions were perceived as benevolence rather than mere trading, and his reputation grew, especially as players noted his handsome appearance. Initially, Lin Nan felt a bit overwhelmed by the accolades, but decided to interject in the chat. "Dear players, let us trade according to our needs. There is no need for such flattery." As soon as he spoke, the chat room erupted with excitement, extolling Lin Nan's virtues. Players began to engage in the customary banter, and Lin Nan found himself both amused and exasperated by the reactions in the chat room. After a considerable time, he rubbed his temples and finally completed the private messages. This trading session primarily revolved around young pig meat. Lin Nan set aside enough water for his own consumption and a dozen pieces of meat, trading away all other resources. Given the harsh conditions of the desert, where meat is challenging to preserve, he saw no need to retain an excess supply. After all, it was only the first day, and he had achieved remarkable success. With the aid of a mini-map system, Lin Nan was confident he could procure better food. After waiting a while, without further trades, he stretched and patted his stomach, acknowledging that it was time to prepare something for himself after a long day of labor. Just as he was about to close the game panel, a new private message came in. "Lindelau, I have 6 units of herbs." Lin Nan's eyes brightened at the sight. Although he had enjoyed a bountiful trading session, he had lamented the absence of herbs. Anti-inflammatory medication, a life-saving commodity, was essential not just for other players but for Lin Nan himself. Even if the need did not arise immediately, having such resources was better than being without them. It was better to be prepared than to find oneself in a predicament. Now, the herbs were offered. Lin Nan replied, expressing interest in water or meat, and mentioned he had plenty of other resources available for trade. His statement was not merely rhetoric. He intended to create a reputation among players, positioning himself as the go-to for all their trading needs. He sought to establish a persona that conveyed abundance and availability, ensuring that whenever a trade occurred, it was mutually beneficial. This was not merely a matter of profit in the broadest sense. It was about what one could possess and the nature of their resources. For instance, Lin Nan had recently acquired a specially designed pillow that minimized the risk of waking up with a stiff neck, a commodity that, while not difficult to obtain in the survival world, would still require considerable time to find. Lin Nan was not inclined to spend hours searching for such items when he could be opening treasure chests instead. Moreover, it was uncertain whether others would be willing to trade their goods for what he had to offer. Lin Nan's message elicited a noticeable pause from the other player before they replied. "Lindelau, I don't need those. I just noticed your efforts to collect herbs. I hope this doesn't upset you, but I genuinely need them." Upon hearing this, Lin Nan's smile gradually faded. He recognized that this player was astute, at the very least intelligent and emotionally perceptive. Perhaps he could yield significant rewards from this exchange. "You may express your needs. I am listening." Ultimately, our connection transcends mere trade, Lin Nan replied earnestly, taking a moment to scrutinize the player's name and avatar. A hint of surprise crossed his face. The simplicity of the avatar suggested a natural beauty, though the absence of lipstick made it appear somewhat plain. It was a melodious name. However, upon realizing who the player was, Lin Nan felt a twinge of embarrassment, recognizing that his previous words may have been somewhat abrupt. Nevertheless, the other player appeared eager and undeterred by such details. "I believe Lindelau must have obtained a certain blueprint for a medicinal item." Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback, suppressing his wandering thoughts. It was not difficult to deduce that this player sought herbs for crafting medicine, but Lin Nan was curious about their intentions. "Indeed, I have obtained the blueprint for the anti-inflammatory medication." Lin Nan did not conceal this fact, nor was there any necessity to do so. After fulfilling his own needs, he would undoubtedly sell the anti-inflammatory medication. Is it truly the anti-inflammatory medication? Oh, there's hope. Yuhi. The chat system of the survival system is somewhat akin to thought acquisition, rather than the keyboard typing from before the traversal. Even through the chat system, Lin Nan could sense the other party's panic and joy. To his surprise, as soon as Luo Shu he spoke, Lin Nan found himself involuntarily coughing. "Big brother Lin, you can have anything you desire. Just give me a piece of the anti-inflammatory medication." If such words were uttered by a beautiful woman, how would an ordinarily physiological man react? Undoubtedly, his imagination would run wild, and Lin Nan was no exception. However, once he regained his composure and realized he had lost his decorum, he retaliated with a faintly sarcastic message. "Can it really be anything?" "No, big brother. I didn't mean it that way. I mean we can trade for anything." On the other side, within a dilapidated van, a girl, whose appearance resembled that of a beggar, blushed intensely. Lin Nan understood that Luo Shu he was simply too anxious, speaking without thought. However, he soon found himself too preoccupied to indulge in idle fantasies. He was astonished by the items Luo Shu he had placed in the trading bar. Blueprint for a powerful single-shot crossbow. Required materials: 2 units of metal blocks, 5 units of wood, 2 units of rubber. Effect: equipped with 9 crossbow bolts, a weapon of considerable strength, effective range of 50 meters, with diminished damage beyond that distance. Lin Nan never expected that on the very first day, someone would present a ranged weapon. Moreover, judging by Luo Shu He's demeanor, if he were just a tad more unscrupulous, he could easily claim it for himself. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Lin Nan ultimately refrained from such an action. In the short term, yes, he could reap maximum benefits. However, by doing so, would he not be treating Luo Shu He as a fool? After this incident, anyone would harbor resentment, even if they were a life-saving benefactor. Seeing Lin Nan's delayed response, Luo Shu He grew even more anxious. Big brother Lin, is it truly impossible? But this is genuinely the best I can offer. Awakened by the message, Lin Nan cast a pained glance at the blueprint for the powerful single-shot crossbow. Then, his gaze cleared, and he resolutely declined Luo Shu He's trade request, his tone even somewhat melancholic. Miss Luo, it is not that the item is lacking, but rather that you are offering too much. You only need to trade me 6 units of herbs, and I can provide you with 2 pieces of anti-inflammatory medication. This is also the message I will be posting in the regional chat room shortly. Following the Brave Challenge, the trading area introduced a new feature. Players can now establish personal shops within the trading zone. I will open a store in the trading area, where the exchange value of the anti-inflammatory medication will be 3 units of herbs or other rare resources. This price was meticulously considered by Lin Nan. Firstly, it was impossible to offer things for free. It is not that Lin Nan was greedy. Rather, a market devoid of costs would ultimately disrupt the normal ecology of the trading area. Lin Nan could not recall the exact principles, but remembered his father mentioning it. A completely free market would be the greatest detriment. Furthermore, anti-inflammatory medication is also unsuitable for exorbitant pricing, as it pertains to the player's lives. The cost of the anti-inflammatory medication is 2 units of herbs. Currently, 3 units of herbs is the most appropriate price. The extra unit of herbs would allow Lin Nan to produce additional anti-inflammatory medication to trade for rare items from affluent players. Ideally, he would exchange for blueprints. If not, the finished products created from the blueprints would suffice. Luo Shu He was on the verge of tears, but upon seeing Lin Nan's message, she was momentarily stunned. After a long pause, she managed to utter, "Big brother Lin, you are a good person." Lin Nan? Good person? Your entire family must be good people. Young lady, why do you repay kindness with malice? Are we enacting the fable of the farmer and the snake? With a scowl, Lin Nan utilized the herbs traded by Luo Shu He to produce 3 anti-inflammatory medications at the crafting station, promptly trading back 2 to her. Lin Nan felt a pang of bitterness, wishing to refrain from excessive conversation. Observing Lin Nan's messages and rapid actions from a distance, within the van, Luo Shu He, now aware, chuckled softly. Holding the anti-inflammatory medication, she began to understand Lin Nan's reaction. Big brother Lin, I did not mean it that way. Lin Nan. No, that is not what I meant either. In any case, Big brother Lin is truly wonderful. With the transaction completed, Lin Nan was disinclined to concern himself with Luo Shu He's urgent need for the anti-inflammatory medication. Glancing at the girl's flustered demeanor, he offered a few casual replies and prepared to close the private chat. This survival world, filled with uncertainties, left even him uncertain about what tomorrow might bring. Romantic entanglements were a luxury in such a context, especially when this was merely a transaction. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, a brand new trade request appeared on Lin Nan's game panel. Chapter 19. The blueprint for the powerful crossbow has been obtained. What does this mean? The trade had already concluded. Big brother Lin, for you, this may be a transaction, but for me, the anti-inflammatory medication is saving my sister's life. You would want to take advantage of me, would you? No, it's not about taking advantage. It's about not wanting to possess me. Well, that is not quite right. Lin Nan, all right, I have my own rules. You need not take it to heart. If you do not seek me out, you may exchange for the anti-inflammatory medication through my small shop later. Your initiative in seeking me out is a sign of trust. How could I possibly violate my own rules? But, on the other side, Luo Shu He, upon hearing this, hastily spoke with urgency. A small favor must be repaid with great gratitude. Not to mention, this concerns saving my sister's life. However, Lin Nan simply refused. Forcing the matter upon him only served to irritate Lin Nan. At a loss for how to proceed, a sudden flash of insight illuminated Luo Shu He's mind, prompting her to send another message quickly. Big brother Lin, let us proceed as you suggested. The trade for the anti-inflammatory medication has concluded. But that does not mean we cannot establish a new trade. I will exchange this blueprint for a piece of meat. After sending this, Luo Shu He praised herself. This way, she could express her gratitude to Lin Nan without violating his rules. Lin Nan, upon hearing this, nearly felt compelled to curse. Even the chance of fortuitously trading for a high-value blueprint was minimal. Not to mention, a blueprint for a powerful single-shot crossbow was exceedingly rare. To put it bluntly, trading a piece of meat for a powerful crossbow would leave Lin Nan with an overwhelming advantage. He truly wished to know if any player would exchange a powerful crossbow blueprint for a piece of meat, even if they were on the brink of starvation. Yet, here was such a foolish individual. Observing Lin Nan's continued silence regarding the trade, Luo Shu, he sent another message. Since Big Brother is so unwilling, let us adjust the trading conditions. The blueprints are still with the esteemed player. No way. Linda Lau, let me finish my words. The blueprints are not just given away for free. They will be provided to you. But in exchange, you must promise to furnish me with 2 completed crossbows. And should they malfunction, you will replace them at no cost. Of course, this little piece of fragrant pork will also be shared with us, sticking out tongue and smiling. Upon reading this, Lin Nan chuckled. At that moment, he finally sensed the youthful aura that Luo Shu he ought to possess. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of lamentation. The survival game is merciless. His perseverance is rooted in his parents' teachings, as well as partially in the mini-map system. However, he does not expect other players to act as he does. To his surprise, he encountered a player like Luo Shu he. Now Lin Nan understood. If he did not agree, Luo Shu he would certainly not relent. After a brief pause, he reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, let it be so. Lin Nan placed a piece of fragrant pork in the trading area and selected to confirm the transaction. Esteemed player, I will go take care of my sister now. Don't rush. I have something else for you that will surely assist you. Esteemed player, no need, no need. Luo Shu he repeatedly declined, but upon seeing the item for trade, she hesitated. An external injury treatment kit. Luo Shu he. Do you really not need this? Lin Nan teased. Unexpectedly, Luo Shu he flipped over blueprint. Vehicle sturdy bumper manufacturing blueprint, then confirmed the transaction. Bowing to the esteemed player, I'm off. At this moment, Lin Nan was taken aback. After a long while, he gazed at the 2 manufacturing blueprints in his hand, particularly the second one. Lin Nan fell into silence. The external injury treatment kit is rare, yet the vehicle sturdy bumper evidently holds greater value. Could it be that good deeds are rewarded? However, Luo Shu he seems to be extraordinarily fortunate. Coupled with the news of injuries, could it be that she successfully opened a treasure chest in the wilderness? At this moment, both of them had forgotten about the trading contract. In theory, agreeing to a trade requires signing a system extension trading contract. Speechless, Lin Nan touched his face. He then set aside thoughts of Luo Shu he. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the game panel. Since the topic of anti-inflammatory medicine and establishing a shop in the trading area has been broached, let us complete this task before dinner. Opening a shop begins with naming it. What shall it be called? A grocery store? That seems a bit too mundane. How about one, Jie Xiao Mai Pu? That sounds a bit juvenile. After much contemplation, Lin Nan's head was about to go bald from thinking. With no better ideas, he simply hung a name. A shop. Simple, commonplace, and easily comprehensible. I'm truly a genius at naming. After setting the name, Lin Nan began to list products. First, the anti-inflammatory medicine. Exchange price, 3 herbs, or rare items such as private chat blueprints. Then there was the vehicle sheet metal. The trading price is merely 1 unit of metal blocks above cost. The same applied to other items, all priced just 1 unit of material above their original cost. Today, he has indeed acquired many blueprints, such as for mattresses, portable toilets, and so on. Only the anti-inflammatory medicine bore special notes, as its manufacturing fee is considerably high. After all, at this stage, herbs are quite rare, and anti-inflammatory medicine is precious. If not for Lin Nan's desire to obtain some herbs and exchange them for valuable items from wealthier players, he would not have set such prices. Additionally, Lin Nan also listed trading descriptions for collecting blueprints, herbs, and manufacturing blueprints. Once everything was completed, Lin Nan opened the regional chat room and sent a message. Lin Nan, a shop has been established in the trading area. Everyone is welcome to trade. As soon as the message was sent, the regional chat room buzzed with excitement once again. Linda Lau is opening a shop. Surely everyone will support. Brothers, charge. Wow. I am astounded. It's only been a day, and the esteemed player possesses so many blueprints, plus anti-inflammatory medicine. Wow. Now, my mother doesn't have to worry about me getting hurt and inflamed anymore. Oh my. I see the mattress I traded. Compared to production costs, the esteemed player only increased the price by 1 unit of rubber. Isn't that practically free? Spending heavily on blueprints and then allowing us to manufacture for free is akin to maximizing utility from a single blueprint, benefiting us players. Without further ado, I'll be the first to shout, the esteemed player is noble. The esteemed player is noble. Not only the players were astonished, but after Lin Nan sent out the message, he himself was equally startled. He observed the shop back end, where the quantities of various materials soared dramatically. Even the anti-inflammatory medicine completed 2 transactions in a brief period. Lin Nan's inventory directly increased by 2 units of herbs. The player's potential erupted entirely at this moment. A shop is thriving. Chapter 20. The pig on the wind. Looking at the soaring shop data, Lin Nan quickly realized. He immediately set to work, using the materials he had just acquired to frantically buy up everything that players deemed of little value in terms of production blueprints. He then filled them into his shop. Furthermore, Lin Nan did something that drove all players wild. He did not charge any processing fees. For example, the wood plank manufacturing blueprint requires only 1 unit of wood blocks as raw material. In Lin Nan's shop, the processing fee for manufacturing is also merely 1 unit of wood blocks. In other words, Lin Nan is offering free assistance. Moreover, some of the blueprints he previously listed, such as the vehicle sheet metal, also had their processing prices lowered to cost price. This prompted many players who held blueprints but were currently not in survival crises and did not wish to trade their blueprints to actively trade them to Lin Nan. Trading blueprints not only allowed them to manufacture at Lin Nan's, but also enabled them to receive some materials for free through trading blueprints with Lin Nan. This delighted them immensely. Coupled with Lin Nan's previous display of integrity, they felt reassured. Even if, hypothetically, Lin Nan were to later renege or raise prices, the blueprints they traded away would not cause them any distress. They could simply choose not to use them in the future. If there were to be any worries, it might be that Lin Nan could perish. However, more players were concerned with how much food and drink they had and how many resources they possessed. Those distant matters were too tiresome to ponder. It was akin to Lin Nan in his past life, who was too lazy to think about how to live amidst the wars between the Xian nation and others. Nevertheless, Lin Nan would not suffer losses. To summarize, you may earn a little, but I will never lose. Free blueprints still hold value for Lin Nan. Following a flurry of activity, Lin Nan finally paused after a considerable amount of time. The number of manufacturing blueprints at his production station had astonishingly increased to over 100. At this moment, Lin Nan truly understood the meaning of saying, "On the wind, even a pig can fly." This time, Lin Nan has indeed caught the wind. Utilizing his incremental advantages, he has soared into the skies. In the regional chat room, other players soon began to comprehend Lin Nan's intentions. Many players have opened their own manufacturing platforms, establishing shops and displaying them in the trading area. However, at this juncture, Lin Nan's influence has grown significantly. Coupled with his prominence in the regional chat room, most players in need of manufacturing services tend to first visit Lin Nan's shop to see if he can fulfill their requests, rarely venturing elsewhere. Moreover, Lin Nan possesses an abundance of rare manufacturing blueprints, rendering imitation by others nearly impossible. A few desperate players, unable to compete, resort to offering free manufacturing services. But these efforts are merely fleeting ripples in a vast ocean, quickly fading away. Without quality blueprints, free services are nothing more than hollow promises. After all, players engage in manufacturing to produce valuable items, not merely for the sake of a free process. Lin Nan is rather pleased to see some eager individuals offering free services. After all, the players who benefit from these services may thrive, potentially leading to future transactions with him. Each player is a potential customer for Lin Nan, who is indifferent to such minimal earnings. Otherwise, he would not have provided many common items for free. For Lin Nan, ordinary items bear little significance, only enhancing quality of life without affecting his power. Instead, he places great value on rare items, understanding that they are essential for survival. The unexpected success of a shop is certainly beneficial to Lin Nan, albeit in a limited capacity. Players in possession of rare blueprints often harbor resentment towards those offering free services, akin to the disparity between freely shared knowledge and the creation of original ideas. Once a shop reaches a steady state, Lin Nan temporarily sets aside trading. With one shop having taken off, his next focus is on consolidating its success. Furthermore, Lin Nan recognizes that a shop's triumph relies not only on being in the right place at the right time, but also on a fundamental element, the blueprint for anti-inflammatory medicine. This blueprint is the irreplaceable foundation of the shop's current success. Fortunately, the materials acquired through trading can be temporarily stored in the shop's warehouse. Otherwise, the sheer volume of increased inventory would be a source of considerable stress for Lin Nan. However, storage in the shop's warehouse is not arbitrary. Once materials are removed, they cannot be returned. Only materials obtained through transactions can be stored in the warehouse. After a lengthy moment, Lin Nan exhaled deeply, rubbing his slightly dizzy head. Finally, he could prepare something to eat. However, the abundance of resources transformed Lin Nan's initial plan of simply frying some small pork into something more elaborate. Having gathered such an impressive bounty, it would be a shame to settle for merely eating well to rest better or to explore more effectively the next day. He desired something truly delightful. After surveying his inventory, Lin Nan contemplated and ultimately decided on his dinner, barbecue. Among his numerous blueprints, he happened to possess a small indoor barbecue grill. Additionally, he had traded for plenty of food and fresh vegetables, potatoes, bell peppers, steamed buns, and eggplants. Along with the star of the meal, the small pork. With his targets set, Lin Nan began to utilize his resources to craft the barbecue tools: an indoor small barbecue grill, smokeless charcoal, a kitchen knife, a spatula, and metal skewers, most of which were procured directly from the shop's warehouse. However, when it came to seasonings, Lin Nan found himself lacking. Cumin and chili were both absent. At this moment, Lin Nan was truly hungry. Throughout the day, he had only consumed 3 steamed buns and some snacks, having exerted himself climbing sand dunes and digging deep holes. Now, with the prospect of grilled meat within reach, Lin Nan could not afford to hesitate. He quickly opened the regional chat room, offering 100 small pork in exchange for cumin and other barbecue seasonings. Limited quantities available. First come, first served. The moment the message was sent, responses flooded in. The boss needs seasonings. I have them. I can't believe I can exchange for pork, haha. Wait, is the boss planning to have barbecue? The instant appeal of barbecue overshadowed the allure of cold instant noodles. Lin Nan, such a generous person, deserves to enjoy barbecue. Boss, eat well. I'll come back tomorrow to trade for meat. Under the charm of pork, Lin Nan expended merely 500 small pork, equivalent to 1 piece, and acquired 5 different seasonings, each in a small bottle. This was more than sufficient for a barbecue, even enough to host a barbecue gathering. However, as preparations were complete, Lin Nan soon frowned again. He glanced around the vehicle, feeling a twinge of regret. He had been careless. Had he known, he would have cooked before nightfall. It was far too dangerous to venture outside for cooking at this hour. Yet barbecuing inside the vehicle, even with a window slightly ajar, would still result in a strong aroma, despite the use of smokeless charcoal. It was likely that the scent of barbecue would linger throughout the night. As Lin Nan swallowed, gazing at the remaining small pork, he found himself caught in a dilemma. After much contemplation, Lin Nan oscillated between the immediate pleasure of eating meat and the subsequent greasy aftermath. Just then, a thought struck him as he casually glanced at the regional chat room. How could he have overlooked the players? Beyond the tradable materials, players themselves were also objects of trade. Even if a player was destitute, they possessed skills. He could easily hire a player to handle the barbecue for him. This way, Lin Nan could enjoy the meal without lifting a finger, simultaneously sidestepping the issue of smoke. It was a threefold benefit. The only cost would be a modest labor fee, which could be paid with a piece of small pork or other materials. Or perhaps simply with the surplus barbecue he had prepared, as Lin Nan had gathered a generous amount of resources that one person could hardly consume alone. Even if he finished it all, he would only need to part with a few basic ingredients. With the backing of a successful shop, Lin Nan regarded such trifles with indifference. Having devised a plan, Lin Nan promptly sent a message in the regional chat room. Wow, is this really a labor exchange? This is practically a lifeline. What? You say barbecuing inside the vehicle will leave a strong smell? I would gladly endure a night filled with the aroma of grilled meat. Don't ask me why. If I weren't afraid of being scolded by Lin Nan for lacking cooking skills, I would definitely want to do it myself. Helping with the barbecue and getting to eat some in return is just too good to be true. Instant noodles, once again, silently shed tears. As Lin Nan's message was sent, countless private messages flooded in. Boss, my family runs a small restaurant, and I've been a kitchen assistant since I was little. Boss, I am the owner of a gold medal barbecue shop. Meanwhile, Luo Shu, he had finally finished treating her sister, Luo Yuhi's wounds, and was just about to take a break when she opened the game panel to express her gratitude to Lin Nan. By sheer coincidence, I happened to come across the message posted by Lin Nan in the regional chat room. In his fatigued gaze, a flicker of light suddenly shone through. With remarkable composure, he sent a message to Lin Nan. Eldest daughter, my father is the head chef at the state banquet, and our ancestors were royal chefs. In just a few simple sentences, Lin Nan inexplicably felt an overwhelming aura of confidence emanating from her. Was there even a need for selection? Moreover, Lin Nan had a fair understanding of Luo Shu He's character. If she lacked confidence, she would never have sent him such a message. Strangely, Lin Nan began to feel a surge of anticipation for today as barbecue. What could possibly differentiate the barbecue prepared by a master chef from that of an ordinary one? Without hesitation, Lin Nan exchanged a few casual words with Luo Shu He and proceeded to trade all the items he had on hand to her. Upon seeing such a rich assortment, which was by no means inferior to the barbecue equipment from before his adventure, Luo Shu He was momentarily taken aback. Then, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. This would allow me to truly showcase my culinary skills. Ikamot disappoint, Lin Dalao. Moreover, with Yuhi just having sustained an injury, she needed nourishment. Observing her younger sister, who was frowning in her sleep, Luo Shu He clenched her small fist, motivating herself. As for the smell of smoke, it was hardly a concern for her, having learned the art of cooking from her elders since childhood. Efficiently, She cleared some space in the back of the van, constructing a simple partition with a wooden board to create a slight gap in the window. Luo Shu, he then set about the task of barbecuing. While she busied herself with the grilling, Lin Nan was not idle either. He began tidying up the back of the van. At this moment, apart from some food stored in the passenger seat and a few electronic components, the van was entirely empty. Other materials, such as metal blocks, had either been used during his previous crafting or were specifically designated for trading other items. In the future, when Lin Nan needed supplies, he could simply retrieve them from the shop's warehouse, taking only what he needed, thereby significantly saving space within the vehicle. In his organization efforts, Lin Nan first laid down a mattress on the reclined seats. Following that, he added sheets, a quilt, and pillows. Before long, he had constructed a makeshift bed in the van. However, he did not lie down immediately. Instead, he crafted a sleeping bag. After a day of battling the elements, he was particularly dirty. The shop was bustling, yet resources like water were exceedingly scarce. Even Lin Nan would not indulge in bathing with water. He merely washed his hands, splashed some water on his face, and rinsed his mouth. This was already the utmost limit of water wastage he could tolerate. Lying in the sleeping bag would minimize the chances of soiling the bedding. After all, a complete set of bedding would be rendered disposable otherwise. Given the circumstances, Lin Nan would create the best conditions for himself. Cleanliness was an essential factor. This pertained not only to living arrangements, but also to meals. Otherwise, he would not have hired someone to cook. He chose Luo Shu not only for her abilities, but also for her character. After all, it concerned food. Compared to a stranger, Lin Nan trusted Luo Shu more. Previously, he had intended to select a few players and engage in brief conversations as a form of interview. Luo Shu's appearance surprised Lin Nan while also saving him considerable time. Once he had tidied the van sufficiently, messages from Luo Shu began to flood in. Linda Lau, the barbecue is ready. Image. In a large iron tray, the meat and vegetables were meticulously arranged, clearly not the work of an ordinary person. Not only did it greatly enhance the flavor of the ingredients, but the presentation also significantly stimulated one's appetite. In one corner of the photo, food was still cooking on the grill. It was evident that Luo Shu had prepared a portion for Lin Nan, allowing him to eat first. It looked utterly delectable, and Lin Nan felt grateful for her efforts. Where would I be without you? I'm truly thankful for this opportunity, Dalao. Hee. This is incredibly delicious. Miss Luo, you've outdone yourself. It feels like the first time I'm experiencing barbecue. This is the true essence of grilling. I'm glad you enjoy it, Dalao. Please, continue. There is more to come. Also, don't call me Miss Luo anymore. Just call me Shuhi. Lin Nan was entirely focused on indulging in the meal, transformed into a devoted foodie. Regardless of whether he was in the survival world or before his journey, Lin Nan would have been enamored by Luo Shu's culinary creations. However, back then, he had no opportunity to savor them. Oh, Shuhi, you're incredible. Hearing Lin Nan's muffled praise, Luo Shu couldn't help but chuckle. A fleeting expression of satisfaction crossed her face, and she felt invigorated to continue barbecuing. Once Lin Nan finished his first plate of barbecue, Luo Shu promptly traded him a second plate. At this point, Lin Nan felt a slight resistance to the food. No longer the all-consuming foodie he had been moments ago. After trading the second serving of grilled meat, Luo Shu timidly said, Linda Lau, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Looking at the polite Luo Shu, Lin Nan chuckled, Please, don't call me Linda Lau anymore. You've asked me to call you Shu and if you keep calling me Linda Lau, it feels rather distant. You can simply refer to me by my name from now on. We're quite familiar with each other now, so feel free to speak candidly. Well then, I'll call you Lingo. As for the matter, I'd like to share the barbecue photos in the group. Lin Nan was taken aback. What do you want to share in the group? Immediately, he understood Luo Shu's intentions. Given his familiarity with her, he knew she was not one to seek the limelight. Therefore, the only purpose behind this was to demonstrate that Lin Nan's decision to hire her was indeed the right one. Earlier, when Lin Nan announced in the regional chat room that he had found assistance, several players who had messaged him privately were undoubtedly feeling discontent. After all, it was a barbecue. In this absurd world, it not only satiated hunger, but also represented an unimaginably delightful meal. To encroach on someone's livelihood was akin to jeopardizing their financial well-being. Lin Nan naturally had no intention of explaining himself, but Luo Shu did not wish for Lin Nan's reputation to suffer due to her presence. In her heart, Lin Nan was a good person who should not be misunderstood. Lin Nan did not refuse. Having personally tasted Luo Shu's culinary skills, he knew they were of the highest caliber. Moreover, he had just mentioned in the regional chat room what he desired to eat. Whether it was public or private mattered little. That sounds great, Lingo. I'll send out shortly. Aside from this matter, Shu has a small request. Feel free to ask. Lin Ye, I'd like to borrow the barbecue tools and some seasonings you gave me to grill the small pig meat you traded to me earlier. Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback, finding it both amusing and exasperating. This straightforward girl, Luo Shu-hee, was truly endearing in her honesty. The tools and seasonings were already in her possession, and Lin Nan had no way of monitoring their use. Even if Luo Shu-hee utilized them, he would remain unaware. Furthermore, Lin Nan had previously agreed upon the compensation for her assistance. Now Luo Shu-hee was thinking of grilling her own piece of meat. Everything is with you. Feel free to use it as you wish. Moreover, it was agreed that this barbecue would be compensated. There are still some vegetables and pork left. It should be sufficient for you all. If you do not mind, please feel free to consume the leftovers. I only need 2 plates. If there are no further barbecues, I shall give you another piece of meat. Lin Nan was not stingy. Indeed, Luo Shu-hee's culinary skills were simply exquisite. Lin Nan was already contemplating the next occasion for her to prepare a meal. After all, cooking during the day is a waste of time. It is far more prudent to open a few treasure chests. Cooking at night prevents one from going out. The space within the car is rather cramped, and Lin Nan instinctively preferred not to cook. Of course, the most crucial factor remained Luo Shu-hee's remarkable skills, which, in Lin Nan's eyes, were truly worth every penny. He chuckled inwardly, planning to entice her further, so that when his parents arrived, they could savor her creations, undoubtedly leaving them astounded. No, Brother Lin, you are my sister's benefactor. According to our family's customs, cooking is a matter of course and cannot possibly entail payment. I did not come here for compensation. In an instant, Lin Nan detected a hint of urgency in Luo Shu-hee's voice. However, her reaction left him somewhat exasperated. Shu-hee, let us not discuss the matter of benefactors any longer. I've already taken considerable advantage in the creation of the schematics. If you refuse to accept payment for your labor, I shall never again request your culinary services. Lin Nan spoke, feeling a pang in his heart. It is easy to fall from frugality into extravagance, but difficult to revert from extravagance to frugality. After experiencing Luo Shu-hee's delectable meals, Lin Nan vaguely understood what it meant to eat something so delicious it could make one's clothes burst. In comparison to the meals prepared by Luo Shu-hee, his own cooking was merely edible. However, his threat was evident to anyone. It lacked any real menace. Naturally, Luo Shu-hee recognized the reluctance in Lin Nan's tone and the facade of calm he attempted to maintain, which made her unable to suppress a laugh. But Luo Shu-hee did not confront Lin Nan. Brother Lin, do not be angry. Shu-hee acknowledges her mistake. I shall accept this payment just this once. And from now on, I will always prepare meals for Brother Lin. Always. Lin Nan felt a surge of joy and satisfaction. Nevertheless, it seemed there was a hint of ambiguity. Never mind, let's eat first. There are still matters to attend to. Subsequently, Luo Shu-hee realized there was a slight issue with what she had just said. Blushing, she felt too embarrassed to message Lin Nan again. Moreover, she was genuinely hungry. After the wilderness challenge in the afternoon, her sister had sustained an injury while pursuing a treasure chest, leaving her in a state of panic. Coming back to her senses, she realized she was already famished. Especially now, with the enticing aroma filling the car, her mouth watered uncontrollably. It smells so good, sister. Have you prepared delicious food at home? I want to eat. Hearing the sleepy mumblings, Luo Shu-hee could only laugh helplessly. At that moment, Luo Shu-hee, just awakening, believed she was still at home. Once she opened her drowsy eyes and followed the scent to see the barbecue sizzling with oil on the grill, she could not tear her gaze away. At this moment, Luo Shu-hee remembered where she was, and her expression of surprise deepened. Sister, where did you get this barbecue? It's amazing. Could it be from a treasure chest? With that, Luo Shu-hee leaned closer, her head ducking down to grab a piece of meat directly from the plate with her mouth. Yes, it's hot. So delicious. Take it slow. Take it slow. No one is trying to snatch it from you. There is plenty of food. Instantly, the small confines of the car were filled with the laughter of the two sisters. On the other side, Lin Nan savored his barbecue delightfully, tidying up the car's interior afterward. He then glanced down at the 2 schematics in his hand. Standard long spear manufacturing blueprint, powerful single-shot crossbow manufacturing blueprint. These 2 schematics were not listed for sale in any shop. Lin Nan had no intention of putting these 2 blueprints up for sale. They differed from the anti-inflammatory medicine blueprint. The anti-inflammatory medicine could save a player's life, while these 2 blueprints pertained to weapons. They not only facilitated players in their wilderness challenges, but could also threaten their lives. Lin Nan never doubted the treachery of human nature. Currently, the seemingly peaceful and harmonious regional chatroom undoubtedly harbored players willing to take desperate measures to kill and steal. There existed self-serving rogues. Even though Lin Nan had yet to encounter any players, he was certain that one day he would. Luo Shu-hee and Luo Shu-hee were the finest examples. In their previous conversation, Lin Nan learned from Luo Shu-hee that they had encountered each other at noon. This meant that there was indeed a possibility for players to cross paths. Lin Nan did not wish for a day to come when others wielded weapons he had crafted, threatening his life. However, it was also impossible not to engage in trade. Weapons are a double-edged sword. They possess both benefits and detriments. Lin Nan needed to exercise caution. This was also the reason he retained these two blueprints. After pondering for a while, Lin Nan took the opportunity to digest the delectable food in his stomach. Gradually, a clear idea formed in his mind. Chapter 23, Little Cook's Shop. The standard long spear could be sold in part. The powerful single-shot crossbow would not be sold for the time being. For Lin Nan, the spear held advantages over the short-handled iron shovel. However, it still fell into the category of melee weapons. The powerful single-shot crossbow, on the other hand, was undoubtedly a formidable ranged weapon at this stage. If it fell into the hands of someone with ill intentions, it could very well threaten his life. Without proper means to counteract, sales must be strictly controlled. While Lin Nan was deep in thought, the regional chat room exploded with activity due to a picture posted by Luo Shuhi. Thank you, Big Brother Lin, for the opportunity. I did not let you down. The image, barbecue presentation, neatly cut vegetables, and uniformly sized pieces of meat were artfully arranged, creating a striking sense of layering that drove the players, already in a state of hunger, into a frenzy. My goodness, this truly is a survival game on the highway. Good heavens, it's only the first day, and Big Brother Lin is already feasting on such a sumptuous barbecue. Is it possible that in 7 days, Big Brother Lin will be enjoying a full-course meal? Big Brother Lin is incredible, and so is Big Sister Luo. This knife skill, this presentation, what culinary artistry. Big Sister Luo, take good care of Big Brother Lin. The task of ensuring our survival rests upon you. To capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. I do not know about Big Brother Lin's heart, but his stomach is undoubtedly well secured. Incredible, the traditional skills of the people of Xia country. Even in such harsh conditions, players could not help but unleash their true nature, especially as this world's chat remained unregulated. As time passed, the content of the chat room became increasingly risque. Luo Shuhi herself was left speechless. She merely wished to demonstrate her culinary prowess, proving that Lin Nan did not choose unwisely. How did the players even come up with names for the children? Luo Shuhi blushed, while her sister, Luo Yuhi, eagerly joined in, finding the situation amusing. Wow, I wake up, and there's already a brother-in-law. However, just for the sake of this barbecue, I can accept this brother-in-law. You should be grateful to me. The barbecue was earned through my efforts. Oomph. However, the joyful atmosphere of the regional chat room was soon disrupted by a startled exclamation. Oh my goodness, help. There are wolves. My vehicle is surrounded by a pack of wolves. Help. After sending the message, a brief video followed. In the dim light, a broken van's window glimmered with a greenish glow, accompanied by occasional low, rumbling growls. Alarmed, I hurriedly rolled up the window and locked the doors. What is this? My car's interior lights are off. Howard reassured, bro, don't panic. If you're scared, rush over to Lin Dalao's shop. They have vehicle armor available, and the game can automatically install it for you. No need to worry. With so many items in Dalao's shop, it's no surprise that not everything can be observed. 2 units of metal blocks can create a piece of armor. That's incredibly cheap. Brothers, let us go. Grateful for Lin Dalao's vehicle armor, I felt much more secure with the now sturdier vehicle. I resumed slurping my instant noodles, even turning on the lights in front of the wolf pack. Let us reinforce this. I mused. If only we had reinforced glass windows. The original glass in this vehicle is quite disconcerting. Luo Yuha suddenly had an idea. Sister, I recall coming across a blueprint for reinforced glass before meeting you. Where did you put it? We should open a shop. Luo Shuha realized that amidst her focus on her sister's matters and cooking for Lin Nan, she had forgotten to set up a shop. They happened to have a blueprint for reinforced glass, which they quickly retrieved. Luo Yuha, quicker on her feet, snatched it up and got to work. Once a titan of the online world, her familiarity with the game interface far surpassed that of her sister. Before long, a small shop appeared in the trading area, accompanied by a message in the chat room. I just opened a small chef's shop, featuring reinforced glass items. You can create them with just 3 units of glass. Indeed, reinforced glass is available. Brothers, let us charge ahead. It seemed I could finally sleep soundly tonight. Luo Shuha stared at the chat messages, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Little chef shop? You. Don't be mad, sister. This is leveraging traffic. Look, Lin Dalao is the absolute top streamer in the chat room. It's a perfect opportunity to boost our shop's visibility. But we really did cook. Dalao was quite satisfied. My goodness, sister, look at our materials. Wow. The glass is about to explode. Hearing this, Luo Shuha's attention was successfully diverted. She remained blissfully unaware of the sly smile lurking beneath Luo Yuha's delighted expression. Lin Nan also purchased the reinforced glass. Compared to the 4 pieces of vehicle armor needed for a full vehicle upgrade, only 3 pieces of reinforced glass sufficed. Observing the significantly sturdier van windows, Lin Nan felt a sense of relief. However, the appearance of the wolf pack presented Lin Nan with an unexpected opportunity. Currently selling standard spears, blueprints, electronic components, and herbs prioritized. Other valuable items can be discussed privately. The image displayed a standard spear, classified as a weapon and a long-range weapon. Today, I encountered a snake in the wilderness. With this spear, I would dare to fight. Dalao, I have blueprints. I want to trade for one. The vehicle is shaking, and I'm afraid. A wave of standard spear sales resulted in Lin Nan receiving 1 unit of electronic components and 1 unit of herbs, along with several blueprints. Among them was one blueprint that particularly thrilled Lin Nan. Vehicle Cooling Film Blueprint Chapter 2. Day, Diverging Path Vehicle Cooling Film Blueprint Materials Required. 10 units of rubber. 2 units of special paint. 500 milliliters of water. Effect: greatly reduces ultraviolet radiation and lowers the interior temperature. What a remarkable find. Observing the benefits of the vehicle cooling film, Lin Nan could not suppress his excitement. Unintentionally, Lin Nan discovered that after 2 successful sales, he had acquired such a valuable item. He also comprehended why the player who sold it had yet to use the blueprint. The materials required for the vehicle cooling film were not only outrageously demanding 500 milliliters of water, but also included a type of material Lin Nan had never encountered before: special paint. This was a novel material, explaining why the player opted to sell it. Indeed, the dangers of the night had spurred players to unleash their potential. Otherwise, Lin Nan would never have had the chance to acquire such a blueprint. Naturally, the player was astute during the transaction, proposing a condition. In the future, once the player had the materials, they could produce it without limitation at the original price. Essentially, the player was trading the blueprint to Lin Nan while retaining partial manufacturing rights, akin to an agent. Furthermore, the player guaranteed that their resale price would never be lower than Lin Nan's. In essence, it meant, Lin Dalao, I'm selling you the blueprint. In the future, you get the meat, and I'll settle for the soup. In the desolate wilderness, a cooling coating was akin to a luxury item. Lin Nan believed that in the future, any player with ample materials or supplies would not overlook it. He decided to store the blueprint for now and post a notice in a shop seeking to purchase special paint. Additionally, he showcased all the other blueprints he had acquired in a shop. With 3 successful transactions, Lin Nan gained a clearer understanding of the player's potential. Much like water in a sponge, there was still more to be squeezed out. Once again, another blueprint appeared, no less than a treasure. This further affirmed that throughout the day, players had indeed uncovered quite a few valuable items. Other players were oblivious to Lin Nan's thoughts. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly lament. Lin Dalao, you have no good items left, do you? We truly have none. Absolutely none. To be candid, the outcome of the standard spear transaction entirely exceeded Lin Nan's expectations. With vehicle armor and reinforced glass already available, he initially thought the desire to trade for standard spears would be weak. However, he miscalculated players' tenacity when it came to survival. They truly did not mind having more cards up their sleeves, even if it was only a slight enhancement. Indeed, the sheer volume of transactions proved to be the day's greatest gain. Lin Nan never anticipated that after nightfall, his acquisitions would surpass those of the day. However, this surplus referred to quantity. In terms of quality, the afternoon's brave challenges yielded the most formidable rewards. Yet, it was time to conclude the day. Lin Nan gathered materials and crafted 3 powerful single-shot crossbows, trading them to the Luo Shuha sisters. After a brief chat with Luo Shuha, fatigue began to wash over him. After bidding farewell, he retired for the night. Having eaten well and completed his tasks, he prepared for slumber. A night without further events passed. In a state of confusion, Lin Nan suddenly awoke with a start. As he surveyed the interior of the vehicle, memories of the previous day began to resurface. He had traversed into a world of road survival. Now it was already the second day. Turning his head, Lin Nan gazed out the window at the still darkened skies, mentally noting the game interface. The displayed time read 5:29 a.m. Awakening unexpectedly early, Lin Nan pondered whether this was the allure of retiring to bed early. Shaking his head, he sat up, leaning against the wall of the vehicle. Although it seemed he had been busy for an extended period the previous night, he was certain he had fallen asleep well before 9 o'clock. Rising early, he had enjoyed over 8 hours of rest. After stretching, a rumble from his stomach signaled hunger. With half an hour until dawn, he contemplated what to eat. A hearty meal would fuel his efforts for the day. The pangs of hunger invigorated Lin Nan. He climbed out of his sleeping bag, stuffed his blankets and pillow into the mattress, and folded it in half. He then propped up the back seat with satisfaction at his efficient tidying. However, the thought of food inexplicably brought to mind Luo Shuhi. It was not that Lin Nan harbored any ulterior motives. He simply craved her culinary skills. Despite his musings, he did not reach out to her, as time was of the essence. He retrieved some provisions he had left from the previous day, a packet of instant noodles, a sausage, and 3 marinated eggs. The noodles and sausage were treasures he had claimed himself, while the marinated eggs were bartered for using a standard spear, 3 eggs for 1 spear. He relished them, and since the spear was merely rare and not overly costly, he was more than willing to trade for desired items. After finishing his meal, Lin Nan tidied up. Noticing the daylight streaming in, he felt the temperature slowly rising. Suddenly, with a buzz, the van shook slightly and sped away. The refreshing morning breeze flowed through the window cracks, pleasantly brushing against Lin Nan's face. He squinted against the light and hummed a tune. However, after driving a few hundred meters without encountering a single treasure chest, Lin Nan found himself at a fork in the road. In the endless desert, the early sun cast its rays. A wide 8-lane road was divided in two, one 4-lane road veering left and another 4-lane road veering right. Chapter 25. A surprise arrives. Both sides appeared identical, left or right. Lin Nan stroked his chin, indecisive, and decided to check the regional chat for guidance. The chat was bustling with activity, messages rapidly scrolling. Brothers, I've come across a fork in the road. What a coincidence. I encountered one too. Me too. It seemed everyone was facing the same dilemma. So, which way shall we choose? How about men left, women right? Come on, at a time like this. Are we really distinguishing by gender? Aren't we all just sand people? Glancing away, Lin Nan returned to his thoughts. This must be the change of the second day, the fork in the road. He wondered what differences lay between the left and right paths. Some in the chat called for Lin Nan to weigh in, yet he paid them no mind. How could he possibly know which road to choose? Even if he did, who could guarantee that every player faced the same fork? In uncertainty, Lin Nan glanced at the minimap system and was taken aback. At some point, an arrow had appeared on the minimap. Following the arrow from his current location, he was startled to find it pointed to the right fork. It appeared the minimap system was suggesting he take the right path. Resolute, Lin Nan pressed the accelerator and drove off without hesitation. Other players, after much deliberation, ultimately made their choices and continued driving. With the morning still cool, no one wanted to waste time. The van roared forward, racing along the endless desert highway. As time passed, however, Lin Nan's brow furrowed in concern. A glance at the fuel gauge indicated he had traveled nearly 100 kilometers without encountering a single treasure chest. What could be amiss? In confusion, Lin Nan accelerated, pushing the van speed to 120 kilometers per hour, causing the vehicle to sway slightly. This was its limit. While Lin Nan faced a dearth of treasures, the regional chat told a different story. Players frequently shared their findings, amplifying Lin Nan's puzzlement. Brothers, what is going on today? I've clearly felt an increase in treasure chests. After driving 30 kilometers, I've found 3. Can you believe it? Haha, my dynamic vision is superb. I once appeared on a game show, driving 50 kilometers and collecting 6 treasure chests. Damn it, lucky one. Did you stumble upon a treasure trove? I've driven over 30 kilometers and found nothing. I'm so scared I might starve today. Since morning, the regional chat had showcased 2 starkly contrasting scenarios. One group finding treasures galore, and another group, like Lin Nan, coming up empty-handed. At that moment, a message from Luo Shuhe appeared. Lingo, are you there? Yes, I'm here. What is happening today? He and I have driven almost 70 kilometers and Haven T encountered a single treasure chest. Luo Shuhe and Luo Yuhe, one driving while the other searched for treasures, operated far more efficiently than a solitary player, reducing their chances of missing out on treasures. Lin Nan refrained from replying and instead inquired, Shuhe, which direction did you choose? Direction? The left. Shuhe chose the left while he chose the right, and both ended up with nothing. It seemed the outcome had nothing to do with the chosen paths. Moreover, the regional chat reflected a similar divide. Coupled with the minimap suggestion, Lin Nan began to formulate a bold theory. It was likely that one road increased the number of treasure chests while the other enhanced their quality. Realizing this, Lin Nan's smile returned. Shuhe, don't worry. I have a premonition that a surprise awaits us ahead. A surprise? Lingo, what does that mean? Wait, could it be that you Haven T encountered any treasure either? A surprise? Luo Shuhe, astute as ever, understood at once. Lingo, are you implying that our lack of treasure chests might lead us to encounter even higher-level treasures? Precisely. Otherwise, if one path yielded no treasure, the game might as well let us perish. I suspect that the fork we just encountered led one path to significantly increase treasure quantity, while the other enhanced treasure quality. Though it was speculation, Lin Nan's tone exuded conviction. He firmly believed in the minimap system. Just as he was about to exchange a few more words with Luo Shuhe, a blue dot on the minimap caught his attention. A thought surged in his mind. Treasure was near. Moreover, observing the colors, it is indeed a rare treasure chest. This is a chest that could only be obtained in the wilderness yesterday. In an instant, Lin Nan was filled with anticipation for today's journey. Shuhe, I can't talk right now. I see a treasure chest. It's blue. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuhe was equally astonished. Just yesterday, she and her sister nearly risked their lives to acquire a blue treasure chest, and now they encountered one on the highway. Lin, you go ahead. My sister and I will focus on driving. Lin Nan, equipped with a mini-map system, was unafraid to let his mind wander while driving, unlike other players. Even the Luo sisters had to maintain their focus while alternating driving duties, ever vigilant for treasure chests. They certainly did not wish to miss any opportunity. At this moment, Lin Nan had already reached the chest. With a swift stroke of his shovel, the chest creaked open. Chapter 26. The luck of the four-leaf clover. As Lin Nan stood 3 or 4 meters away from the chest, he heard a familiar clucking sound once it opened. Confirming there was no danger, he hurried closer. Peering inside, he was taken aback to find 4 creatures adorned with yellow feathers. For hens? What on earth? Treasure chest. Are you truly capable of producing anything? He mused. The visual disparity between roosters and hens is quite pronounced. Roosters boast vibrant red combs and striking appearances, while hens are rather plain and simply resemble chickens. However, upon reflection, this peculiar situation was rather amusing. In the animal kingdom, male creatures typically flaunt their beauty to attract females, yet here, it amusingly reversed with humans. The 4 hens, startled by the sudden appearance of a head above the chest, clustered together and began to cluck in alarm. Then, 4 white eggs rolled out from beneath them. Lin Nan was taken aback. You laid eggs just by seeing me? Are you trying to pull a fast one? I'll be sure to eat all the eggs you lay today. After casting a pointed glare at the 4 hens, Lin Nan soon broke into a grin. They were indeed strategic food sources. Not only could they lay fresh eggs, but there was also chicken meat to be had during times of scarcity. Fried chicken legs and cola chicken wings. It seemed the hens sensed Lin Nan's ulterior motives and were genuinely frightened enough to drop their eggs. Laughing, Lin Nan collected the 5 eggs and crafted a wooden cage from some timber, placing it on the rear seat. He captured 2 hens, bringing them into the vehicle, and then took out a pack of crackers, crushed them, and scattered them inside, along with a small iron bowl to hold a bit of water. Eat well, drink well, and lay plenty of eggs, or else. Having settled these matters, Lin Nan returned to the driver's seat, excitement bubbling within him as he revved the engine and hit the road once more. Soon, half an hour passed without encountering another treasure chest, when suddenly, a private message flashed on his screen. It was from Luo Shuhe. Linga, I found something wonderful. Luo Shuhe presented a blueprint on the trading panel, declaring it a 4-cylinder engine manufacturing blueprint. The required materials included 20 units of metal blocks, 30 units of manufacturing parts, and 1 unit of electronic components. Its effect was to elevate the vehicle's speed to 220 kilometers per hour, contingent upon the vehicle's strength. The loading limit was for level 2 vehicles and above. From their previous conversations, Luo Shuhe had discerned Lin Nan's remarkable speed. She even did a quick calculation, which astonished her. Lin Nan was indeed driving at nearly the fastest speed of a van. Although she was unaware of how he managed this, she wisely refrained from asking. Upon acquiring the blueprint, she immediately understood that Lin Nan would likely need it, prompting her to hurry and share it with him. Upon reading Luo Shuhe's message, Lin Nan was momentarily stunned, realizing the utility of this item. With the system at hand, he genuinely found the vehicle's speed to be lacking. However, what astonished him even more was the information revealed by the manufacturing blueprint, electronic components, and level 2 vehicles. Though he did not understand the correlation between electronic components and engines, he was certain of their significance as materials for crafting higher-tier items. Simultaneously, he learned for the first time that vehicle equipment had level requirements. Regrettably, he still had no knowledge of how to upgrade to a level 2 vehicle. With a sigh, Lin Nan returned to reality. Shuhe, you're not planning to gift this to me again, are you? Linga, don't worry. I know you don't appreciate that. I want to do it again in the future. This time, it's a fair trade. I'll craft it. And you just owe me a handling fee for 1 electronic component. Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback, nearly choking on his own surprise. Was this retribution? Yet, considering the rarity of a 4-cylinder engine, Luo Shuhe's price was indeed reasonable, especially since it was a manufacturing blueprint obtained from a rare treasure chest. However, facing Luo Shuhe's approach of utilizing his own materials for profit left Lin Nan somewhat unsettled. After a long pause, he finally spoke. All right, once I find a way to upgrade the vehicle to level 2, I'll come to you for the exchange. Linga, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll continue driving. With that, Luo Shuhe vanished from his screen. Lin Nan shook his head, not dwelling on it. However, when he encountered the next treasure chest and opened it, his composure shattered. Inside lay a one-time manufacturing blueprint. At first glance, it seemed rather ordinary, yet the item crafted from it was anything but mundane. A lucky 4-leaf clover, one-time manufacturing blueprint. The required materials included 1 unit of beast essence, 100 units of wood, 100 units of stone, and 5 units of fragrant wood. Its effect was to significantly enhance the player's luck, greatly increasing the probability of obtaining rare items from treasure chests. Lin Nan was astounded, genuinely taken aback. Just moments ago, he had discovered hens in one chest, and now he was presented with an item akin to a wonder that could boost his luck. His speed in opening chests was already superior to other players, and now he had the potential to increase the likelihood of acquiring rare items. I must craft this. The sooner, the better. Taking a deep breath, Lin Nan examined the required materials. The demand for wood and stone was substantial. While other players might find this troublesome, it posed no issue for Lin Nan. He had a shop at his disposal, ready to supply his needs. The 5 units of fragrant wood were also manageable. Although Lin Nan had a limited supply of fragrant wood, he had collected some thanks to a vehicle-mounted aromatic crafting blueprint he had received yesterday. Recognizing the scarcity of fragrant materials, he increased the crafting fee to earn a bit of profit, which now proved fortuitous. The only unfamiliar material was the beast essence. A first for him. Could it be obtained from hunting beasts? This posed a challenge. He couldn't possibly wait for the next brave challenge to attempt hunting a beast. As Lin Nan found himself in a quandary, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Chapter 27. Every peck and heart must have its destiny. If one were to inquire who understands beasts better than Lin Nan at this juncture, the first person that would spring to his mind is Luo Shuhe. Just yesterday, he had heard her recount how she and her sister had engaged in a skirmish with a beast. It was also due to this encounter that Luo Shuhe had sustained injuries. Now, with the matter of crafting the lucky 4-leaf clover at hand, Lin Nan felt no need to be overly courteous with Luo Shuhe. After a moment of careful consideration, he sent her a private message. Shuhe, are you there? I have something I wish to inquire about. It's Lin Ge. Just a moment, I'm driving. I'll switch with you. All right, before long. Luo Shuhe replied. Lin Ge, what is up? Why the sudden message? This was the first time Lin Nan had taken the initiative to reach out, and given Luo Shuhe's understanding of him, she could tell he was in a hurry. It wasn't anything of great consequence. He merely wished to ask if she was aware of what a beast's soul was. A beast's soul? Could it be that Lin Ge has slain a beast? She pondered. No, if Lin Ge had killed a beast, he wouldn't be asking me this. He must need the beast's soul as a material for a new blueprint, perhaps. Luo Shuhe quickly grasped the essence of Lin Nan's inquiry. Indeed, I have a blueprint that requires a beast's soul. I suspected that the material was related to beasts, but I didn't expect it to be true. Lin Nan was not one to pry into others' experiences and was unaware of the events that transpired during Luo Shuhe's brave challenge the day prior. Nor did he know they had truly killed a beast. He had assumed they had merely clashed with one and seized a treasure chest from it. Lin Ye, I'll trade you the beast's soul. It's of no immediate use to me. Lin Nan indeed desired it, yet upon reflection, he realized he had little of value to offer in exchange. Would medicine suffice? Or perhaps food? It seemed that Luo Shuhe was not in dire need of either. Moreover, the value of the beast's soul was difficult to ascertain. All right, Lin Ge. Now, both he and I possess powerful crossbows. If any brave challengers appear today, we will undoubtedly be able to defeat some weaker beasts and easily obtain a beast's soul. The beast shouldn't pose much of a problem for you now. If you feel indebted, you can return one to me later. Upon hearing Luo Shuhe's words, Lin Nan decided against being overly formal. The truth was, had he possessed a powerful crossbow yesterday, he would have dared to confront even the uninjured tiger. The absence of the beast's soul was only a temporary setback and did not signify that Lin Nan could not acquire it. I truly need it. I'll accept it for now, and I promise to return a beast's soul to you later. Or if you require something, just let me know. All right, Lin Ge. I'll remember that. I must go now. Yuhi still has her injuries, and I need to keep driving. Goodbye. Knowing that the roads today were filled with rare treasure chests, Luo Shuhe and her sister were racing against time, unwilling to squander a moment. Had Lin Nan not reached out, Luo Shuhe would have likely ignored everyone. After a brief farewell, Lin Nan gazed down at the beast soul in his hand, resembling a green orb of light, filled with profound emotion. He had not anticipated that by a stroke of fortune, he would so swiftly gather the materials needed for crafting the lucky 4-leaf clover. Any other player in the region would have found it impossible to collect the materials so effortlessly. Every action and decision is governed by destiny. Lin Nan's current ease was a product of all the fortunate coincidences that had preceded it. Exhaling deeply, Lin Nan ceased his wandering thoughts and approached the crafting station at the back of the vehicle. He placed the blueprint and materials upon the crafting table. Opening the game interface, he confirmed the creation of the lucky 4-leaf clover. As the words left his lips, a faint glow flickered across the crafting station. Moments later, the light faded, revealing a small and delicate ornament. It was roughly the size of a palm, with a brown circular base atop, which stood a vibrant green 4-leaf clover. The 4 leaves sparkled with a crystalline sheen, resembling real leaves, and upon closer inspection, one could catch a whiff of a faint grassy fragrance. To his astonishment, after expending such a wealth of resources, the item produced was merely an ornament. Lin Nan recalled that crafting this ornament alone consumed 100 units of wood. Holding it in his palm, Lin Nan examined it from various angles, yet he could discern no apparent differences. Perhaps further study would be necessary. According to the instructions, placing it in the vehicle would activate its effects. He was eager to see what delightful surprises awaited him when opening treasure chests next. Returning to the driver's seat, Lin Nan chose an optimal position on the dashboard and placed the lucky 4-leaf clover upon it. He then continued driving the van forward. After traversing several dozen minutes, a new blue dot suddenly shimmered on the mini-map system. Another treasure chest had appeared. With anticipation swelling within him, Lin Nan swiftly parked the vehicle near the chest, one hand gripping a shovel and the other a crossbow, and excitedly approached the treasure. As usual, he opened the chest, but upon seeing the items inside, his eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 28, Level 2 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Is this real? What one thinks one receives. Before Lin Nan lay a blueprint for an upgrade. Level 2 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint, one-time use. Upgrade materials, 500 units of metal blocks, 300 units of manufacturing parts, 200 units of glass, 100 units of wood, 100 units of cotton cloth, 100 units of plastic, and 3 units of electronic components. Effect significantly enhances vehicle structural strength, provides greater space and a more comfortable driving environment, and allows for the installation of additional vehicle equipment. The efficacy description was succinct, yet could not conceal Lin Nan's exhilaration. After the vehicle upgrade, the mere ability to accommodate a 4-cylinder engine would dramatically increase speed, which was already a significant gain. However, as he surveyed the materials required for the upgrade, Lin Nan couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. The materials needed for this upgrade were indeed daunting. Aside from the electronic components, all the other materials were quantified in hundreds. A cursory glance at the upgrade materials list assured Lin Nan that, at this stage, only he could possibly procure them. Any other player would find it utterly impossible. Even if they were to scrape together conventional materials, they would struggle to collect them. The 3 units of electronic components alone posed a formidable hurdle. What Lin Nan had not anticipated was that his initial intent in collecting electronic components was due to the requirements for a water purifier. He had stockpiled them in anticipation of potential future appreciation. Yet, even if he could not resell them at a high price, their ability to alleviate Lin Nan's material collection woes was already a substantial gain. Could this be considered a fortunate twist of fate? But now, he would eat a trouble Luo, Shu, he once more. After upgrading the vehicle, Lin Nan was determined to acquire the 4-cylinder engine. Setting aside distractions, he began to mobilize the resources of his store. However, shortly after embarking on resource gathering, Lin Nan realized that he had been somewhat overly optimistic. The 3 materials, metal blocks, component parts, and glass, were relatively easy to manage, with the quantities in his shop's warehouse surpassing the requirements for upgrading. Yet to his dismay, he found himself lacking in the 2 comparatively scarce materials, plastic and cotton cloth. Fortunately, Lin Nan had established a commendable reputation in the chat room the previous day. Without expending much effort, he successfully exchanged for the necessary supplies in the trading zone. Gazing at the materials piled next to the van, which were no less voluminous than the vehicle itself, Lin Nan couldn't help but rub his temples. The materials required for upgrading the vehicle were indeed substantial. He eagerly anticipated what the car would look like post-upgrade. With a sigh of wonder, Lin Nan commenced operations at the crafting table. He opened the game panel and confirmed the upgrade to a Level 2 vehicle. As he spoke, a brilliant light erupted, enveloping all the materials and the van's entire body in its glow. The radiance persisted for a full minute before gradually fading from the front of the vehicle. Slowly, a bold, angular front end emerged. It appeared to be no longer a mere van. As the luminous aura receded, a tall 66 model pickup truck materialized before Lin Nan's eyes. This pickup was unlike any he had previously envisioned. Its cargo bed was not the open type, but rather a fully enclosed body. Through the window, he could discern that the interior featured only the front row of seats, accommodating just the driver and passenger, with no rear seating. Instead, there was a sizable, well-organized space. If it weren't for the height restrictions of the vehicle, Lin Nan felt that the rear area could almost be likened to a standing room, albeit slightly cramped. He mused that this Level 2 vehicle resembled a rudimentary camper van. Upon noticing the 6 large, dark tires, 3 on each side, his blood surged with excitement. This vehicle was far more exhilarating than the van. Lin Nan circled the truck, appreciating its design, before eagerly taking his place in the driver's seat. At that moment, he realized that the vehicle's upgrade had not only transformed its exterior, but had also brought about significant changes within. The configuration now rivaled that of a high-end pickup truck from the real world, boasting automatic transmission, air suspension, and genuine leather seats. If there were any drawbacks, it would be the absence of a sound system, speakers, and screens. The dashboard remained a mechanical instrument panel. Despite the upgrade, the lucky 4-leaf clover ornament remained securely placed on the dashboard. Supplies such as food were still stored in the passenger seat, while the rear space had transformed, with a bed now unfolded, occupying nearly half of the area. The other half was devoid of anything aside from the crafting table and a chicken coop. Beneath the floor at the back, there was a sizable hidden compartment, perfectly sized to accommodate the chicken coop. Lin Nan was exceedingly pleased with the internal space of the upgraded Level 2 vehicle, even feeling a surge of emotion. Compared to the previous, dilapidated van, the environment inside was vastly improved. At the very least, he could stretch out his legs comfortably while sleeping tonight. Moreover, he no longer had to worry about sharing his slumber with chickens. This upgrade had nearly depleted all of Lin Nan's materials, yet was undoubtedly worth every resource spent. The Level 2 vehicle had the following equipment loaded: crafting table, lucky 4-leaf clover ornament, vehicle body reinforcement, increasing the vehicle's body strength by 20, adding 5 to fuel consumption. Reinforced glass, enhancing the strength of the vehicle's glass by 50, new material tires, reducing fuel consumption by 10, and reinforced bumpers, boosting front and rear impact resistance by 150. The information regarding the vehicle on the game panel had also become more detailed. Subsequently, Lin Nan prepared the materials for crafting a 4-cylinder engine. After touching his nose, he opened the chat system. To his surprise, before he could utter a word, Luo Shu he had already sent him a private message. Chapter 29. The stimulated Luo Shu he upon opening the private message, a message greeted him. Linga, I've just unlocked a new crafting blueprint. Following this, there was an image of the crafting blueprint. Multifunctional anti-stab vest crafting blueprint crafting materials. 10 units of nylon, 10 units of plastic, 10 units of cotton cloth. Effect: a full-body protective item that effectively resists stabbing from knives, daggers, crossbow bolts, and other sharp objects. The moment Lin Nan laid eyes on the multifunctional anti-stab vest, he inexplicably glanced at the ornament on the dashboard. However, recalling the crafting blueprints he had obtained, the ornament crafting blueprint and the vehicle upgrade blueprint, he felt a sense of balance restore within him. At the same time, a thought arose in his mind. Trade. Immediately, with the multifunctional anti-stab vest, Lin Nan felt more assured when facing the challenges posed by brave adventurers. Craft me one. What will the crafting fee be? Plastic and cotton cloth were not overly rare materials, and Lin Nan had enough stock to craft one for himself. However, nylon was a different matter. Compared to plastic and cotton cloth, it was indeed somewhat rarer. Yet, it was merely a touch more scarce. In comparison to electronic components, the nylon available in the trading zone was abundant. Without much effort, Lin Nan traded for some nylon. If other players were to do the crafting, the fee would at least be 10 units of nylon, but for Linga, I'll give it to you at half price. Only 5 units of nylon. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan stumbled slightly. Goodness, he had thought she was bringing him good news, but it turned out she was here to take advantage of him. Lin Nan seriously suspected that when Luo Shu he had previously informed him about unlocking the 4-cylinder engine crafting blueprint, she harbored similar intentions. Nevertheless, Lin Nan was more than happy to comply. Just as he had initially envisioned, he sought to claim the largest slice of the cake. By trading, he could acquire rare resources from countless players, ensuring profitability without risk. Just like the 4-cylinder engine and multifunctional anti-stab vest that Luo Shu he had unlocked. In the survival world, enhancing one's strength was paramount. No matter how many resources one possessed, if they could not be circulated, they served no purpose. Hand over the resources, and I want a full set. Linga was quite generous. Additionally, craft me a 4-cylinder engine as well, and I'll provide the materials. Then, he added, and here's the service fee: 5 units of nylon and 1 unit of electronic components. To his surprise, after Lin Nan finished speaking, Luo Shu he was momentarily taken aback. Linga, you want exchange for a 4-cylinder engine? Has your vehicle been upgraded to level 2? Image shocked. Lin Nan smiled faintly and immediately sent an image. Image, a formidable 66 pickup truck. Upon seeing this, Luo Shu he silently declined Lin Nan's offered service fee. Linga, this time the crafting will be on the house. Can you share information regarding the level 2 vehicle upgrade with Shuhi? Upon hearing this, Lin Nan was somewhat surprised and regarded Luo Shu he with newfound respect. No worries, you've already lent me the beast spirit, so you'll find out about this news sooner or later. Lin Nan submitted the trade request again, but Luo Shu he still refused. Linga, if you keep insisting, I want to need the information. Seeing Luo Shu he's persistence, Lin Nan had no choice but to relent. In my heart, I contemplated how this obstinate little girl, Pian would one day receive a proper lesson. So, it seems I'm the only one who can benefit from you. You cannot gain even a slight advantage over me, can you? Silently, Lin sent 2 screenshots of production diagrams. One was the blueprint for upgrading to a level 2 vehicle, and the other depicted the blueprint for the decorative YCO of fortune. Upon gazing at the blueprint for upgrading the vehicle, Lu Shh was left dumbfounded, utterly astonished by the sheer volume of resources required. Subsequently, she was further captivated by the remarkable effects of the decorative item. To think such extraordinary treasures could emerge from the treasure chest. After a considerable pause, Lu Sh's gaze returned to N's avatar, her expression becoming somewhat peculiar. One fortunate encounter surpasses another. Initially, she believed that she and her sister were already quite lucky. Little did she know, in comparison to Lin, they were merely a minor presence. Simultaneously, Lu Sh gained a clearer understanding of the resources in Lin's possession. He was incredibly wealthy. With that realization, Lu Sh ceased her chatter and promptly began crafting. After trading Lin a multifunctional anti-stab vest for the 4-cylinder engine, she left a weighty remark before vanishing. Brother Lin, the items are for you. I'm off to drive. This little girl must have been quite stimulated. Lin and chugging from their previous conversation, he learned that Lu Sh was younger than him by a few months. He was also surprised to discover that Lu Sh and her sister were twins. Previously, Lin had subconsciously assumed that Lu Yh was significantly younger than Lu Sh. Truly, it echoes the saying, life is unpredictable, and the unexpected often happens. Closing the chat, Lin set the multifunctional anti-stab vest aside and directed his attention to the 4-cylinder engine. Loading the equipment, 4-cylinder engine. As he spoke, the engine transformed into a flash of light, merging with the vehicle. The car shuddered slightly. The vehicle now boasted an additional feature, the 4-cylinder engine. 4-cylinder engine. Current vehicle speed is 150 km per hour. An increase of 100 fuel consumption can elevate the speed to 220 km per hour. Following the upgrade, the vehicle's initial speed rose from 120 km per hour to 150 km per hour. However, this was not merely a 30 km per hour increase. The previous Van's actual daily maximum speed, if accurately stated, was only 100 km per hour. A speed of 120 km per hour was already considered overloaded, constrained by the vehicle structure, making it unsustainable over long distances. Conversely, a level 2 vehicle can maintain a stable speed of 150 km per hour. After loading the 4-cylinder engine, as long as one is willing to burn fuel, it could even sustain a speed of 220 km per hour for an extended duration. This was nothing short of a qualitative leap. Of course, the fundamental fuel consumption for a level 2 vehicle per kilometer also increased from 1 unit to 2 units. Moreover, with a 4-cylinder engine, if Lin wished to maintain a speed of 220 km per hour, his fuel consumption would quadruple. This was an exceedingly extravagant figure. Having successfully loaded the 4-cylinder engine, Lin understood that this engine was merely a name. Its effects were not intrinsically related to the 4-cylinder designation. It seemed he would need to acquire more fuel by noon. At the current rate of consumption, the fuel he had previously acquired would undoubtedly be insufficient for a day's use. Exhaling deeply, Lin's gaze regained clarity and determination as he focused on the road ahead. The upgrade of the vehicle had consumed nearly half an hour. It was time to accelerate. Fastening his seatbelt, Lin pressed the accelerator to the floor. The massive pickup truck instantly transformed into a shadow, darting forth with incredible speed. Chapter 30, the Minimap System Upgrade. An underlying crisis following this, Lin north sped down the road. During this time, private messages remained quiet, undisturbed by any interruptions. As time passed, players in the area began to stir. Those who had previously boasted about opening numerous treasure chests now felt a wave of anxiety as they witnessed others flaunting blue chests. They had once thought themselves fortunate, endlessly opening treasure after treasure, only to realize, alas, the true fool was themselves. Haha, blue chests. What would yesterday's brave challengers to death think upon learning this? Driving requires a level 2 blue chest. It's simply irresistible. I opened 5 electronic components. Tonight, I shall feast on barbecued meat and drink cola. I am utterly distressed. I found 100 units of metal blocks in the blue chest, and it filled my vehicle to the brim. I'm also in despair. I got some special paint. But what use is that? Special paint? Are you foolish? Haven't you seen LNDLO's declaration? He is currently collecting such materials. Never mind. I won't waste more time with you. I must focus on driving. Tonight, I shall treat myself well. Let us go. Let us drive with purpose. During the daylight hours, there were fewer people chatting in the regional chat room, and few drivers were distracted. After all, players could only obtain treasure chests during the day. Moreover, with half the players able to secure blue chests today, it drove them into a frenzy. The other half were equally frenzied, driving with noticeably greater speed than the previous day. They intended to win by sheer numbers. Lin, the master of this frenzy, was no exception. On the spacious road, he sped at 220 km per hour. To his astonishment, after upgrading his vehicle, he discovered that his mini-map system had also been enhanced. The display remained with 10 circles, but each circle's scale had doubled. Now, Lin felt even more at ease, driving with greater exhilaration. On the highway, within a dilapidated van, a girl with glasses and braided hair sat upright, clumsily operating the vehicle while cautiously surveying her surroundings. The car moved slowly, yet she remained vigilant. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of an engine erupted behind her. The girl, now with unkempt hair, barely registered the sound before a shadow zipped past her vehicle. The 30 kilometers per hour speed of her van was virtually negligible compared to Lin's 220 kilometers per hour. By the time she regained her senses, she could only see a shadow racing down the endless road ahead. What has passed by? A mythical beast? Such speed? However, the girl soon brushed the incident aside. Taking a deep breath, she refocused on her quest for treasure chests. Meanwhile, Lin had also noticed this player. The mini-map distinctly displayed a small green vehicle, indicating a player's presence. Green? However, upon encountering this player, Lin had no intention of stopping or interacting. Soon, he dismissed the thought entirely, instead pondering whether being ahead of this player would prevent them from obtaining any treasure chests he might find. Upon the sudden emergence of this thought, Lin Nan swiftly dismissed it. It could not be that simple. He refused to believe that this road was a tangible and endless pathway where all players traversed together. Previously, the simultaneous encounter with a fork in the road by all players served as evidence. Exhaling deeply, Lin Nan refrained from overthinking and continued to drive. Before long, the morning had passed. Thanks to his vehicle upgrades, Lin Nan had collected 8 treasure chests throughout the morning. Not only did the quality of the treasure chests on the road increase, but the quantity did not diminish. In fact, he opened even more than the previous day. The last treasure chest yielded 10 units of special paint. The remaining chests contained electronic components and other materials, as well as 3 blueprints. Remarkably, he also uncovered a blueprint for a one-time water generator, alongside another for a one-time car-mounted record player, which pleased Lin Nan immensely. However, despite the bountiful rewards, Lin Nan did not feel particularly elated. He realized that while the quality of the treasure chests had improved, the likelihood of acquiring food and water had decreased compared to the first day. Throughout the morning, he had only managed to obtain a bag of flour and the initial 4 hens, and then nothing more. This was with the advantage of possessing a lucky 4-leaf clover. This indicated that the difficulty of acquiring food had indeed increased. Yet, this was a survival game where the importance of sustenance was self-evident. At noon, the system's prompt suddenly resonated. The second wave of the Heroes Challenge had commenced, where rare treasure chests would refresh in the wilderness, flanking the highway between 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. Opening these chests could yield even more precious resources. This was a game for heroes. Survival was a personal choice, but heroes did not merely strive to exist. Best of luck to all players. Upon hearing the game notification, every player shivered involuntarily, as if the morning's joy had been doused with cold water. When players regained their senses, they discovered that the food they had obtained from treasure chests was pitifully scarce, casting a heavy shadow over their hearts. Chapter 31. I do not believe you are pure. After parking the vehicle, Lin Nan glanced at the regional chat room. At that moment, players, belatedly aware of their plight, began to beseech for food. Lin Nan sighed quietly, a disquieting suspicion stirring within him. The food acquired today was noticeably diminished. The already scarce water resources had also seen a significant drop in acquisition rates. Conversely, the duration of the Heroes Challenge had extended, with the treasure chests upgraded from rare to those of even greater rarity. Particularly concerning was the last line of the game prompt. Survival is a personal choice, which had morphed into merely surviving is a personal choice. Did this refer to players who opted not to participate in the Heroes Challenge? Reflecting on the day's unusual treasure chest outcomes, Lin Nan's thoughts grew increasingly lucid. It was as if the survival game were hastening players to partake in the Heroes Challenge. If one chose to merely survive, would they not be grateful for even the slightest morsel of food or water? Lin Nan took a deep breath, sensing he had discerned the malevolent intent behind the survival game, an insidious trap woven intricately. If players opted for mere survival, their existence would become increasingly arduous. One misstep would lead to further missteps. By the time players realized this, it would be too late, like frogs in slowly boiling water, or the dull blade that slices flesh. Had Lin Nan not reaped a bountiful harvest in the wilderness yesterday, acquiring a substantial amount of food, he would have found that this morning, the vast majority of items obtained from treasure chests were crafting materials or vehicle components. Only a scant few blueprints related to the Heroes Challenge emerged. The multifunctional anti-stab gear of Luo Shu He and her companions had become the pinnacle among the crafting blueprints shared by all players today. In comparison, Only a handful of blueprints for items such as large machetes or iron shields could be found. However, it was evident that none of these items surpassed the crossbow blueprint acquired by Luo Shu-he and her companions the previous day in the wilderness. It gave Lin Nan the impression that the yields from the wilderness the day before far outstripped those from the highway the following day. It appeared imperative to pay closer attention to today's Wilderness Heroes Challenge. With ample time remaining before the challenge commenced, Lin Nan seized the moment to replenish his energy and rest to gather strength. After parking the vehicle, he returned to the back seat and soon received an unexpected piece of good news. "Oh, you lot are quite commendable. In just the span of this morning, you managed to lay 3 eggs. This was a delightful surprise of moderate proportion. As for whether the egg-laying frequency was normal or reasonable, Lin Nan did not concern himself. A hen that could lay eggs was a good hen. He was too preoccupied to care. Existence itself justifies reason. Thus, at present, his provisions included some flour, 8 eggs, 3 pieces of pork from a small pig, a green onion, and several packs of biscuits. So, what would he have for lunch today? Breakfast had been a hasty affair, but lunch would be a grand meal. Lin Nan instinctively thought of Luo Shu-he, uncontrollably opening a private chat, while silently reasoning, "Cough. I am not seeking Luo Shu-he for delicious food. Rather, it is to ensure I am well fed to better participate in the afternoon's Heroes Challenge." Yes, that is it. While Lin Nan pondered what to have for lunch, on the other side, Luo Shu-he and her sister, Luo Yu-he, were equally troubled. They gazed at the sole food item unearthed that morning, a generous handful of chives. All that remained was a small piece of pork left over from yesterday. Staring at their meager food supply, the sisters exchanged helpless glances. This scene was not exclusive to them. It was mirrored among all players. Indeed, many treasure chests have been opened today, yet food was exceedingly scarce. "Sister, could it be that we will have grilled chive-wrapped pork for lunch today?" Lin Nan had given them a barbecue grill yesterday, which he had disdainfully left behind due to its bulk, yet it could still be utilized. Once these words were spoken, the sisters fell silent, their faces displaying reluctance. Grilled meat paired with chives? What a devilish combination. Yet, what choice did they have with their limited provisions? Had they not been fortunate enough to find a large bottle of water that morning, their circumstances would surely have been even more dire. "Yu-he, we only have these items. If it comes to it, we must make do." After all, they were in a survival world. Compared to most players, their situation was already quite favorable. At least they still had meat and vegetables, did they not? While the reasoning was sound, Luo Yu, he had just indulged in a lavish barbecue the day before. The thought of having to eat nothing but chive-wrapped pork for lunch today felt like a vast chasm separating heaven and earth. In fact, Luo Yu, he found herself yearning for the leftover barbecue from breakfast. It was worth noting that while she did not know how to cook, her father was a chef. Her mother was a chef, her grandparents were chefs, and her sister was a chef. As the youngest, she had never had to eat leftovers. "Sister, should you not seek out Lingo? Given your exquisite beauty, he will undoubtedly spare us a morsel to eat. If all else fails, let's endure a little discomfort. I must say, Lin Ji's profile picture is quite handsome, so you would not be a loss. Are you looking for trouble? Is your skin itching for a fight?" In this survival world, food is an exceedingly precious commodity. Even if Lin Gu offers it to us, we must resolutely refuse to accept it, even if it leads to our demise by hunger or thirst. If we desire food, we must exchange it for something of equal value. In response to my sister's scolding, Luo Yu, he nodded repeatedly. "Ah, yes, yes." Observing my sister's excessively perfunctory demeanor, Luo Shu, he felt a vain throb on her forehead. However, at that moment, Luo Shu, he suddenly froze, a glimmer of joy emerging on her face. She had received a message from Lin Nan. "Could you possibly prepare another meal for me this noon? A picture, licking lips. Consider the extra as compensation. Alternatively, I can offer an anti-inflammatory tablet." After sending the message, Lin Nan shared the ingredients he had on hand: a 5-kilogram bag of flour, 8 eggs, a green onion, and 3 pieces of small pig meat. The flour and eggs were procured today, while the green onion and small pig meat were leftovers from yesterday. This was all the food Lin Nan had at his disposal. As for the compensation, an anti-inflammatory tablet was already quite generous, especially after the game system announced the reopening of the Brave Challenge. The purchasing power of anti-inflammatory tablets in regional trading is exceptionally strong. Nonetheless, knowing that Luo Shu, he possessed a multifunctional anti-stab suit, Lin Nan worried that she might dismiss these supplies. As for Lin Nan's willingness to reveal all his food, it stemmed from his trust in Luo Shu-he. Additionally, he speculated that the survival game had restricted the production of food on the roads, while it likely remained unchanged in the wilderness. With the system in hand and equipment upgrades, Lin Nan was confident that he would reap greater rewards in the afternoon's Brave Challenge. Even if he was mistaken, he remained unperturbed, especially since he caught a glimpse of 4 trembling hens cowering in the corner of the carriage. Looking at the substantial supplies he held, Lin Nan, who should have exuded a dominant air, instead radiated an unmistakable aura of a mere subordinate due to his greed. Luo Shuhe chuckled. However, her alternating expressions of sternness and laughter appeared rather peculiar to Luo Yuhi. Sister, have you lost your senses? One moment you glare, the next you smile. No. I understand now. It must be that Lin Ge has contacted you. Sister, you still claim he is not my brother-in-law. I refuse to believe that your relationship is purely platonic. While replying to Lin Nan, Luo Shu, he shot a glare at her younger sister. Forget it. I shan't argue with this foolish girl. If it weren't for Lin Ge being captivated by our culinary skills, you would be stuck eating chives and pork today. Ignoring her silly sister, Luo Shu, he focused on the items Lin Nan had provided, quickly formulating a plan for what to prepare for lunch. Chapter 32. Cooking. I am a professional Lin Ge. Shall we have dumplings for lunch today? Dumplings filled with chives and eggs, and pork and green onions. Which flavor do you prefer? Lin Ge, chives, pork, both, or neither? If that doesn't work, I have other options. As soon as Luo Shu he spoke, Lin Nan's mouth began to water uncontrollably, and his stomach grumbled audibly. He never expected to hear the word dumplings in this survival world, let alone two varieties of fillings at once. Regarding Luo Shu he's inquiry, Lin Nan felt an overwhelming urge to shout in excitement. This was not merely a matter of which flavor he preferred. It was more about which flavor he yearned to devour. The chive and egg filling is reminiscent of a Jiangnan woman, gentle and virtuous, a delicate beauty that lingers on the palate. In contrast, the pork and green onion filling embodies a northern woman, bold and outgoing, bursting with flavor that invigorates the spirit. Such a dilemma is surely a challenge for an old bureaucrat. I like them both. Lin Nan swallowed hard and quickly replied. Do not mistake Lin Nan for lacking ambition. Being able to enjoy a bowl of dumplings in the wilderness, especially those crafted by a top-notch chef, is an unparalleled delight. Lin Nan's family hails from a small, affluent city, and he had never encountered such culinary excellence before his journey into this world. Upon hearing his response, Luo Shu he breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Lin Nan was pleased. Otherwise, preparing something else would be more troublesome. However, Shu, is it not too late to make two types of dumplings? Perhaps we should just stick to the chive and egg? No, let's go with the pork and green onion. Meat will provide us strength. Observing Lin Nan's evident indecision, Luo Shu he smiled confidently and replied, Lin Ge, rest assured, I am a professional when it comes to cooking. Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had been struck by a flash of brilliance. It was as if at that moment, Luo Shu he radiated light. Returning to reality, Lin Nan earnestly replied, Then I shall leave it to you. At that moment, Lin Nan sincerely believed that meeting Luo Shu he was the greatest fortune of his transition into this survival world. Not only is she kind-hearted and good-natured, but she also possesses extraordinary culinary skills. By the way, Lin Ge, do you have any yeast? Now that we have decided on our meal, Luo Shu he sent another message. Yeast? What is that needed for? Yet, the name sounds familiar. I think I opened a bag of it yesterday. Let me search for it. Lin Nan's culinary expertise is limited to instant noodles, and he is not well-versed in the intricacies of cooking. Luo Shu he was momentarily taken aback at his lack of knowledge regarding yeast. However, upon learning that Lin Nan had some on hand, she felt relieved. Without it, acquiring it from the trading area would be quite troublesome. Nonetheless, this situation served as a reminder for Luo Shu he to prepare more seasonings and condiments in the future. However, when she saw the trade request Lin Nan sent, she was taken aback. Along with flour, pork, eggs, and yeast, there was also a small bucket of water. Lin Ge, this will not do. We shall provide the water for lunch. Luo Shu he stated earnestly. She had already planned that for this meal. They would contribute the cooking skills, water, and chives. This way, it could be considered a rough equivalence to what Lin Nan had provided. Moreover, based on the previous day's barbecue experience, it was likely that most of the dumpling broth would remain with them. Even though their appetites were significantly smaller than Lin Nan's, they would still be benefiting from his generosity. Now, seeing that Lin Nan was offering water as well, Luo Shu he was resolute in her disagreement. You should keep it. I'm doing nothing but waiting to eat, and I should rightfully receive more supplies. After all, most of the food ends up in my stomach. Lin Nan felt a twinge of embarrassment regarding his own appetite. During the barbecue yesterday, he had consumed the majority of the food, and he was surprised to find that Luo Shu he and her sister had not even finished the leftovers. In comparison to them, Lin Nan felt like a glutton. This reminded him of his mother's frequent admonishments before he crossed over. You are nothing but a pig. No, food is already exceedingly precious. Lin Ge, you cannot offer such valuable water. Water? Precious? Indeed, for other players it certainly was. However, for Lin Nan, he quietly glanced at the two water purifiers working in the compartment, excluding the water resources obtained from treasure chests. These two purifiers alone could yield 4 liters of water in a single day. He even contemplated the idea of taking a simple shower if the wilderness harvest proved bountiful that afternoon. Without receiving any replies, Lin Nan silently captured a photo, including the two purifiers, and subsequently shared the equipment specifications. Meanwhile, Luo Shu he fell silent, no longer speaking, and accepted the transaction in silence. At that moment, she felt a pang of hurt. Furthermore, through the subtle clues in the photograph, she observed the spacious interior of Lin Nan's vehicle. Is this what a level 2 vehicle looks like? And is that a cage in the corner containing chickens? So that's how eggs are produced. Thus, Luo Shu he transformed her sorrow into motivation, looking towards her sister. Yuhi, come help. I've eaten well, and this afternoon we have the brave challenge. We must give it our all. Luo Yuhi noticed her sister alternating between laughter and silence, unable to discern her sister's mood, and reacted somewhat sluggishly. However, Luo Shu he's next words struck a chord, and she swiftly sprang into action. Hurry and lend a hand, or if you wish to eat dumplings, you shall wait. At that moment, the only thought occupying Luo Yuhi's mind was dumplings. Nevertheless, she merely engaged in a bit of manual labor, assisting in clearing space and preparing some ingredients. Once her sister took charge, her involvement was minimal. In her sister's words, "With you here, my pace slows down." Translated, it meant, "You are rather obstructive." While waiting for the dumplings, Lin Nan remained industrious. Today, he aimed for a remarkable 10 updates. Chapter 33, Taking Action. Game panel. Confirm the production of vehicle cooling film. Soon, the neatly folded black film appeared on the crafting table. Lin Nan continued to operate the game panel, loading the vehicle cooling film onto the vehicle. In the next moment, the black film on the crafting table vanished, transforming into a beam of black light that enveloped the entire vehicle. Moments later, the light dissipated, leaving an additional layer of black film on the vehicle's glass. With the black film obstructing it, the light inside the compartment dimmed significantly. The previously blinding and scorching light became gentle, and one could even perceive a decrease in temperature within the vehicle by several degrees. The efficacy of this vehicle film was remarkably apparent. Just moments ago, the interior was unbearably hot, akin to being in a steam chamber. Now, at the very least, it was bearable. Moreover, not only did the glass undergo a transformation. Through the windshield, Lin Nan noticed subtle changes on the vehicle's surface. The once bright white exterior now appeared slightly duller, as if it absorbed the light. Faint patterns could be discerned on the surface. Indeed, game items defy conventional reasoning. One could only wonder what marvelous items lie ahead. Lin Nan was uncertain how the vehicle cooling film achieved its cooling effect, but it did not hinder his usage. For now, he categorized it as 1 unit of electronic components plus 1 unit of special film. Compared to the previous blueprints, the handling fee for the vehicle cooling layer was noticeably higher. However, Lin Nan merely increased the cost of materials and did not impose additional charges on water resources. This pricing for handling fees was balanced to ensure it did not adversely affect player survival while accelerating his development. Especially concerning water resources, Lin Nan had no intention of interfering at this stage because water resources were directly tied to the survival of players in the region, akin to the size of a cake. Otherwise, based on the explosive popularity of a shop he owned yesterday and an absolute monopoly on meat, he could have easily collected water resources from players. Not to say that water resources were abundant, but at least taking a simple shower would not pose a problem. However, the water resources acquired by all players yesterday remained constant. If Lin Nan were to monopolize them, it would undoubtedly result in numerous player deaths. A player could open at least 20 to 30 ordinary treasure chests and 6 or 7 rare ones in a single morning. Such actions would be tantamount to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. It simply did not make sense. Particularly, upon learning that the acquisition of food and water had decreased today, Lin Nan would be even less inclined to tamper with these two resources vital for player survival. In fact, should anyone attempt to do so, Lin Nan would intervene to stop them, as it would indirectly damage his interests. However, when it came to materials, Lin Nan felt no such hesitation. On one hand, the quantity and quality of treasure chests had significantly increased today. On the other hand, the abundance of materials did not impact players' ability to survive. Shaking his head, Lin Nan glanced at his private messages, numbered at 99. After some contemplation, he sent an automatic reply. If you wish to manufacture, meet the manufacturing conditions, and place an order in one of the shops. Messages inquiring about the purchase of electronic components, herbs, and special coding blueprints would all be responded to uniformly after 6 p.m. Daytime was precious, and Lin Nan had no intention of spending hours sifting through messages one by one. A single unified response would suffice, and he would leave it at that. Moreover, during the day, there was a constant influx of players messaging him, which not only felt bothersome, but also proved exceedingly inefficient. As for those who could not wait, Lin Nan had no solutions, just as he had not planned to catch all the fish in a pond with one net. A few fish escaping from school would not significantly impact him. By doing so, he not only saved considerable time, but also enhanced efficiency. Upon receiving Lin Nan's uniform reply, the players were troubled. At this stage, everyone had far more materials than food. The vast majority of players, let alone trading food, were struggling to feed themselves. The only substantial food trader, Lin Nan, was not engaging in transactions during the day. However, they understood his reasoning. In their minds, high-level players like Lin Nan would undoubtedly be racing against time during the day and would not be easily distracted. Even when they drove, they rarely checked their private messages. If Linda Lau did not trade food during the day, they could wait until evening. A single day was worth the wait. Nevertheless, they hoped to exchange more food tonight. After all, no one knew what tomorrow might bring. If they could not survive until the next day, having resources in hand would be of no use. Unable to trade for food, they considered checking the shop area, where others were now crafting weapons and armor. They planned to attempt the Brave Challenge that afternoon. Even if they abandoned the Brave Challenge, being able to produce a vehicle cooling film would be splendid. Lin Nan imposed strict manufacturing conditions, encouraging players lacking materials to privately exchange resources. Once they gathered the necessary materials, they could head to one of Lin Nan's shops for production. This way, Lin Nan made it convenient for himself while allowing the flow of players' resources. Stagnant resources were lifeless. Only flowing resources could truly benefit players. It was akin to currency before crossing over. If you do not spend, and I do not spend, there will be no circulating currency in the market. Thus, the cash held by everyone would merely be worthless paper. Those who engage in aquaculture possess only fish. Those who sell buns possess solely buns. Those who trade in rice hold only rice. None can partake in a proper meal. Yet, Lin Nan remains oblivious to this reality. His declaration inadvertently catalyzed the flourishing of regional trade. At this moment, he draws forth his hand crossbow, bowing his head in contemplation. Chapter 34. The Younger Sister-in-Law. After a day filled with activity yesterday, he completed the crafting of the hand crossbow and succumbed to slumber shortly thereafter. Today, I spent the entire morning driving, yet I have not had the opportunity to thoroughly study it. Later, I shall participate in the Brave Challenge, and I will undoubtedly rely on it. It is certain to prove immensely useful. In the face of impending challenges, a last-minute effort can still yield results. Lin Nan intended to take advantage of this time to practice a few more times, thereby honing his skills. Indeed, wielding merely a hand crossbow is insufficient. I recall there exists a marketplace where one can find a shop dedicated to shields. Let us craft another shield. Single-handed shield crafting materials, 10 units of metal hard blocks, 2 units of crafting components, crafting fee, 5 units of crafting components. The fees charged by these shops are considerably higher than those set by Lin Nan. However, under Lin Nan's leadership, their charges are not excessively inflated. Typically, they do not exceed 50 of the crafting materials cost. This means that crafting a single item is achievable, allowing sellers to profit while buyers do not feel excessively burdened, thus establishing a virtuous cycle. After crafting a shield, Lin Nan felt a twinge of unease. He browsed through the shop district and discovered a single-handed sword. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Nan indulged in a luxurious expenditure of materials as rare as nylon, leather, to create a scabbard. However, once the procurement of such items commenced, it became increasingly difficult to halt. Oh, these leather mountain boots look splendid. I shall craft a pair. A sunshade hat for the desert. Is such a remarkable item available? The multi-functional vest, equipped with a buckle, is perfectly designed to secure the sword sheath. The workwear trousers are resistant to wear. Before long, Lin Nan found himself laden with an enormous bag of goods. It was only when someone reached out to him through a private message that he managed to extricate himself from his shopping spree. Nevertheless, after some deliberation, Lin Nan undoubtedly upgraded from a mere bird gun to a formidable cannon. With his complete set of gear, upon re-entering the wilderness, he no longer resembled a city lad who had stumbled into the desert. Rather, he appeared to be a wild adventurer lost amidst the arid expanse. With a hint of exasperation, Lin Nan curiously glanced at the private message. Nanga. Upon seeing the address, Lin Nan immediately recognized that the sender was Luo Yuha. While Luo Shuha referred to him as Lingo, Luo Yuha preferred the more affectionate title of Nanga. What is it, Yuha? I must inform you that my elder sister has just washed her hands. Is there anything unusual about washing one's hands? Lin Nan, perplexed, pondered that Luo Shu he was preparing a meal, and surely cleaning her hands is a customary practice. A mere drop of water should pose no challenge for her. No, Nanga, it is not as such. And NG, allow me to confide in you. Lu Ypsilon Ha Zi Is Ha U Zi conveys a peculiar sentiment, despite being mere words. It bestows upon L, N, and an unmistakable sense of shrinking into oneself. I know my sister better than anyone. She has 2 distinct methods of washing her hands before cooking. One signifies her earnest intent to prepare a meal. there exists another form of meticulous hand-washing. Lin Nan, upon hearing your words, it indeed resonates profoundly. The city knows how to engage. Is there truly a distinction in hand-washing? Lin Nan had been washing his hands for nearly 20 years. Yet this was the first time he had heard that there could be a distinction in the act of hand-washing. Observing Lin Nan's nonchalance, Luo Yuha grew increasingly anxious. Nango, it truly is different. Today, my sister is exceptionally serious about this. NG, we are so familiar with each other. Do share the truth with me. You're not planning to become my brother-in-law, are you? The image, you whispered, I listened, left Lin Nan utterly speechless. What on earth is this? It must be stated that the disparity in character between Lu Yuha and his sister is indeed pronounced. The sister embodies grace and politeness, appearing delicate yet possessing a remarkably resolute spirit, even to the point of being somewhat obstinate. In stark contrast, the younger sister exhibits an exuberance that is rather excessive. Furthermore, when did he become so familiar with her? Lin Nan even went so far as to review yesterday's chat history. Indeed, there were a total of 7 messages exchanged between the two. Lin Nan contributed 2 sentences, while Luo Yuha expressed herself in 5. They certainly seem to be quite familiar with one another. Be careful, little one, as you play and chatter away. I shall inform your sister, and you shall receive a couple of playful thumps on your head. Lin Nan nonchalantly engaged with Luo Yuha, seizing the opportunity to craft a wooden board. He placed it at the rear of the vehicle and began to skillfully practice his marksmanship with a hand crossbow. Initially, he was somewhat clumsy. However, with a few more attempts, Lin Nan quickly became adept. Luo Yuha, undeterred, incessantly shared her analyses with him. After a considerable time, noticing Lin Nan's continuous responses of and yes, indeed, she persisted in her discourse. Luo Yuha fell silent. In an instant, she began to comprehend her sister's feelings. After a moment of sorrow, Luo Yuha shifted the topic. Nanga, I noticed the vehicle cooling film displayed at your shop. May I propose a little arrangement? Would it be possible for me to acquire it on credit? The vehicle cooling film has emerged as the most fervent topic of discussion in the regional chat room. Whether one intends to participate in the Wilderness Warrior Challenge or is merely engaged in a relentless pursuit of driving, the vehicle cooling film remains their coveted desire. Furthermore, with a reduction in the internal temperature of a vehicle, the evaporation of bodily fluids is consequently diminished. Moreover, as the clock strikes noon, the heat in the arid desert becomes unbearable. Yet, Lin Nan remains preoccupied with his graphic designs, refraining from engaging in private conversations. The trading price of the specialized coatings has surged significantly, rendering the market increasingly scarce and devoid of transactions. This has captivated numerous players, leading many to forego their lunch in favor of immersing themselves in driving. It is hoped that the special coating will be developed at the earliest opportunity. Such words, however, would never be uttered by Lu SHH. Are you not afraid that your sister will discover this? She might give you a good scolding. Lin Nan did not mind borrowing from Luo Shuha. After all, Luo Shuha had lent him something as well. However, he feared that if Luo Shuha were to discover this, she might demand it back. Alternatively, she could possibly toss back an even more valuable blueprint. Lin Nan was utterly convinced that Luo Shuha would indeed act in such a manner. Particularly, she has just been taken advantage of by the water, which has already provoked her. If it happens again, Lin Nan also feels a headache. Nango, if you don't speak of it and I remain silent, then no one shall be the wiser. Furthermore, sister is completely unaware that I am operating the little chef shop on credit. Lin Nan was quite taken aback upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that the shop would be in his sister's hands. However, upon reflection, it seemed only logical. Given Luo Shu He's temperament, she was certainly ill-suited for the business world. Very well, I shall send you the transaction request. And all you need to do is agree. In the LYH shop, there exists a plethora of rare schematics, including multifunctional, stab-resistant vests and 4-cylinder engines. Surely, they can afford the production costs for the vehicle cooling films. The scarcity of materials is merely due to the current rarity of special coatings. Furthermore, they possess powerful, single-shot crossbows in their possession. As long as they exercise caution, the challenges posed by the brave will be no concern for them. Thank you, Nango. I knew that Nango would agree. To be honest, I truly hope that Nango will become my brother-in-law. In that case, I would be the sister-in-law of my brother-in-law. Does the brother-in-law have any small expectations? Lin Nan, ding ding, screenshot taken. Brother Nan, please show some mercy. We are allies. I shall take my leave for now, discreetly conveying a message. The dumplings are already in the pot, sending 8,888 flying kisses. Closing private chat. Lin Nan's lips twitch uncontrollably. Was it possible that Luo Shuha's mother bequeathed all her grace to her elder sister upon giving birth to the two? However, Lin Nan's attention soon shifted to the dumplings. The dumplings were cooking. Chapter 35, The Incommunicable Joys and Sorrows of Humanity. For the next few minutes, Lin Nan practiced with his hand crossbow while eagerly awaiting. Not ready yet? It should have been done by now. What about now? It ought to be ready. Why is it still not done? Lin Nan repeatedly opened and closed his private messages, waiting for news from Luo Shuhe. The moment her message arrived, he immediately set down his crossbow. Upon seeing the long-awaited message, he instinctively smiled. Lingu, the dumplings are ready. After sending this, Luo Shuhe promptly submitted a trade request. Lin Nan's gaze darted like lightning, quickly scanning the request. The first thing that caught his eye in the trade section was a large plate of dumplings. The plate was substantial, displaying two distinct sections reminiscent of a Taiji diagram. Through the thin dumpling skin, he could vaguely discern a hint of green on one side, while the other was a deeper hue. This must be the chive and egg dumplings. Therefore, the other side must contain pork and green onion. Lin Nan thought, unable to resist licking his lips. His peripheral vision then swept back, and he instinctively froze. He never anticipated that, in addition to this plate of dumplings, there was another plate of food in the trade section. By its size and appearance, Lin Nan quickly recognized what it was. He swiftly sent a message to Luo Shuhe. Shuhe, could this be chive boxes? Besides dumplings, is there a second dish for lunch today? Lin Nan was filled with delight. In this harsh world, not only could he indulge in two varieties of dumplings, but he could also enjoy chive boxes. Additionally, Luo Shuhe was trading a small bowl of pale dumpling soup and a small dish of dark vinegar, perfect to the utmost degree. Lingo, I'm glad you like it, hee. I was worried you wouldn't have enough to eat, so I decided to steam a few chive boxes while boiling the dumplings. Of course, Luo Shuhe's actions were also due to Lin Nan providing ample water. He was indeed a generous benefactor. Otherwise, Luo Shuhe would never have indulged in steaming. Compared to boiling, steaming wasted too much water and was not cost-effective. Lin Nan was unaware that the sumptuous lunch was also a result of his contributions. After a brief chat with Luo Shuhe, Lin Nan could no longer restrain himself and began to eat. As soon as he tasted a dumpling, his eyes widened in astonishment. So delicious. The rich, savory filling instantly tantalized his taste buds. The filling was oily yet not greasy, with a perfect balance of saltiness and sweetness, exceptionally delightful. In one breath, Lin Nan devoured 3 or 4 dumplings before beginning to slow down. Nevertheless, he still consumed them one by one. Occasionally, feeling unsatisfied, he would take 2 at once. Meanwhile, Luo Shuhe, unable to wait for the dumplings to be plated, began to sneak bites. As she ate, she mumbled, her words muddled. Sister, so delicious. Just as good as when we were at home. No, it's even better. How fragrant, and the meat is so tender. Initially, Luo Shuhe thought Luo Shuhe was simply very hungry, prompting such remarks. However, when she tasted one herself, she was taken aback. As a chef, controlling flavors was a fundamental skill. It was not merely Luo Shuhe's hunger creating an illusion. It truly was better than before, savoring the nuanced flavors of the dumplings. Luo Shuhe's gaze eventually fell upon the still messy countertop. I can be certain that it is not my culinary skills that have improved. Moreover, the cooking conditions are far worse than before my transmigration. Thus, the difference likely lies in the quality of the ingredients. No wonder the pork from yesterday's barbecue was so fragrant. I thought it was merely the breed of the pig. Realizing this, a flicker of anticipation for the future surged through Luo Shuhe's weary heart. Indeed, anticipation. Having transmigrated into such a peculiar world, Luo Shuhe had always felt stifled. Not only did she struggle to survive for the sake of her parents and elders, but she also had to maintain a facade of composure in front of her younger sister, Luo Shuhe, no matter what transpired. Had it not been for Lin Nan, she could scarcely imagine the hardships she would have faced. Yet, in this moment, beyond her desire to survive, Luo Shuhe harbored another ambition, to create exquisite dishes that transcended her previous limits. This was merely with ordinary ingredients. If superior ingredients were available, could I truly create culinary masterpieces one day? After a while, Luo Shuhe suppressed her excitement. While eating, she began to discuss with her sister the materials needed for upgrading their level 2 vehicle. According to their previous habit, they would never converse during meals. However, this was a special time. Just now, in her effort to maximize cooking speed, Luo Shuhe had been wholly focused, with no time to be distracted. Furthermore, this reflected her own attitude towards cooking. Either do not cook at all, or commit fully. Now, with the hero challenge commencing shortly, Luo Shuhe was not one to adhere strictly to rules and disregarded such conventions. Linga has already upgraded to a level 2 vehicle. Is that true? Wow. Upgrading vehicles requires so many materials. Fortunately, we learn about it early. If that is the case, we should slightly adjust the handling fees for the multifunctional piercing suits. We must prioritize acquiring the materials needed for the upgrade and prepare in advance. This seemingly ordinary news held significant implications. It directly overturned Luo Shuhe's previous plans. saving them considerable time. Luo Shuhe was resolute in not charging Lin Nan any handling fees for this very reason. Yuhua, use your wits. Pay more attention to this matter. Although Luo Shuhe had always regarded her younger sister as somewhat simple-minded, in terms of astuteness, Luo Yuhua was far superior. Moreover, Luo Yuhua excelled in social interactions. For Luo Shuhe to haggle with other players was akin to asking for her own demise. Rest assured, sister, with this insider information, I guarantee that as soon as we obtain the level 2 vehicle upgrade blueprint, we will definitely be the second to upgrade in the region. She made a show of swearing an oath. Luo Yuhua gobbled down the remaining dumplings in her bowl, as if she were a starving ghost. Then, she hurriedly opened her little chef shop and busily got to work. In contrast, Luo Shuhe maintained a more ladylike demeanor, savoring her food slowly, taking small bites. After that, there was nothing left for her to do but wait for the hero challenge to commence. However, compared to before her transmigration, her eating speed had noticeably improved. While Lin Nan and the Luo sisters were relishing their meal, other players were far less fortunate. Some were gnawing on dry buns, accompanied only by water, while others endured hunger pangs. Even Zhao Xian, who had struck it rich on the first day, was merely having instant noodles with cold water. If they were to learn that Lin Nan was not only enjoying hot food but dumplings of 2 fillings, their mindset would undoubtedly shatter. Time flew by. Beneath the scorching sun, the temperature in the desert escalated to sweltering extremes. With the sound of a cold, indifferent notification echoing, the challenge for the brave commenced. Chapter 36, A Fortuitous Start. The moment the system alert resonated, whether players were driving, dining, or resting, their spirits were instantly invigorated. As if the system were reminding them that this was a world of survival. Lin Nan was no exception. As the notification rang out, he donned his complete gear and opened the car door. Having already discarded his short sleeves and jacket from the previous day, he now wore a quick-dry athletic bodysuit underneath a comprehensive multifunctional anti-stab outfit, which included upper and lower garments as well as gloves. However, the gloves were not as thick as Lin Nan had envisioned, allowing for mobility. The anti-stab suit was also surprisingly lightweight, yet the heat was undeniable. Even inside the car, after only a short while, his clothing was completely soaked. Nevertheless, for the sake of safety, every discomfort was deemed worthwhile. Additionally, Lin Nan sported a specialized desert exploration hat resembling a fisherman's cap, with a wide brim extending downwards, draping a breathable fabric that provided full coverage for his neck. Only his eyes were visible beneath the fabric. Over his anti-stab suit, he wore a multifunctional vest, securely fastening 3 bottles of mineral water in the front and a deep brown sword sheath at the back, which held a simple spiral hilt exposed to the air. Positioned just right. His original waist belt was replaced with a multifunctional one, most pockets remaining empty in anticipation of the day's bounty in the wilderness. Only on the right side dangled a quiver, with the tips of several arrows peeking out. The powerful single-shot crossbow had a limited supply of bolts. But Lin Nan's resources were abundant. When the crossbow's bolts proved insufficient, he crafted 2 additional crossbows. On his feet were shoes specifically designed for the desert, while the pant legs of his anti-stab suit were tightly secured inside. In his hands, he held a shield in his left and the crossbow in his right. From head to toe, he was armed to the teeth. Lin Nan gazed at his reflection in a selfie, satisfied and assured that nothing was amiss before setting off. Upon entering the wilderness, Lin Nan immediately sensed a difference from the previous day. No longer did he feel the disheartening sensation of sinking into the yellow sands. After a moment of reflection, he glanced at the mini-map system to confirm his path remained true before continuing onward. This time, fortune favored him. A pale blue that was merely 300 meters away, and there were no nearby red exclamation marks, only 3 black whirlpools to cautiously avoid. However, before departing, Lin Nan unexpectedly received a message from Luo Shuhe. Lin Gu, are you ready for the brave challenge? Lin Nan recognized the concern in her words. Without further ado, he sent her the selfie he had just taken. Luo Shuhe responded, with such good intentions, why do you repay me with harm? Then, Luo Shuhe vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Luo Shuhe was about to embark on an adventure with her sister when she was suddenly halted by her. Just as Luo Shuhe was perplexed, Luo Shuhe shared the photo Lin Nan had sent her. The 2 sisters fell into silence. In the image, beside a formidable 6-wheeled pickup truck stood Lin Nan, who looked far more like a medieval warrior than an adventurer in the wilderness. Compared to Lin Nan's heavily armed appearance, the sisters clearly lacked experience in survival. Sharpening the knife does not delay the woodcutter, her sister, Luo Shuhe, said earnestly. Luo Shuhe nodded in agreement. The sisters grasped the finest anti-stab suit in the current trading area. While they were not as wealthy as Lin Nan, they were undoubtedly among the top-tier players. Soon, 2 figures resembling Lin Nan reappeared in the desert. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that these figures were slightly shorter and much more slender than him. Lin Nan paid them no mind, and, after replying to Luo Shu, he made his way towards the treasure chest. Today, he had not brought a shovel. Instead, he wielded a one-handed sword. With the sword in hand, he felt adequately equipped. In just 20 minutes, Lin Nan navigated around traps and arrived before the treasure chest, which he opened. The difficulty in acquiring this treasure chest was minimal. With a bit of caution and time, other players could also succeed using stones and sand to probe. Yet, compared to Lin Nan, they would undoubtedly expend far more time. More importantly, they were unaware of the treasure chest location. This meant that other players exploring the wilderness relied entirely on luck. If fortune was not on their side, they could avoid all dangers yet still miss the treasure chest entirely. With a click, the treasure chest opened, revealing a blueprint and 3 bags of chocolate. A fortuitous start indeed. Chocolate is an excellent source of energy replenishment, providing Lin Nan with both hydration and sustenance for the challenges ahead. The only downside was how unappetizing chocolate could be in the sweltering heat. Those who have tried it know. The blueprint, on the other hand, was a remarkable item, rivaling a divine artifact at this stage. In fact, in some respects, it was even superior to the previous vehicle cooling film. Blueprint for wind and sand sunglasses materials required. 5 units of plastic, 2 units of glass, 1 unit of special coating effect, greatly reduces glare, ultraviolet rays, and protects against wind and sand from entering the eyes. Just before setting out, he had lamented the lack of sunglasses in the expansive trading area. Yet here he was, having created one himself. Moreover, it was not merely sunglasses, it would also protect against wind and sand. Indeed, players would have to rely on him. Once back in the vehicle, he would list in his shop. Lin Nan could only imagine the uproar this blueprint would cause in the chat room. Whether players participating in the brave adventure or those gambling on luck while driving, their demand for wind and sand sunglasses would undoubtedly surpass that for vehicle cooling films. After all, while one could endure high temperatures, sunglasses were truly a divine artifact. For on the desert roads, the most significant challenge in seeking treasure was the blinding sunlight. Sunglasses directly influenced their speed in locating treasure. Wilderness players could also utilize sunglasses to timely detect many potential dangers, which directly affected their survival rates. Unfortunately, the very efficacy of the sunglasses meant that Lin Nan could not price them too high. He had no fear of other players advancing quickly. Rather, the quicker they advanced, the more pleased he became. After all, he possessed the minimap system. With the system in hand, one is undoubtedly the fastest to develop. The better other players progress, the more assistance it provides to him, just like the equipment he possesses. Being the strongest among a group of formidable individuals is undeniably more powerful than being a strong one among the weak. However, just as Lin Nan completed opening the treasure chest and was preparing to return, a peculiar change appeared on the minimap system, halting his steps. At this moment, Lin Nan's gaze was drawn to the farthest ring on the minimap system, where suddenly a multitude of red exclamation marks had emerged, more than he had encountered throughout the entire afternoon the previous day. Witnessing such a scene for the first time, Lin Nan felt a surge of astonishment, accompanied by a hint of doubt. The danger had suddenly become so densely packed. Could it be due to the distance limitation of the hero challenge, preventing players from advancing deeper into the wilderness? The treasure chest Lin Nan had just opened was located in a depression 200 meters from the road. Though not far, the route was somewhat circuitous. This meant that the cluster of red exclamation marks on the minimap was merely 2 kilometers away. Was that far? Indeed, it was quite distant. Yet, it seemed unlikely to breach the area restriction of the hero challenge. Or perhaps there existed some special items deeper in the wilderness. This thought led Lin Nan to recall the updated rules of the hero challenge. Today, the game hints seemed to imply to players that higher-level treasure chests existed within the wilderness. Yesterday, due to concerns over water and safety, he had refrained from venturing far. Today, however, he had brought 3 bottles of water. Moreover, compared to his previous bare-bones approach, he was now fully equipped with a longsword and shield for close combat, and a powerful crossbow for long-range attacks. His protective gear could withstand knives, guns, and arrows, making it nearly impossible for ordinary beasts to penetrate. As long as he remained cautious of vital areas, Lin Nan felt confident in facing a wild wolf alone. Not to mention, he also had the advantage of the mini-map system. He decided to scout the situation. If it was indeed a limitation of the hero challenge, he would return immediately. However, if there were higher-level treasure chests in that direction, Lin Nan couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation. After opening numerous rare chests throughout the morning, he was eager to discover what even rarer treasures might look like. Resolute in his decision, Lin Nan began to contemplate his strategy. The journey to this location had already taken over 20 minutes. If he were to make a round trip, it would consume close to an hour, which was far too inefficient. Lin Nan resolved not to return for the time being, postponing thoughts of the sunglasses. He could distance himself from vehicles and other players for trading, But crafting was a different matter. Unless he traded the blueprint to someone else, allowing other players to assist in the crafting and then receiving the finished product in return. However, in doing so, the blueprint would belong to that player. At this stage, the only players Lin Nan trusted were the Luo Shuhe sisters. Given their character, he believed they would not harbor jealousy or attempt to keep the blueprint for themselves. However, he could not say the same for others. Even with a signed game agreement, there were no guarantees. For instance, if a player were to assist Lin Nan with crafting but found themselves in dire straits, such as nearing starvation, who could assure Lin Nan that this player would not leverage that situation against him? After all, if that player were to perish, the blueprint would be lost as well. This scenario represented an extreme case. In a more dire situation, the crafting player could threaten Lin Nan with their own life, seeking benefits outside the agreement. Human greed knows no bounds. Regrettably, the Luo Shuhe sisters were likely also in the wilderness at this moment. Lin Nan did not wish to trouble them or create unnecessary complications. Shaking his head, he suppressed these distracting thoughts and began to analyze the arduous journey ahead. This was Lin Nan's farthest venture into the wilderness yet, not to mention the lowest estimated straight-line distance. The unknown awaited him deeper within, determined to uncover the truth. Lin Nan pressed forward amidst a sea of red exclamation marks, green skulls, and black whirlpools. As time ticked away, he consumed nearly a bottle of mineral water when a striking purple light suddenly appeared on the minimap system. Lin Nan's fatigued eyes ignited with a spark of astonishment. A purple treasure chest. There truly existed rarer, higher-level treasure chests. Amidst the densely packed red exclamation marks, green skulls, and black whirlpools on the minimap, the allure of the purple chest was undeniable. At the same time, Lin Nan couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. The challenge of acquiring a higher-level treasure chest was equally formidable. Without the minimap system, he could scarcely imagine how he would approach that chest. Yet, he remained uncertain about what treasures the purple chest might hold. Gazing at the purple hue, Lin Nan instinctively quickened his pace. In just a few minutes, the smile on his face grew even broader. The minimap indicated that yet another shade of purple had appeared. Another purple treasure chest. In an instant, Lin Nan felt a rush of exhilaration. At that moment, even the scorching sun above seemed charming. The sensation of being drenched in sweat became more tolerable. In fact, Lin Nan found himself developing a newfound appreciation for this survival world. Compared to the rigid and numbing existence of the real world, this life invigorated him, causing his blood to boil with excitement. Throughout the remainder of his journey, Lin Nan's smile never faded. One treasure chest after another appeared, some blue, some purple. They did not resemble isolated treasures, but rather a veritable treasure trove. To put in gaming terms, it resembled a dungeon. However, Lin Nan's elation was short-lived. He suddenly came to a halt, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Lin Nan realized that to reach that cluster of treasure chests, he would have to navigate around a red exclamation mark blocking his path. To circumvent, it would require at least an additional 2 kilometers of straight travel. The current situation on the minimap offered no alternative routes. This meant he would have to venture at least 2 kilometers in a different direction for a chance to bypass it. And that was merely a possibility. Moreover, the actual distance would surely exceed 2 kilometers. In essence, he would need to take a significantly longer detour to avoid it. Yet, Lin Nan was acutely aware that the hero challenge was bound by a time limit. Acknowledging this, he tightened his grip on the powerful crossbow in his hand. The only option was to eliminate that red exclamation mark. With this thought, a glint of determination flickered in Lin Nan's eyes. With clenched fists, Lin Nan steeled himself. Step by step, he advanced toward the location of the red exclamation mark. Upon entering the game world, Lin Nan had anticipated such a day would come. Confronting beasts was unavoidable. It was a challenge he would eventually have to face. Lin Nan never believed that he could evade all dangers and remain carefree solely by relying on the minimap system. However, when confronted with the challenge of the red exclamation mark, he felt no fear. Instead, he sensed a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins, accompanied by a hint of exhilaration. At that moment, Lin Nan seemed to grasp the essence of what it meant to be a valiant challenger. His gaze sharpened, and an aura of resilience enveloped him. Fortunately, the other players remained oblivious to Lin Nan's current mindset. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly ridicule his audacious behavior. They would scoff at the idea of venturing into the wilderness with nothing but a mere shard of iron, while he was fully equipped, boasting both melee and ranged capabilities, and even feeling a rush of fervor. Nevertheless, Lin Nan remained unfazed. If he had a 200 chance of victory, he would not settle for a mere 100. After several minutes, Lin Nan finally discerned what the red exclamation mark indicated. He instinctively exhaled in relief upon realizing it was merely a wild dog. Compared to other creatures, The threat level posed by a single wild dog was significantly diminished. A pack of wild dogs, however, was truly fearsome. In contrast to muscular beasts like tigers or black bears, a wild dog was indeed the optimal choice. After all, while his multifunctional anti-stab vest could withstand blades, it could not withstand sheer force. Simultaneously, Lin Nan felt fortunate that this wild creature was not a fast predator like a cheetah. The prospect of being outmaneuvered by a swift opponent was daunting. A crocodile, on the other hand, would be an even better and safer target in the desert. A crocodile was akin to a live target. Those on land were pathetically weak, as one who understood would know, but a crocodile submerged in water was the true apex predator. After meticulously checking his gear to ensure nothing was amiss, Lin Nan took a deep breath and cautiously approached the wild dog. When he was approximately 150 meters away, the wild dog, lying on the ground, suddenly twitched its nose, slowly raising its head to fix its fierce gaze upon Lin Nan. Was 150 meters considered the warning range of the red exclamation mark? This fleeting thought crossed Lin Nan's mind, but he soon found himself preoccupied. With a slight crouch, he positioned his shield in front of him, exposing only half of his face, while simultaneously raising his crossbow, his finger poised on the trigger. The wild dog crouched, wagging its tail as it began to move toward Lin Nan. Lin Nan remained completely focused, unwilling to allow any distractions. Suddenly, the wild dog sprang forward with a powerful leap. Lin Nan held his breath, intensely monitoring the distance of the red exclamation mark on the minimap. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters, until it reached 50 meters. Just a moment longer, draw closer. He had but a single opportunity, and failure was not an option. At this distance, Lin Nan could almost detect the foul stench of decay emanating from the wild dog. As the wild dog leapt toward him, now only a few meters away, Lin Nan decisively pulled the trigger of the crossbow. The powerful crossbow was single shot, and reloading was cumbersome, impossible during battle. He had contemplated bringing a second crossbow, but ultimately dismissed the idea. The powerful design was not particularly compact. Quickly switching to a second crossbow would necessitate relinquishing his shield. After much deliberation, Lin Nan chose to forego that notion. With a sudden whoosh, an arrow hurtled through the air. The wild dog was completely unprepared for Lin Nan's ranged attack and could not comprehend the existence of a crossbow. At that moment, it was airborne, with no chance to evade. The sharp arrow pierced through the wild dog's body, creating a gaping wound as it hung, suspended in the air. Lin Nan was equally astonished by the crossbow's potency. However, there was no time for contemplation. As the wild dog, propelled by inertia, continued its charge, Lin Nan swiftly raised his shield to defend himself. The impact resonated with a resounding thud as the wild dog's head collided with the shield. The force of the blow knocked Lin Nan off balance, sending him sprawling backward. Regaining his composure, Lin Nan swiftly discarded the spent arrow and scrambled to his feet. Employing both hands and feet, he drew the single-handed sword that had been prepared at his back. With a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, he stood ready to confront the disoriented wild dog. Blood poured from the grievous wound on the wild dog, and the tremendous impact had left it dazed, struggling to rise. Even on its second attempt, its limbs trembled uncontrollably, clearly suffering significant damage from the arrow. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Nan was uncertain whether one arrow would be sufficient to bring the wild dog to its demise, or if it had struck a vital area. However, he was certain that a sharp sword would undoubtedly end the wild dog's life. With a fierce resolve, Lin Nan unleashed a powerful slash, the sound of slicing air accompanying his blow. The wild dog, seeing the attack, attempted to evade, but its body betrayed it, reacting too slowly. The blade struck true. Seizing the moment, Lin Nan pressed his advantage, striking, piercing, and thrusting with relentless precision. In that instant, he seemed to grasp the essence of the ancient swordsman's philosophy. That true mastery lay in the ability to transcend technique. By the time Lin Nan regained his senses, the wild dog had been reduced to a bloody mess, its original form barely discernible. Finally, it lay lifeless. Lin Nan exhaled heavily, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. This first act of taking life left him feeling somewhat drained, yet he experienced little fear or trepidation. His adaptability was remarkable. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he stuffed a chunk of gooey chocolate in his mouth and took a few sips of water before rising once more. However, upon witnessing the gruesome scene before him, Lin Nan awkwardly patted his stomach. If his mother were to learn that the timid boy who once feared killing fish had now brutally slain a fierce wild dog, she would undoubtedly be astonished. Shaking his head, Lin Nan commenced the task of cleaning the battlefield. After wiping his sword blade with fine sand, he sheathed it once more and picked up the crossbow, lying nearby. He performed a quick maintenance check on the arrow that had pierced the wild dog and reloaded it. Once these tasks were completed, Lin Nan redirected his focus toward the wild dog's remains. To his surprise, he noticed 3 additional characters on the carcass, game panel can be disassembled. Driven by curiosity, Lin Nan attempted to disassemble it. In the next moment, something miraculous occurred. A radiant light enveloped the area, and the wild dog's body vanished, leaving behind only a large pool of crimson blood, a testament to the events that had transpired. Additionally, a few items appeared on the ground beside the bloodstain. Simultaneously, there were notifications ringing in Lin Nan's ears. The wild creature, the wild dog, was successfully dismantled, yielding Beast Soul 1, wild dog meat 10 kilograms, rare material, pseudo-wolfong 1. Perhaps a fierce wolf was the ancestor of this wild dog. The harvest of the beast soul was something Lin Nan had anticipated, so it was no surprise. The tattered beast skin was also understandable. However, the next two rewards left Lin Nan particularly astonished. Wild dog meat. Meat. It turned out to be a source of sustenance. Players could obtain meat by hunting wild creatures. Indeed, the essence of survival lay in the challenges faced by the brave. As for the pseudo-wolfong, Lin Nan could discern no apparent difference. It merely resembled a tooth. Shaking his head, he temporarily placed it in his pocket. Nevertheless, he was unsure whether the wild dog meat was edible or palatable. He had indulged in chicken, duck, beef, and lamb, yet had never tasted wild dog meat. However, Lin Nan's ignorance did not imply that others shared it. Seizing a moment of respite, Lin Nan initiated a private chat. "Shuhi, are you busy?" Luo Shu, he promptly replied. "No, Linga, I'm just in the car with you, he. And we had quite a harvest." Lin Nan was taken aback. "Did you acquire some excellent blueprints?" "Not exactly. I want to say more. You'll find out tonight. Then I shall look forward to this evening." "He, Linga, did you seek me out for something?" "Indeed, I have a query. What do you know about wild dog meat? Is it delicious?" "My knowledge of it comes solely from jokes about dog meat hot pot. Wild dog meat, it's passable, but I'm not particularly fond of it. I've never cooked it." Luo Shu, he only raised 2 dogs at home and had no insight into dog meat. If the personal chef was uninformed, Lin Nan certainly was as well. "Then let it be. I just killed a wild dog and harvested 10 kilograms of wild dog meat. I don't plan to return to the car anytime soon, and it's not convenient to carry it. Since you're in the car, I might as well trade it to you." Lin Gu solo hunted a wild creature? How impressive. Upon hearing Luo Shu he's words, Lin Nan felt a bit bashful. "Shuhi, are you flattering me or mocking me? I know you killed a wild creature yesterday." "All right, now that you mention it. Did you not obtain any meat from the wild creatures you hunted?" "Lin Gu, I wasn't mocking you. It was a genuine compliment. We cleverly dispatched the wild creatures yesterday, using a poison we found in a chest. He was injured due to our miscalculation of the poison's effect. Upon dissection, it revealed that the meat was toxic and inedible." "I see, that explains it. In any case, Lin Gu is indeed remarkable. There aren't other players currently solo hunting wild creatures." Subsequently, Lin Nan and Shu he engaged in casual banter for a while. Just as they were about to conclude, Lin Nan suddenly recalled something. "By the way, is Yuhi around? I need her assistance with something." "Yuhi is here," she's resting with her eyes closed. "Then I'll tell you. Please have her sell the wild dog meat for me. I need the proceeds to acquire electronic components, herbs, blueprints, etc. She is much more astute than us. I'll offer her 500 milliliters of water as compensation." "That's indeed a good idea," but upon hearing this, Luo Shu he frowned. "Lin Gu, meat is hard currency in the trading area. It will sell without issue. 500 milliliters of water is excessive. Shuhi, one cannot calculate matters this way. To make the horse run fast, one must feed it more grass. Had I not feared your refusal, I would have offered 1,000 milliliters of water as compensation. After all, selling wild dog meat is trivial, but acquiring electronic components and blueprints is pivotal this time. However, there's no rush to sell now. Waiting until the brave challenge concludes isn't too late." Luo Shu he still found it inappropriate, but she reluctantly accepted Lin Nan's reasoning. In her heart, she acknowledged her sister's keen business acumen. Seeing Luo Shu he acquiesced, Lin Nan and Luo Shu he resumed their haphazard chatter. When Lin Nan felt his stamina had sufficiently recovered, he bid farewell to Luo Shu he. "Linga, stay safe." "Yes, I know. You two, be cautious. Don't rush, and even if there are no gains, it's all right. Do not take unnecessary risks." I understand." Afterward, Lin Nan closed the private chat. He lifted his gaze once more toward the direction of the purple treasure chests. Chapter 40. The desert ruins in the vast, unending desert. The surrounding environment remained unchanged. The harsh conditions proved unbearable for Lin Nan over time, compelling him to engage in fanciful thoughts to alleviate his stress. During his journey, the faces of the Luo Shu his sisters frequently occupied his mind. Suddenly, Lin Nan realized he was increasingly resembling a heartless, exploitative boss, having his sister cook for him and his younger sister assist him in selling items while he did nothing. It was a blatant form of exploitation. Among his thoughts, Lin Nan pondered the most about Luo Shuhe. Before his transmigration, his mother persistently urged him to find a partner, often lamenting that at his age, he had yet to date anyone. He was not unattractive by any means. In reality, many girls had confessed their feelings to him. Yet, Lin Nan always felt something was lacking. With the game being so enjoyable, why engage in discussions about love and romance that seemed to incessantly bombard him? Over time, Lin Nan became accustomed to this single life and found it difficult to engage. However, conversing with Luo Shu, he felt entirely different. Yet, he could not articulate precisely what was different. In the midst of these complex emotions, time flew by, and nearly an hour and a half had passed. Lin Nan finally reached the edge of the treasure chest cluster. From this vantage point, he could already discern the location of the treasure chests. Amidst the boundless desert, a cluster of structures resembling ruins emerged. Corresponding to the marked treasure chest location on the minimap, the chests resided within this architectural complex. He had finally arrived. It had not been an easy journey. Based on Lin Nan's calculations, he was at least 4 kilometers away from the highway. This was merely a straight-line distance. In reality, Lin Nan had traveled even farther. Next, it was time to reap the rewards. Confirming there were no dangers, Lin Nan entered the ruins, seeking refuge from the sun beneath a column. He then sat down to carefully consider how to approach the treasure chests. Observing the map intently, Lin Nan quickly discerned that the layout of the entire ruins was quite orderly. While contemplating, he traced a diagram in the sand with his finger. At first glance, the outline resembled a certain world island from popular game. In the central area, there were 2 purple treasure chests not far apart. The remaining blue treasure chests and red exclamation points spread outward like petals. When connected, they ultimately formed the shape of a large flower. Each blue treasure chest was accompanied by no fewer than 1 red exclamation point. The outer blue treasure chests appeared to function as successive levels. With each level cleared, a small reward could be obtained. By overcoming all levels, one could reach the depths of the ruins and claim the ultimate prize, the purple treasure chest. Pondering this, Lin Nan gazed at the ruins ahead, increasingly convinced of its accuracy. This posed a challenge, as there were roughly 20 or more blue treasure chests in sight. Even with the assistance of the mini-map system, choosing the nearest route while avoiding the most wild creatures to reach the purple treasure chest's location remained uncertain. Time is running out. It is nearly 3 o'clock. Lin Nan has already spent almost 2 hours here, and he must allow at least another 2 hours for the return trip. This means Lin Nan has less than an hour to explore this relic. There is simply not enough time. Should he just abandon his efforts? Lin Nan feels a deep unwillingness. He has invested so much energy and time. The purple treasure chest is merely a step away, yet he must leave in a dejected manner. The thought of this fills Lin Nan with reluctance. However, forcing his way through is utterly unrealistic. Just as Lin Nan wrestles with his dilemma, his peripheral vision catches sight of something unusual. The cluster of treasure chests is centered around the purple chest and radiates outward. At intervals, blue chests are present, and the pathway is marked with red exclamation points, green skulls, and black whirlpools. Yet, one direction appears devoid of both treasure chests and monsters. Lin Nan's spirits lift. He senses a faint glimmer of opportunity in this direction. Without hesitation, he determines the location and sets off. Fortunately, this direction is not far from him. Within a few minutes, he arrives. Observing the relic from this angle, Lin Nan notices a stark contrast. From his previous viewpoint, the entire ruin was a disarray of broken walls and towering yellow stone pillars, interspersed with expansive clearings where monsters frequently appeared. However, from this vantage point, he sees a circular arched wall that curves gracefully upward, enclosing the area completely. Faced with such a scene, Lin Nan cannot help but shake his head and smile bitterly. No wonder there are no monsters in this direction. It seems this place does not require them at all. Unwilling to concede, Lin Nan strikes the wall a couple of times, only to find it remarkably solid and thick, extinguishing the last flicker of hope. How infuriating! Must the feast he so eagerly anticipated remain out of reach? Frustrated, Lin Nan kicks the corner of the wall with force. To his astonishment, a deafening crash erupts, and suddenly, he feels the ground beneath his feet give way. Without time to think, he instinctively reaches out for support, but finds only shifting sand. As he tumbles downwards, a deep pit forms, measuring 2 meters in width. A trap? In his panic, this thought is the only one that occupies his mind. Then, darkness envelopes him, and he slides down through the moving sand like a slide. The incline gentle enough that he slides for half a minute before finally coming to a halt. As the dust begins to settle, Lin Nan hurriedly surveys his surroundings and realizes he has fallen into a tunnel. Through the sparse holes above, he can barely make out the tunnel's dimensions, which are approximately 2 meters in length, width, and height. The interior is filled with dry sand, teetering on the brink of collapse. Confirming that there are no visible dangers nearby, Lin Nan opens his mini-map system to check his location, a flicker of confusion rising within him. The mini-map clearly does not display a black whirlpool. Why then did he fall into a trap and end up in this place? Yet, upon examining his position on the map, Lin Nan is left astounded, especially when he sees a purple almost overlapping with his own, disbelief etched across his face. He has slid down to the treasure chest location. No wonder the mini-map system did not show a black whirlpool. This is not a trap. It is clearly a secret passage. Ouch, something is digging into my backside. Lin Nan finds himself half buried in the dust, still clad in various pieces of equipment. Unable to rise immediately, feeling something uncomfortable beneath him, he exerts effort to lift himself slightly and shift to a more comfortable position. To his surprise, a faint purple glow suddenly catches his eye. In the previous moment, Lin Nan thought he might have missed his chance at the purple treasure chest. Yet, in the next instant, he discovers he is sitting right beneath it. Surely, such a plot twist would not be penned in a novel. Reality seems far more fantastical. In Lin Nan's earlier speculations, obtaining the purple treasure chest seemed as arduous as Tang Sung's journey to the west. Who would have thought that this Tang Sung would possess a somersault cloud, flipping over effortlessly to reach his goal? Upon seeing the chest, Lin Nan's aching body instantly feels relieved. He quickly scrambles to his feet, adjusts his gear, and promptly opens the game interface. Game interface, level 3 rare treasure chest. Effects, a chest of a higher tier than a rare chest, capable of yielding a richer bounty. Satisfied with this confirmation, Lin Nan rubs his hands together, secures his hand crossbow at his waist, steps forward, and slices through the purple treasure chest lock with his sword. Then he steps back slightly, waiting in silence. In the next moment, the chest opens, and the purple glow emanating from it gradually fades. Seeing no immediate danger, Lin Nan eagerly peers inside. The chest is brimming with treasures, leaving Lin Nan utterly bewildered. The game's notification sounds ring incessantly in his ears. Acquired. Vacuum-sealed roast chicken 1. Acquired. A bag of accelerated plant growth soil. Acquired. A barrel of 10 liters of drinking water. Acquired. A crafting blueprint for quick-drying underwear. Acquired. A snowflake kitchen knife. Acquired. A crafting blueprint for a hand-cranked high-intensity flashlight. Acquired. A letter. Lin Nan had anticipated a bountiful reward, but he never imagined it would be so lavish. Just the 10 liters of water is an astonishing boon. As for the roast chicken, Shui mentioned she would surprise him tonight. Perhaps presenting her with the roast chicken will surprise her as well. Regarding the accelerated plant growth soil, Lin Nan examines it closely. Accelerated plant growth soil. Effect. It significantly shortens the growth cycle of plants in a 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters pot, allowing them to mature in just 3 days, with an effect lasting for 30 days. A marvelous item. In the future, he can simply plant whatever vegetables he desires. Absolutely fresh. Alas, the effect is not permanent. Lasting only 30 days, equivalent to harvesting 10 times? At first glance, this reward appears slightly inferior to the one-time 10 liters of drinking water. However, considering that a 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters pot is quite sizable, over 30 days he can harvest 10 times. In terms of total resource acquisition, it is not at all inferior to 10 liters of water, though it cannot be obtained all at once. Subsequently, Lin Nan's gaze shifts to the next reward, and he feels a sudden warmth in his nose. Goodness, the chest can yield such items. Initially, upon reading the summary, Lin Nan did not think much of it. He never imagined this would indeed be the case. Is this crafting blueprint legitimate? Moreover, the image of the finished product on the blueprint makes Lin Nan feel a bit overwhelmed with desire. It looks far too enticing to wear. Mo Ming Lin Nan suddenly thought of Luo Shu He, and even more so, he found himself shaking his head in disbelief. Next. Lin Nan swiftly shifted his gaze to the next reward. At the same time, his right hand deftly affixed the crafting blueprint to a concealed spot on his body. The Chue Shui Kai Dao boasted remarkable effects, capable of shortening and severing hair with a mere breath, enhancing the user's culinary skills by tenfold, and imparting a frost effect on ingredients, significantly prolonging their freshness while restoring their intrinsic flavor. However, the set bonuses remained unactivated. Was this truly a kitchen knife? It was nothing short of a divine artifact. The enhancement to culinary prowess, coupled with the miraculous frost effect, was astonishing. Even more surprising was the knife's set attribute. The equipment emerging from the treasure chest actually possessed attributes. Did this imply that Lin Nan could uncover other wondrous gear in the future? He recalled the decorative lucky 4-leaf clover, which already counted as extraordinary equipment. Shaking off distractions, Lin Nan turned his attention to the main highlight of this treasure chest, a hand-crank flashlight and an enigmatic letter. Having completed yesterday's update, he decided to take a leisurely day and write another entry later before retiring for the night. Chapter 42. Rare level treasure chest game panel hand crank flashlight, crafting materials, 10 units of metal blocks, 10 units of manufacturing parts, 5 units of glass, 1 unit of battery. Effect can be charged via hand cranking. 5 minutes of cranking yields 30 seconds of illumination, with a maximum storage of 5 minutes of light and a projection distance of 100 meters. The crafting blueprint depicted a flashlight that appeared diminutive, yet required 10 units of both metal blocks and manufacturing parts. However, with the lucky 4-leaf clover already in his possession, Lin Nan accepted this challenge. Yet, he had yet to encounter the battery material. Furthermore, the game panel's description of the flashlight's functionality left him astounded. 5 minutes of cranking for merely 30 seconds of light. If placed on a market, it would hardly sell. The greater concern was that it could store power for only 5 minutes, implying that a full charge necessitated 50 minutes of cranking, almost an hour. After using it for a while, one might develop an impressive bicep. Upon noticing the projection distance of 100 meters, Lin Nan began to comprehend its utility. However, the introduction of such an item raised a thought in his mind. Was this an encouragement for players to venture out at night? The mere idea sent a shiver down his spine. He hoped it was not true. That would be quite challenging. Taking a few deep breaths, Lin Nan secured the blueprint. Shaking off his apprehension, he focused on the final item, which was the most peculiar of all. Content. Congratulations, adventurer, for overcoming the challenge I left behind. The receipt of this letter is proof that you are a true warrior. The rewards within the chest are merely an appetizer. I have prepared an ultimate prize for you in the deeper recesses of the tunnel, a gift from me, which I hope will assist you. Signed, the hero. After reading the letter, Lin Nan could not help but touch his nose. He then lifted his gaze to the path he had just traversed. He hoped that this individual referred to as the hero would never discover how he had completed the challenge. Otherwise, he might regret leaving the treasure chest behind. The description of him as a true warrior in the letter made Lin Nan feel a pang of guilt. Nonetheless, he swiftly accepted the gift. At that moment, his multifunctional vest and belt proved invaluable, effortlessly accommodating all the items and securing them to his person. Simultaneously, the letter's description further validated Lin Nan's previous speculation. Indeed, this was a dungeon. However, he had not followed the conventional path to complete the challenge. Instead, he had circumvented all obstacles and directly reaped the rewards. With a smirk, Lin Nan glanced at the mini-map system, which indicated another purple treasure chest. According to the letter, this purple chest should be the gift left by the hero. He wondered which of the two treasure chests would prove superior. While excited, Lin Nan also felt some trepidation. At this moment, he was oddly concerned about the potential bounty being too abundant to carry. If necessary, he could always ask Shu He for assistance. After all, he had just acquired a culinary artifact. Lin Nan was generally reluctant to trouble others. It was a long-standing habit of his. The tunnel offered only a singular path forward, and the second purple chest was not far off, approximately 100 meters away. Accelerating his pace, Lin Nan quickly spotted the soft purple glow. Game panel level 3 rare treasure chest. Precious. Unlike the previous level 3 rare treasure chest, this one bore the word precious on the game panel, indicating the exceptional value of its contents. However, when Lin Nan finally beheld the items contained within, he stood frozen, akin to a stone statue. This time, the items were scarce in number, appearing almost empty, consisting solely of 2 crafting blueprints. Yet, the quality of these items was anything but mediocre. In fact, they surpassed Lin Nan's expectations. This was beyond the standard. Imprinted in Lin Nan's pupils was the name of the blueprint. Handgun Glock Crafting Blueprint. Rare, crafting materials. 20 units of metal blocks, 20 units of manufacturing parts, 10 units of wood, 1 unit of electronic component. Effect: an exceptionally practical modern weapon with an effective range of 100 meters. Upon completion, it comes with 20 rounds of ammunition. The crafting materials were somewhat unexpected. Not only did they require electronic components, but Lin Nan was astonished by the simplicity of the materials needed for the Glock handgun. If the crafting station were at his side, he could immediately create a dozen. Alas, using the blueprint necessitated proximity to a crafting station. Even if he learned it, he could only list it for sale to craft. He must have a manufacturing device nearby. In addition, there was another blueprint. Handgun Bullet Crafting Blueprint Crafting Materials. 1 unit of gunpowder, 2 units of metal blocks. Effect: bullets for the handgun. Compared to the Handgun Glock Crafting Blueprint, the Handgun Bullet Crafting Blueprint lacked the rare label. Perhaps, even in this world, firearms were exceedingly scarce resources. Moreover, the crafting materials once again featured a substance Lin Nan had yet to encounter: gunpowder. This left Lin Nan feeling somewhat perplexed. He could craft a gun, yet lacked the materials to produce bullets. It was a touch surreal. Perhaps the game's unseen orchestrators had not anticipated that players could acquire handgun crafting blueprints at this stage of the game. It was still too early for gunpowder materials. Yet players were already obtaining handguns. Regrettably, he could not manufacture the handgun, or else. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Nan suddenly paused. And then an exceedingly audacious idea sprang forth in his mind. Chapter 43. The Price of Trust in the Dimly Lit Tunnel. Lin Nan stood silently, his pupils glimmering with a hint of light. Had it not been for this hidden passage, he would have been unable to obtain the purple treasure chest, let alone unlock several blue ones. Now, contemplating the handgun Glock crafting blueprint, a wild idea continued to leap around in his mind. If I could craft a handgun right now, wouldn't I be able to claim everything for myself? Only children make choices. I choose to have it all. At this moment, Lin Nan gazed at the 20-odd blue treasure chests on the map, and it felt as though flames were about to erupt from within him. Especially since these were blue treasure chests from the Hero Challenge. With such thoughts igniting within, Lin Nan found it impossible to contain his excitement. However, returning to the vehicle to craft, it was certainly out of the question. The only way to immediately create the handgun was to trade the blueprint to a trusted player and wait for them to craft it before trading it back to him. The mere thought of giving the handgun blueprint to someone else doused the flames of enthusiasm within Lin Nan. The significance of the handgun was beyond words. It was undoubtedly an invincible existence at this stage of the game. This was no longer merely a matter of trust. Yet, it was the only viable option at present. Either abandon these 20-plus treasure chests or take a gamble. This was a dilemma. He wished to keep the manufacturing of the handgun firmly in his own hands. However, another thought nagged at Lin Nan, causing him to hesitate. The ability to craft a handgun implied that he could potentially craft submachine guns, rifles, or even more formidable weaponry in the future. Yet, one person's strength is limited. The terrain in the desert is treacherous, making it impossible to drive. Once he ventured too far in, even with the small map system, it would be challenging to make multiple trips back and forth. Just like today, Lin Nan felt a desire that exceeded his capacity. This meant that the supplies he could carry for each expedition were limited. Crafting modern weaponry like a handgun posed a significant challenge, and supplies were equally critical. A handgun without ammunition was no better than a mere stick. But how much could Lin Nan carry alone? A handgun is not a mere toothpick. Carrying too many would undoubtedly leave him stuck in the sand, unable to move. However, if there was a player in the vehicle crafting ammunition for Lin Nan, continuously trading it, wouldn't he be able to roam the wilderness unhindered? At the very least, these wild monsters would pose no threat to him. This attempt was not solely about the 20-odd wild monsters before him. It was also about preparing for future wilderness adventures. Weighing the pros and cons repeatedly, Lin Nan gritted his teeth and made a decision. Gains and rewards are often proportional. The greater the risk one undertakes, the more unimaginable the returns can be. Having made up his mind, the first thought that crossed Lin Nan's mind was the Luo Shuhe sisters. However, when he opened the private chat, he hesitated for a moment. He was uncertain if they would change their stance upon facing the handgun. Worries filled his heart. After a moment, Lin Nan exhaled deeply. Forget about that for now. Perhaps Luo Shuhe and the others were not in the vehicle. In that case, he would not need to fret. It was wise to leave the ruins. He was still willing to give the Luo Shuhe sisters a try. As for other players, Lin Nan simply scoffed at the thought. He had firmly etched the earlier incident of trading a powerful single-shot crossbow with Luo Shuhe into his memory. Without further hesitation, Lin Nan sent a private message. Shuhe, are you there? This time, Lin Nan waited a moment before Luo Shuhe replied. Lingo, I'm here. I was just talking to my sister. Are you in the vehicle now? Noticing Lin Nan's hesitation, Luo Shuhe sensed that this matter might be of great importance, and her expression turned slightly serious. Yes, I'm in. The desert is the same everywhere. A gust of wind could erase all traces of our journey. Without the small map system, we cannot dare to venture deep into the wilderness. They hardly stray far from the road. The rewards from the Hero Challenge are largely based on luck for them. However, with the crossbow in hand, they have altered their approach. A treasure chest would be ideal. But if not, they would target the weaker wild beasts. They would be satisfied with obtaining meat, such as that from wild dogs or lone wolves. Moreover, with the two of them together, they naturally possessed a significant advantage. The elder sister engaged in close combat, wielding equipment similar to Lin Nan's, a crossbow, a shield, and a longsword. The younger sister, on the other hand, carried no less than 4 crossbows. In a single volley, at least 5 bolts could be shot. With one attacking from a distance and the other up close, their cooperation was seamless. If they encountered the wild dogs Lin Nan had previously slain alone, those wild dogs would likely not withstand even a single round of fire. However, encountering wild dogs is not as simple as it sounds. The probability is no less than that of finding a treasure chest. After 2 hero challenges, most players were already aware that treasure chests existed near wild monsters. In fact, many believed that wild monsters guarded the treasure chests, and only by defeating the guardians could one obtain the treasures. Nevertheless, Luo Shuhe and her sister would never proactively provoke beasts like black bears or cheetahs. It was not out of fear of losing. Rather, they worried about sustaining injuries. Anti-inflammatory medicine is not a panacea. If bones were broken, it would essentially be a death sentence. Upon hearing that Luo Shu he was in the vehicle, Lin Nan felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, his heart soon tightened again. Chapter 44. All defense springs from insufficient firepower. Lin Nan was decisive in his actions. Once he made a decision, he did not procrastinate. He snapped a photo and sent the information regarding the Glock handgun blueprint directly. Upon seeing the image Lin Nan sent, Luo Shu he was momentarily stunned, dropping whatever she had in her hands. A handgun. A gun. Not to mention how precious a handgun is in this survival world. Even before she crossed over, she had never seen a real handgun. For a moment, her mind buzzed, as if frozen, unable to comprehend. Sister, what's wrong with you? The Luo Shuhi sisters had just hunted an injured wild bull. Returning to the vehicle, they were happily chatting when suddenly, her sister fell silent. It was as though she had been bewitched, and Luo Yuhi called out several times to no avail. Filled with concern, Luo Yuhi leaned closer and shook Luo Shu He's arm. Only then did Luo Shu he come back to her senses, her shock intensifying. However, Luo Shu he did not pay attention to her sister. Instead, she turned back to the game panel, hurriedly replying to Lin Nan. Lin Ye, I'm sorry. I was just momentarily lost in thought. Your message was simply too shocking. You actually obtained the handgun blueprint. Oh my gosh. People from Xia country hold a natural reverence for firearms. In this perilous world, the sense of security firearms provide is beyond words. Lin Nan chose to trust Luo Shu He, treating her as one of his own. There was no need to conceal such news. Rare level treasure chest. Lin Nan's mention of coincidence was met with skepticism from Luo Shu He. However, with Lin Nan's revelation, no matter how clever Luo Shu He was, she could not fathom Lin Nan's intentions. Gulp. Lingo, I'm not sure what you mean by sending this image. It's quite simple. I would like you to assist me. I will trade you this blueprint and the materials shortly. You can craft the finished product and then trade it back to me. In that instant, Luo Shu he doubted whether she had misheard. The situation was rather urgent. I couldn't return to the vehicle for the time being. Yet I desperately needed a handgun, which led me to think of you. Unlike others, I have greater faith in you. At this moment, Luo Shu he finally comprehended the reason behind Lin Nan's message. However, a sense of hesitation lingered in her heart. Brother Lin, this item is exceedingly precious. Do you truly trust me so readily? To be honest, I too experienced moments of doubt. Yet in the end, I chose to place my trust in you. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion surged within Luo Shu He. Simultaneously, she could discern the urgency in Lin Nan's tone, suspecting he might be in danger or facing some formidable challenge. If her hesitation were to impact Lin Nan adversely, the weight of her conscience would be unbearable. Gritting her teeth, Luo Shu he took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. Brother Lin, I shall assist you. However, we must establish the necessary agreements. You cannot refuse this. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee my restraint. Aware of the gravity of the matter, she wondered why Lin Nan would entrust such a crucial blueprint to her. With a dismissive shove at the obstructive Luo Yuhi, she swiftly drafted a systematic transaction agreement. Luo Yuhi, am I leaving now? Within a minute, Luo Shu he completed the agreement. Confirming there were no oversights, she sent it directly to Lin Nan. Brother Lin, time is of the essence. Please review the agreement for any deficiencies. The transaction agreement stipulated that Luo Shu he and Luo Yu he possessed only the manufacturing rights for the Glock handgun blueprint, and without Lin Nan's consent, they could not produce it for any reason, including but not limited to trading, selling, or unauthorized usage, with Lin Nan retaining ultimate interpretative authority. After reading it, Lin Nan couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the agreement, especially the final statement granting him ultimate authority. Was there a more audacious contract than this? Nevertheless, Lin Nan understood Luo Shu He's character. Given that she had laid out the agreement, if he were to refuse, Luo Shu he would undoubtedly decline to accept the blueprint. Yet, it was precisely this trust that solidified Lin Nan's confidence in her. All right then, let's proceed. Time is pressing, so I shall refrain from further discussion. After sending the message, Lin Nan initiated the transaction request. The transaction bar displayed the blueprint for the Glock handgun, rare, alongside the materials required to manufacture 10 handguns. Without hesitation, Luo Shu he accepted the trade and immediately set about the creation process. Soon, beams of light began to materialize one after another at the crafting station. In a flash, Luo Shu he, with remarkable speed, traded the newly crafted items to Lin Nan. With the transaction completed, Lin Nan found himself in possession of 10 Glock handguns, each equipped with 20 rounds of ammunition. This bounty meant that he now had a total of 200 bullets at his disposal. With such an arsenal, the treasure chest within the desolate ruins would surely be his. Thankfully, Lin Nan had ample pockets to accommodate the handguns, although he casually discarded the shields and crossbows onto the ground. With handguns in hand, what use did he have for shields and crossbows? All defensive measures were rendered moot by the inadequacy of firepower. Holding a handgun in each hand, Lin Nan smiled, his fingers gently tracing the exquisite patterns on the gun's surface, his gaze fixed upon the mini-map system, where a series of red exclamation points beckoned. Chapter 45. The bewildered sisters after the transaction. Luo Shu, he felt utterly drained, as though she had overexerted herself. Her body weakened. She leaned against the seat behind her. Observing this, Luo Yu drew closer. Sister, what is wrong with you? Just now, you seem like you'd lost your mind. As she spoke, Luo Yu reached out, intending to touch her sister's forehead. However, with a swift motion, Luo Shu emphatically swatted Luo Yu's hand away, casting her a glance of annoyance. Lost my mind? If you wish to know what transpired, simply look at the crafting station. The crafting station? What about it? Luo Yu inquired, opening the game panel with an air of indifference. In the following moment, the van was filled with Luo Yu's pitchy screams. Exhausted, Luo Shu couldn't help but chuckle at her sister's astonishment, which rendered her momentarily speechless. Turning her gaze to the desolate landscape outside the window, her eyes began to glaze over. At this moment, it seemed Lin Nan's confident smile materialized on the glass, the words "I believe in you," embedding themselves deeply in her heart. Within the desolate ruins, Lin Nan proceeded straight through the tunnel. 5 minutes later, he emerged from the tunnel, greeted by the light of day. The familiar immense yellow stone pillars and the remnants of walls reappeared before him. However, unlike before, Lin Nan was now situated within the confines of the desolate ruins. As he glanced at the mini-map system, he noticed an abundance of red exclamation points surrounding him, one of which was less than 100 meters away. Yet, when Lin Nan discerned what the red exclamation point represented, he couldn't suppress his laughter. Well, what a coincidence. Yet another wild dog? The first beast Lin Nan had confronted was indeed a wild dog, and now, after upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon, the first creature he encountered was still a wild dog. What a twist of fate. The wild dog, sensing Lin Nan's presence, abruptly sprang to its feet, exhibiting a hint of confusion, as if perplexed about where Lin Nan had suddenly appeared from. Facing the ferocious wild dog, Lin Nan felt no trace of the previous tension. He raised his hands slightly, aiming the gun at the dog's position. The wild dog, unfamiliar with handguns and oblivious to their power, was driven by the scent of fresh meat emanating from Lin Nan, which stimulated its instincts. With a low growl, the wild dog charged forward without hesitation. Observing this, Lin Nan's smile widened. He remained unperturbed, even finding amusement in the situation. Once the wild dog had dashed a few paces, Lin Nan finally squeezed the trigger, calmly remarking, "Doggy, time to eat dirt. The times have changed." The air was filled with the sound of gunfire. The ferocious wild dog never comprehended how it met its demise. With a resounding blast, its body resembled a sieve, spewing blood in all directions. Witnessing the wild dog's demise, Lin Nan slowly raised his hands, gently blowing on the smoking muzzle of his gun. Despite the questionable accuracy, the sheer volume of bullets ensured that even if he missed countless shots, landing just one would seal the creature's fate. With a handgun in hand, Lin Nan's spirits noticeably lifted. The overwhelming sense of crisis that had weighed him down since arriving in this world began to dissipate significantly. Game panel, decomposed corpse. Wild beast, wild dog, decomposed successfully. Gained, beast soul 1 gained. Tattered wild dog, hide 1 gained. 10 kilograms of wild dog meat. Surprisingly, there was no faux wolf fong this time. It seems that the faux wolf fong might indeed be a rare material. Lin Nan silently noted this observation. Subsequently, he traded all the acquired items to Luo Shu, aligning with what he had previously discussed with her. Lin Nan, also known as Lin Nan, was inclined to take a risk for a reason. Even if he could defeat all the wild monsters by himself, he would be unable to carry away the spoils. Lin Nan needed assistance. In retrospect, Lin Nan's gamble paid off. Luo Shu was undoubtedly a trustworthy ally. Subsequently, Lin Nan made his way toward the nearest treasure chest. Upon opening the rare chest, he obtained 3 bottles of Coca-Cola and a comfortable steering wheel cover crafted from precious leather, which could reduce driving fatigue by 5. Not bad, better than nothing. With the previous trade of wild dog meat, Lin Nan initiated a transaction with practiced ease, and his counterpart immediately agreed. However, in these 2 transactions, Lin Nan and Luo Shu did not draft a formal agreement. Signing an agreement for every trade was too cumbersome, especially with a pistol as a formidable deterrent. Lin Nan believed that Luo Shu and her sister would not covet such meager resources. Besides, Luo Shu was not the type to act in such a manner. Nevertheless, Lin Nan intended to reward them with a few pistols once this endeavor concluded. Firstly, Lin Nan had acquired a substantial bounty, and trading it was no trivial matter. Secondly, the blueprints for the pistols were in Luo Shu-hee's possession. At this stage, Lin Nan's fate was intertwined with the sisters. Their fortunes were linked. If one thrived, all thrived, and if one suffered, all suffered. Naturally, Lin Nan wished for Luo Shu-hee and her sister to survive safely. Of course, there was a hint of personal interest in his sentiments. This was the balance of their relationship. Bang, bang, bang. For the next half hour, the desolate ruins echoed with a resounding gunfire. Meanwhile, Lin Nan continued to trade an incessant flow of resources to Luo Shu-hee. Initially, Luo Shu-hee was bewildered. Over time, as she watched the supplies accumulate in the van, she became numb to it all. At this moment, her typically lively and mischievous sister, Luo Yu-hee, had also fallen silent, motionless. After a long pause, she finally exclaimed, "Sister, I told you your relationship with Nangu is definitely not innocent." Chapter 46. Unranked Treasure Chest. Phew. After sweeping through for half an hour, Lin Nan was utterly exhausted. He could barely endure it any longer. Exhaling deeply, Lin Nan's eyes were filled with fatigue. As time went on, he hastened his pace to the point of neglecting the contents of the chests. After defeating the wild monsters and dismantling them, he traded everything directly to Luo Shu-hee. The items from 20 treasure chests and the spoils from nearly 30 wild monsters were all exchanged with her. Initially, their cooperation was somewhat awkward, but with repeated transactions, Lin Nan and the sisters developed a remarkable synergy. They no longer needed to speak. Lin Nan would initiate a trade, and Luo Shu-hee would readily accept. After a simple categorization, everything was organized together. The meat from wild beasts was handed directly to Luo Yu-hee, allowing her to exchange it for valuable items as per Lin Nan's instructions. In the desert, the temperature fluctuated drastically between day and night, making fresh meat difficult to preserve. Lin Nan and the sisters only needed to keep enough for short-term sustenance. What to retain was left to Luo Shu-hee's discretion, for she was the chef. As for the other dismantled meat, Lin Nan asked Luo Yu-hee to exchange it all. A slightly lower price was inconsequential. What mattered was ensuring that more players fighting for their dreams could continue to survive. After a day filled with trepidation, players witnessed Luo Yu-hee assisting the esteemed Lin Nan in selling meat. Today, the drop rate for food was lower than all players had anticipated. In the face of life and death, no one would scoff at acquiring more meat. Blueprints and materials came pouring in towards Luo Yu-hee like a frenzy. The haul quickly piled up, causing Luo Yu-hee to become restless. She muttered softly to herself for reassurance. "Nangu is my brother-in-law. What belongs to Nangu belongs to my sister. What belongs to my sister is mine. Everything before me is mine. Stay calm, stay calm. Nangu is my brother-in-law. What belongs to him belongs to my sister. What belongs to my sister is mine. Everything before me is mine. Nangu is mine." As she recited this mantra, Luo Yu-hee began to feel somewhat dazed. Coincidentally, her sister Luo Shu-hee overheard her words and promptly delivered a stern reprimand. Luo Yu-hee then realized her faux pas, averting her gaze from her sister and shrinking back bashfully before resuming the trading process with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, Lin Nan took a brief respite. After glancing at the time, he prepared to embark on his return journey. Having fired continuously for such an extended period, Lin Nan felt as if his hands had lost all sensation. Was this the consequence of handling a pistol? Nonetheless, everything had finally come to a close, leaving Lin Nan with a profound sense of satisfaction. However, just as Lin Nan reached the exit of the desolate ruins, a notification sound suddenly echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player, for completing the hidden achievement, Proof of the Brave. Unique reward for all regions. Reward: 1 unranked treasure chest. Simultaneously, the system displayed the details of this quest. Proof of the Brave. The first player to completely annihilate the game instance will receive a generous reward. This is the privilege of the brave. As the system notification faded, Lin Nan was momentarily stunned. It seemed that an unintended stroke of luck had borne fruit. Coming back to his senses, Lin Nan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Thankfully, he had taken that gamble. Otherwise, he would have missed out on this reward. The unique reward hinted at something exceptionally rare. Lin Nan harbored a faint premonition that this unranked treasure chest was indeed the most significant gain of the day, perhaps even the greatest acquisition in recent times. Lost in contemplation, a sudden thunderous roar erupted ahead. The entire desolate ruins trembled as countless yellow stone pillars swayed and sank, stirring up clouds of dust. After a prolonged pause, when the dust settled, the once vast expanse of the desolate ruins vanished, replaced by a white treasure chest that had appeared before Lin Nan. Ordinary treasure chests were also white, yet this particular chest bore no resemblance to the usual ones. It was entirely crafted from a material resembling white jade, its surface intricately engraved with exquisite patterns. Was this the unranked treasure chest? It appeared more akin to a priceless artifact passed down through the ages. Regrettably, once opened, the chest would disappear. Shaking his head, Lin Nan took a deep breath and approached to open the treasure chest. Upon its opening, no radiant light emerged. At first glance, the bottom of the chest contained a solitary item resembling a necklace. At first, it seemed quite ordinary, starkly contrasting with the extraordinary aura of the chest's appearance. Unable to discern any difference, Lin Nan accessed the game panel. Game panel, brave necklace, unranked, effect. This is the proof of the brave. Inlaid with the teeth of a wolf king, symbolizing courage. It can activate the unique power belonging to the brave, with attributes related to the quality of the wolf king's teeth. At that moment, upon seeing the brave necklace, a single word surged in Lin Nan's mind. Equipment. He had truly unwrapped an equipment item from the chest. Unlike the decorative item of the Shuangxue kitchen knife with its lucky four-leaf clover, the necklace of the brave warrior before me is undoubtedly an artifact that enhances combat prowess. Furthermore, is its quality linked to the attributes of the Wolf King's teeth? Does this imply that this brave warrior necklace is not merely an item for augmenting battle strength, but also one that possesses the potential for growth? Lin Nan was overjoyed. However, to activate the brave warrior necklace, would he require the Wolf King's teeth? Those teeth are obtained from slaying the Wolf King. But where in this desolate land could he possibly find such teeth? At that moment, Lin Nan suddenly recalled an item within his pocket, the pseudo-wolf tooth. He contemplated, why not give it a try? After all, it wouldn't take much time. Yet if it were to work, Lin Nan took a deep breath, feeling a surge of excitement. He lowered his gaze to the brave warrior necklace while his other hand rummaged through his pocket. Soon, a delicate small tooth appeared in the palm of Lin Nan's hand, the pseudo-wolf tooth. Now, what is one embedded? Is mere proximity sufficient? Lin Nan mused as he slowly brought both hands together. The instant the necklace made contact with the pseudo-wolf tooth, a brilliant light erupted. Lin Nan instinctively shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, the pseudo-wolf tooth had vanished. In its place, the necklace now bore a pendant resembling a tooth. Simultaneously, the game panel displayed a significant transformation in the description of the Brave Warrior necklace. Game panel, Brave Warrior necklace, pseudo-wolf tooth, effect. Wearing it enhances all attributes of the bearer by 50. Acknowledged by Lin Nan. Initially, Lin Nan was unclear about what the enhancement of 50 all attributes entailed. However, the moment he adorned the necklace, enlightenment struck him. Strength, stamina, olfactory acuity, endurance, jumping ability, and even reflexes were all amplified. In that moment, Lin Nan felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his veins, and his thoughts became exceptionally agile. What a tremendous gain. It is worth noting that this was merely the pseudo-wolf tooth, yet it possessed such marvelous and formidable effects. What if the teeth of the Wolf King were embedded instead? Lin Nan was ecstatic, even disregarding the necklace's potential for growth. The mere increase of 50 in all attributes was already a grand triumph for him. Moreover, with the activation of the necklace came an acknowledgement description. Only upon wearing it could harness such extraordinary effects. It appeared that he must prioritize physical training moving forward. After all, the necklace enhances his physical attributes, meaning the stronger his physique, the more pronounced the necklace's effects would be. Perhaps he could delegate more sales permissions to Luo Yuha, or even grant her the rights to manage a store. In this manner, Luo Shuha could oversee the food, while Luo Yuha would handle logistics, granting him more time to grow stronger. With this thought, Lin Nan's brow furrowed slightly. The only issue at hand was how to persuade Luo Shuha. After all, he could not directly disclose that he possessed a system, thriving effortlessly in this survival game, while they toiled tirelessly for rewards that paled in comparison to his casual offerings. He would need to take it step by step. This matter must be approached with caution. Nonetheless, with the assistance of the Luo sisters, his burdens had already been significantly alleviated. Tightening his pocket, Lin Nan donned the Brave Warrior necklace and strode purposefully back towards the van. Along the way, he fully experienced the tremendous power of the 50 all-attribute enhancement. Simultaneously, Lin Nan's determination to engage in rigorous training solidified further. Ultimately, the strength of one's own abilities surpassed all external items. And he must also prioritize practicing his marksmanship. He could not afford to neglect the vehicle upgrades either. Upon careful consideration, Lin Nan realized that even with the assistance of the Luo sisters, countless tasks awaited him. Contemplating this, Lin Nan returned to the side of the pickup truck. He had returned a full half-hour earlier than he had initially anticipated. After securing his handgun and removing his anti-stab vest, Lin Nan took a few sips of water and messaged Luo Shuha. I'm back. After Lin Nan ceased his frenzied trading, Luo Shuha speculated that he had halted his hunting and was preparing to return, having waited for quite some time. Upon receiving Lin Nan's message, she promptly sent a trade request. The trade panel was filled with Lin Nan's haul from the day: blueprints, food, and items. Included among them was that comfortable steering wheel cover from earlier. However, Lin Nan did not immediately accept the trade. "Shua, I'll take the blueprints and items. But just give me some snacks for the food. The rest of the food can stay with you. After all, I'm just a freeloader." At this moment, the matter of the roast chicken had completely slipped Lin Nan's mind. He believed that after today's experiences, Luo Shuha had already received enough surprises. Furthermore, following the handgun incident, Lin Nan and Luo Shua's relationship had grown considerably closer. Freeloader status could now be claimed openly. Luo Shuha did not object this time, though she still appeared somewhat hesitant. "Lin Gu, I can handle the 3 meals a day. It's no trouble at all. Since you've helped us so much, I'm more than willing to cook for you. However, there's just too much food. The 3 of us can't possibly finish it all. It's simple. Just keep what you need, and let Yuha take the excess to trade for resources." "Right, I'll give it to Yuha later. Let me first check this haul. I've had a long day, and Haven Tea had the chance to look." Lin Gu, you're busy. I'll go prepare the meal. Speaking of which, I almost forgot about that. Please proceed with the trade." Luo Shuha paused, glancing at the trade, and then appeared to be in a state of shock. She felt as though she had been in a constant state of astonishment throughout the day, to the point of becoming somewhat numb. Subsequently, Luo Shuha silently accepted the trade. Through the yeast incident, she had come to grasp Lin Nan's culinary skills, which are on par with the highest levels. The Shuangxue kitchen knife held great value in her eyes. However, to Lin Nan, it was merely a sharp kitchen knife. Moreover, he had given it to her with the intention of enabling her to create even more exquisite dishes. It was somewhat akin to an internet entrepreneur providing their employees with top-tier servers. Luo Shuha accepted it with minimal psychological burden. Before her transmigration, she had already received numerous precious kitchen utensils gifted by food enthusiasts. However, compared to Lin Nan's Shuangxue kitchen knife, they were simply not on the same level, an overwhelming disparity. While cooking, Luo Shuha felt the remarkable difference. Her long-lost culinary skills, bolstered by the equipment, had significantly improved. This revelation brought her joy as she began to understand the concept of a cash warrior that her sister had mentioned. When skills falter, let equipment bridge the gap. "Ugh, my culinary skills are top tier as well. And Lin Gu, you're a little mischievous. You specifically told me to keep the tiger cub." Chapter 48. Electricity and Generators. Luo Shuha accepted the Shuangxue kitchen knife, much to Lin Nan's delight. Preparing 3 meals a day would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of Luo Shua's time. Meanwhile, Luo Yuha, as long as Lin Nan's hauls continued to be abundant, would undoubtedly be kept busy as well. This way, it effectively kept the 2 Luo sisters within the confines of the vehicle. Lin Nan smiled in satisfaction. Lowering his gaze, he began to meticulously inspect his latest acquisitions. At the outset, Lin Nan was met with a delightful surprise. The car's record player, featuring a certain artist's album, was obtained just yesterday. However, lacking any records rendered it unusable. To his astonishment, today he discovered a record among the 20 rare treasure chests. Lin Nan promptly rose and placed it in the record player. The melodious strains soon filled the air. A swarm of bloodthirsty ants, lured by rotting flesh, went unnoticed as he remained expressionless, lost in the desolate beauty while he played Chopin's Nocturne, a tribute to his lost love. As the prelude began, Lin Nan felt a surge of contentment. Truly, a nocturne indeed. As its notes resonated, it was simply exquisite. He had never expected to hear such enchanting melodies in the realm of survival. After listening for a while, he resumed tidying up, bustling both inside and outside the vehicle. Eventually, the interior and exterior were transformed, becoming markedly more comfortable. Items such as anti-fatigue cushions, precious blankets, and fragrant sandalwood were now plentiful. A shop had also newly stocked dozens of production blueprints. Additionally, some Liu had exchanged for meat, which Lin Nan received from Luo Shu, who insisted on sharing screenshots of each transaction. Lin Nan declined, but Luo Shu was particularly insistent, so he acquiesced. Among the numerous blueprints, a few left a deep impression on him. The blueprint for the car battery required materials: 100 units of batteries, 20 units of metal blocks, 10 units of production parts, and 1 unit of electronic components. Its efficacy lay in storing electricity, with capacity contingent on the number of batteries used. The blueprint for the fuel power generator required 50 units of metal blocks, 40 units of production parts, and 1 unit of electronic components. It consumed fuel to generate electricity, but should never be used at night, as its operation would attract the attention of mysterious creatures lurking in the dark. As night fell, the vehicle was equipped with only a small night light, providing minimal illumination, insufficient even for reading a newspaper. Despite Lin Nan's vehicle being upgraded to level 2, the night light remained unchanged, and the vehicle itself lacked headlights. Thus, electricity became paramount. Regrettably, he lacked a solar power generator blueprint. The fuel-powered generator was too noisy and restricted its use at night. Lin Nan remained oblivious to the nature of the mysterious creatures that roamed the night and had no desire to learn. Nevertheless, he had also acquired the blueprint for car light bulbs. With these two devices, Lin Nan would at least ensure adequate lighting during the night. Furthermore, he discovered a blueprint for a car-mounted induction cooker. He had heard from Liu that Luoshu primarily cooked using smokeless coal, which, in terms of efficiency and taste, could not compare to an induction cooker. As for the highly sought-after high-pressure gas stove, it was a luxury he could only dream of for now. This meant that, solely for the sake of enjoying better cuisine, he would need to fabricate an additional set of power-generating equipment. After tidying up his belongings, Lin Nan commenced production. This afternoon, he had processed a substantial amount of battery materials, and with contributions from other players, he managed to create 2 fully charged car batteries. He then traded away the remaining items that held no use for him, including a generator, batteries, and an induction cooker, to Luoshu. These 3 will facilitate your cooking, but remember not to generate power at night. We don't have enough time today. We'll use them tomorrow, he instructed. As for the remaining items, you and Yuhua can decide what is useful for you, and trade away anything unnecessary. Brother Lin, we can't take these without giving something in return. I still need Yuhua to help me exchange the remaining items for something beneficial to me, right? Luoshu protested. But Shuha, don't focus on such details. I have too much stuff right now. It's a bit overwhelming. Lin Nan was not exaggerating. He had lost track of the quantity of items in his inventory. As long as he could acquire materials, he was never in short supply. Moreover, trades were continuously being completed. Luoshu fell silent, suddenly reminded of something familiar about Lin Nan's words. Before her transmigration, a wealthy individual had uttered similar sentiments. I have too much money. I don't even know how much. She reluctantly accepted Lin Nan's generosity, feeling a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. However, upon seeing all the items in the trade, her face flushed even more. Among them was a blueprint titled Chapter 49, Terrifying Fuel Consumption. With a heavy sigh, Lin Nan leaned back against the cushion, feeling an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over him. At that moment, he questioned whether he could have persevered had it not been for the recently acquired courage necklace. However, the effects of the necklace were limited. The enhancements were not merely arbitrary, but based on Lin Nan's existing physical condition. Modern individuals often find their physical peak before high school, with years of academic pressure and late-night gaming during university taking a toll on their bodies. Lin Nan was still young. Otherwise, he would have long since faltered. Of course, there are always exceptions among university students. Lin Nan himself had once been one of them. After resting for a considerable time, Lin Nan slapped his face, forcing himself to regain composure. Before dining, there was still a matter to address. Today, with the vehicle upgrade, he installed a 4-cylinder engine. While the vehicle's speed greatly increased, so too did its fuel consumption. Lin Nan was uncertain of what awaited him tomorrow. Having entrusted the meat, he gathered to Liu for sale. The issue of fuel, however, was one he had to tackle himself. Now, the vehicle could reach a maximum speed of 220 kilometers per hour, but at a cost of 4 times the fuel consumption. This meant he would require 880 units of fuel per hour. Over a full day of high-speed travel, he would need nearly 9,000 units of fuel. Upon calculating, even Lin Nan couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Although the vehicle's fuel consumption had only quadrupled, the increased speed must not be overlooked. Now, Lin Nan traversed distances far greater than the previous 100 kilometers per hour. In total, his daily fuel consumption had surged by more than 8-fold. This meant the amount of fuel he needed to procure was staggering. Lin Nan learned from his previous conversation with Luoshu that even with 2 people driving in search of treasure, their daily fuel consumption reached only around 700 units. Other players consumed even less, generally around 300 units, with some unable to even muster enough fuel for 300 units. It was clear that procuring 9,000 units of fuel would not be a simple endeavor. Moreover, Lin Nan's vehicle could not accommodate such a vast quantity. 9,000 units was simply too much. Even if he managed to squeeze it in, there would be no room left for anything else. At noon, after the vehicle upgrades and modifications were completed, Lin Nan's thoughts were entirely consumed by the upcoming Brave Challenge. He had not given much thought to the issue of fuel. Now, however, the realization struck him. Addressing the fuel dilemma was paramount. Nevertheless, Lin Nan was not without solutions. Shifting his gaze, he focused on a shop. If it couldn't be stored in the vehicle, it could be managed through trade. He could store it in the shop's warehouse and retrieve it as needed. The trading method was straightforward. For instance, for anti-inflammatory medicine, he could provide 2 units of herbal materials, and the transaction fee could be paid with fuel. He tentatively set the quantity at 500 units. Alternatively, he could directly exchange 1,500 units of fuel for a piece of anti-inflammatory medicine. This figure seemed appropriate. As fuel was equally vital for a player, It was a fundamental necessity akin to water. Without water, players would perish from thirst in the desert. Without fuel, vehicles would not start, rendering them immobile and preventing players from obtaining treasure chests. This was tantamount to severing a player's future, akin to waiting for death in place. However, most players could barely generate enough fuel for their own use in a day, and the quantity available for trade was decidedly limited. Players wishing to exchange fuel for anti-inflammatory medicine would inevitably need to procure it bit by bit from others. Of course, players were more than willing to engage in such trades, as fuel was significantly cheaper than herbs. Yet, this procurement process was not as effortless as it might seem. It was undoubtedly time-consuming and labor-intensive, especially now that players were becoming familiar with the game's rules and vehicle speeds were gradually increasing. Not to mention, many players had yet to upgrade their vehicle levels. Once a large number of players upgraded their vehicles to level 2, speeds would inevitably see a substantial boost, further intensifying the fuel scarcity. Lin Nan contemplated acquiring some meat from Luo Yua. He then announced in the regional chat room that he was purchasing fuel in bulk. 500 grams of meat could be exchanged for 500 units of fuel. Simultaneously, he opened up various item crafting options, allowing fuel to substitute for transaction fees or even be directly converted into finished products. Fuel was precious, and Lin Nan found the prospect of exchanging it bit by bit cumbersome. However, he required a substantial amount of fuel daily. Thus, he chose to open up permissions for crafting numerous rare items and actively sought to acquire fuel. The players began to speculate about Lin Nan's fuel acquisition, questioning the substantial quantity he was collecting. They wondered how fast he must be driving. It seemed impossible, given the poor visibility and harsh conditions of the desert. Even those who had participated in the strongest challenges would hesitate to drive too fast, let alone maintain high concentration for extended periods, risking missing treasure chests. Yet, what seemed impossible for them did not necessarily apply to Lin Nan. They were left wondering just how fast Lin Nan's vehicle was going, 50, 60, 70, or even 100. As for the speed of his vehicle, it was akin to that of a kindergarten bus. Players racked their brains, yet they could not fathom Lin Nan's true speed. Not only was it not 100 kilometers per hour, but it was also more than double that. In fact, if not for the vehicle's inherent speed limitations, Lin Nan could drive even faster. Luo Shuhe was also unaware of Lin Nan's speed. However, with the reference of a 4-cylinder engine crafting blueprint, she speculated that it was surely not low. Yet, even she found it hard to believe that Lin Nan was traveling at a staggering speed of 220 kilometers per hour. Just as players engaged in animated discussion, one individual in the regional chat room erupted into laughter. Chapter 50. A hair's breadth between fortune and misfortune. Ha ha ha. Unlike conventional chatting, players in the regional chat room communicated through thoughts. Others could not only read the textual messages, but also sense the emotions behind them, akin to face-to-face conversations. At that moment, all players sensed a profound bittersweetness from the laughter, alongside the joy of enduring hardship and finally glimpsing the rainbow. The laughter continued for several seconds, and most players paused, curiously observing the source of such mirth. A few players who recognized the individual understood the reason behind it, a flicker of envy crossing their eyes. Wang Daitai exclaimed, "Ha ha! Ever since I entered this dreadful place, every box I open yields nothing but fuel. Do you know how I've managed these past 2 days? Woo-woo. I want to trade for meat. I want cola." As he spoke, he broke down in tears. At this stage, every player lacked water and food. Yet fuel was not as scarce. Wang Daitai, having opened boxes that contained only fuel, could hardly be succinctly described as unfortunate. Fuel was inettable and unquenchable, unless one was exceptionally unlucky and had not obtained any fuel. Who would be foolish enough to trade for it? No one knew how he had survived these last 2 days. Initially, upon seeing Lin Nan's announcement to purchase fuel, he felt a surge of hope, believing he could finally exchange for something to eat and drink. Little did he anticipate that so many players would be faster than him in seizing the opportunity. In his desperation, he bombarded Lin Nan with private messages, only to be met with the game's cold response. "You do not meet the requirements for private messaging." Lin Nan, unaware of the regional chat room's happenings, focused solely on his fuel acquisition before returning to his tasks. Wang Daitai felt utterly helpless, crying out to no avail. Lin Nan, upon glancing at the regional chat room, began to piece together Wang Daitai's situation from the messages exchanged by others who knew him. He couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Wang Daitai's name was quite fitting, considering his predicament. He was indeed a veritable oil tycoon. Unfortunately, he was simply born at the wrong time, at least for now. Aside from Lin Nan's fuel acquisition, no one else was buying. It was hard to discern whether he was lucky or unlucky to have opened every treasure chest to find only fuel. Coincidence? Luck? Or something else entirely? Lin Nan had no habit of prying into other secrets. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to send Wang Daitai a friend request. Gradually acquiring fuel was burdensome. As he had experienced the previous day, private messages flooded in, along with some less than sensible players. Wang Daidai would prove to be quite helpful to him. It was worth noting that after Lin Nan's announcement, only one transaction had been completed at the shop, yielding him just 500 units of fuel. He was still far from his goal of 9,000 units, even for scarce resources like electronic components. Lin Nan had received several responses quickly after making a statement in the chat room. This indicated that while fuel was not lacking overall for players, it certainly was not abundant. Thus, Lin Nan regarded Wang Daidai, who exclusively found fuel, with considerable importance. After all, he could alleviate many unnecessary troubles for him. Upon receiving Lin Nan's friend request, Wang Daidai had no time to continue messaging in the chat room. He eagerly opened the private message, even attempting to ingratiate himself. "Greetings, Lin DLO. I am Wing Dhing. You may call me Shi-O-Hing. Shi-O-Hing?" Lin Nan gazed at the weathered visage of Wing Dhing in his profile picture, finding it difficult to reconcile the title with such an appearance. Meanwhile, Wing Dhing was preoccupied with more pressing matters. He was parched and famished after 2 days. Whoever could provide him with sustenance, he would greet with utmost warmth, regardless of how they addressed him. For the sake of his family, he was willing to endure some humiliation without a hint of hesitation. Wing Dhing, let us dispense with pleasantries. How much fuel do you possess? I shall take it all. Should you desire anything, simply state your needs, as per the application I have posted in my shop. For Lin Nan, acquiring fuel, while significant, was merely a trivial task, albeit somewhat cumbersome. All of it. Wing Dhing was momentarily taken aback. "Lin DLO, I have a considerable amount of fuel remaining. Are you certain you wish to acquire it all?" Lin Nan smiled slightly, stating that the more, the better. "Please tell me, how much do you have?" Wing Dhing still felt uncertain, swallowing hard as he cautiously probed. "Lin DLO, I currently possess 4,000 units of fuel. Are you absolutely certain you wish to take all of it? 4,000 units is no small quantity. Given the fuel consumption of a van, it could traverse 4,000 kilometers, requiring a full 40 hours to exhaust completely." This was after he had already sold a substantial amount at a reduced price. He could hardly fathom that with Lin Nan, 1,000 units of fuel could be exchanged for a piece of meat, while other players would only offer a bag of chips or 100 milliliters of water for the same amount. If Lin Nan truly desired all of it, he would indeed be experiencing a remarkable stroke of luck. However, the next word from Lin Nan left him utterly speechless. 4,000 units? That is acceptable. Indeed, a considerable amount, yet still insufficient. It appears I must devise a means to procure more shortly. Blinen Ihnen was flabbergasted. Appat. 000 units was not enough. How much on earth does Lin DLO wish to acquire? In that moment, Wing Dhing finally grasped why Lin DLO was regarded as a big shot. He was operating on an entirely different plane compared to other players. One could not apply conventional reasoning to him. In his heart, he held a deep respect for Lin DLO's reputation. Chapter 51. The Ambitions of Wing Dhing. With Lin Nan's affirmation, Wing Dhing finally exhaled in relief. Overjoyed, he began to meticulously contemplate what supplies to exchange. First and foremost, he prioritized meat. Exchanging 1,000 units of fuel for a 500-unit cut of meat left him with 3,000 units remaining. The anti-inflammatory medicine valued at 1,500 units of fuel did not even warrant a glance from him. He had no intention of participating in the brave challenge. Merely surviving was his satisfaction. The quality of life was of little consequence. While some relished the thrill of adventure, where greater risks yielded greater rewards, the majority valued stability. Wing Dhing had previously struggled due to an inability to sell fuel, but now, with Lin Nan's willingness to purchase, he found a solution. The fuel he sold could yield him abundant goods, even more than those daring players challenging the wilderness. It was worth noting that the vast majority of participants in the Brave Challenge returned empty-handed, proving less fruitful than a player who merely drove for an afternoon. Of course, those players were fortunate, as many who ventured into the challenge met their demise. At the very least, they were still alive. Wing Dhing favored a reliable approach. With 3,000 units left, he deliberated and ultimately decided to exchange them for water resources. He traded 1,000 units for 3 bottles of 500 milliliters each. He did not exchange for materials. Water was currently more valuable than any other resource. Lin Nan did not rush Wing Dhing, using the time to tidy up his shop. He also engaged in private conversations with several players who came to trade blueprints, acquiring 2 in the process. LYH, working alone, had limited energy, prompting some players to approach Lin Nan directly. Compared to the shrewd LYH, Lin and appeared far more generous. However, he only replied to 2 inquiries before moving on. Ing sent a message indicating he had made his selections. After sending the message, Ing felt a twinge of guilt. Lin Nan had offered far too much, to the point where it felt surreal. Unexpectedly, Lin Nan placed the items Ing mentioned into the trading window and confirmed the transaction. Upon seeing a substantial piece of meat before him, everything felt dreamlike. Regaining his senses, a glint of determination sparked in Ing's eyes as he resolved something within himself. As Lin Nan prepared to depart after completing the transaction, he stated, Ing, the trade is concluded. I shall take my leave now. In the future, contact me directly for fuel. I will be acquiring more tomorrow. With that, he intended to close the private chat. At that moment, Lin Nan interjected. Lindy, wait. What is it? Lin Nan exhibited more patience towards Ing, a significant supplier of fuel than he did with other players. Ing hesitated, then said, Lindy, I gathered from your earlier words that you seem to be short on fuel. May I inquire how much you still require? Lin Nan considered for a moment and did not withhold the truth. He would frequently be sourcing fuel from Ing in the future, and it would only increase, making concealment unnecessary. For today, I will require 5,000 units, and perhaps even more in the future. Lin Nan did not believe that 220 kilometers per hour was the vehicle's limit. As vehicles upgraded, he would undoubtedly travel at even greater speeds, which would significantly increase fuel consumption. 5,000 units. Ing felt as if a thunderclap had resonated in his mind, leaving him numb. Initially, he believed that by trading 4,000 units of fuel, Lin Nan's needs would be minimal. But he never anticipated that what he offered would not even meet half of Lin Nan's requirements, let alone the implication that Lin Nan needed such a quantity daily. Ing did not need to know why Lin Nan required so much fuel. He only recognized that his opportunity had arrived. Lin DLO, would you consider needing someone to assist you in acquiring fuel? Upon uttering this, Ing's heart raced. Lin Nan was taken aback by this proposition. Nevertheless, sourcing fuel was indeed a cumbersome task. Rather than spend time on such matters, Lin Nan could better utilize his time for training or rest. Ing's suggestion served as a reminder to Lin Nan. He now possessed water, food, and resources. It was unnecessary for him to handle everything personally. Finding reliable individuals to assist him would be far more beneficial. Much like the LSHH sisters, as Ing stepped forward to offer his assistance, he became a potential candidate worth considering. Should he prove suitable, entrusting him with fuel acquisition would be a wise choice. Aside from arms, force, and matters of strength, Lin Nan would maintain firm control over those aspects, while delegating time-consuming tasks would undoubtedly be a superior option. Not only does this reduce Lin Nan's needless expenditure of energy, granting him more time for self-improvement, but it also significantly enhances efficiency. Thus, it is clear that I indeed require assistance. Let us proceed as I previously proposed. You shall assist me in procurement at the price I mentioned. With compensation set at 10 of the total transaction, Lin Nan was quite generous. For Wang Diding, receiving a 10 fee was exceedingly high. Yet, if he could save considerable time for a mere cost of 10, Lin Nan felt he had struck a great bargain. Lin Nan firmly believed in a saying, ordinary individuals often ponder how much they spend, while capitalists are more concerned with how much they can earn. Lin Nan embodied this philosophy, focusing more on gains rather than expenditures. Chapter 52. The Fuel Dilemma resolved unexpectedly. Wang Diding shook his head repeatedly. Lin Dalao, there is no need for compensation. The 4,000 units of resources I exchanged have already favored me immensely. The remaining 5,000 units of fuel will assist you willingly. Moreover, Wang Diding added, you have been exceedingly generous. According to the price you provided, I can still profit handsomely by acquiring 5,000 units of fuel for you. Wang Diding was transparent about his intentions, which also explained why he took on the procurement task. Not only could he assist Lin Nan, but he would also profit from it. Lin Dalao's inability to procure fuel in a timely manner was not due to a lack of fuel in players' possession, but rather because he demanded an excessive quantity at once. If 100 units of fuel could be exchanged for 50 grams of meat, Lin Dalao would surely complete the transaction swiftly. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan recognized the flaw in his pricing strategy. Moreover, not everyone sought meat. Engaging in private conversations to exchange fuel based on individual needs would undoubtedly yield results. However, that would be cumbersome. It was more efficient to delegate the task to a single individual, Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Thus, Lin Nan concluded that he would procure 9,000 units of fuel at his established price, leaving the remainder for Wang Diding to manage according to his capabilities. At that moment, Wang Diding resembled an agent in Lin Nan's eyes. Lin Nan paid the total amount up front, and Wang Diding would handle the procurement, subsequently delivering the items to Lin Nan. With Wang Diding's involvement, future fuel acquisitions would become significantly simpler. Thank you, Lin Dalao, for this opportunity. I will ensure the procurement is completed with the utmost speed and efficiency. There is no need to rush. Just ensure the transaction is completed by 6 a.m. tomorrow. Let us set the time for 5:30 a.m., Lin Nan replied. Oh, and please remember to utilize a specific stores channel. I will set up a unique transaction requirement accordingly. Wang Diding naturally agreed to all of Lin Nan's stipulations. However, the matter of the store also alerted Wang Diding to the impracticality of storing an immense quantity of fuel all in vehicles. After a brief conversation to finalize details, Lin Nan prepared to depart. Unexpectedly, Wang Diding sent over a system agreement. Upon reviewing the contents of the agreement, Lin Nan could not help but regard Wang Diding with newfound respect. The confidentiality agreement stipulated that Wang Diding would collect fuel on Lin Nan's behalf and maintain secrecy regarding the entire process, prohibiting any form of disclosure, whether implied or direct, concerning the quantity and specifics of the fuel collection. Any violation of the agreement would permit Lin Nan to erase Wang Diding from the system. Wang Diding's initiative reminded Lin Nan of the commotion during his fuel acquisition in the regional chat room, which had sparked much speculation about his speed. This added another layer of advantage to having Wang Diding procure fuel discretion. It was akin to the world's wealthiest individuals in the pre-apocalyptic era. Publicly acknowledged tycoons were merely superficial figures, while true wealth remained concealed, observing the world from shadows. Currently, players within the region were neither envious of wealth nor resentful. In fact, they were grateful to Lin Nan. However, the future held no guarantees. Preparing for the worst, Lin Nan needed to remain vigilant. Suppressing his distractions, Lin Nan refocused on the agreement and remarked to Wang Diding with a hint of amusement, "Isn't a confidentiality agreement a bit excessive for merely collecting fuel?" Wang Diding replied earnestly, "Lin Dalao, while it may seem unnecessary for mere fuel collection, I am more eager to gain your trust." The confidentiality agreement, he argued, was more of a testament to loyalty than mere secrecy regarding fuel collection. Wang Diding perceived that Lin Nan was distinctly different. In reality, not everyone aspired to be a hero. In a world where death loomed at any moment, aligning oneself with a powerful figure was a viable survival strategy. After all, how many true heroes existed in the world? Most ordinary individuals opted for the path of least resistance to survive. Wang Diding, with modest aspirations, solely wished to endure until the day his son and parents were returned to him. Communicating with an astute individual was a refreshing experience, and Lin Nan accepted the agreement with a smile. Given this, I will withdraw the procurement notice for fuel from one of the stores shortly. Wang Diding's decisiveness impressed Lin Nan, and through their simple dialogue, he discerned Wang Diding's character, composed with minimal ambition, making him a suitable ally. Upon completing his statement, Wang Diding was filled with joy. Lin Nan had essentially entrusted the entire operation to him, granting him greater autonomy and displaying immense trust. I never anticipated that. Even at my age, I would experience such exhilarating moments, especially with someone only a few years older than my child, he thought, unable to suppress his delight. Rest assured, Lin Dalao, I will manage this matter diligently, ensuring you have no future worries regarding fuel. Wang Diding declared resolutely, simultaneously vowing to execute the task flawlessly. Lin Nan bid farewell to Wang Diding with a smile, remaining largely unconcerned about the confidentiality agreement. With a substantial supply of food and water at his disposal, Wang Diding's cooperation was advantageous. Should he stir trouble, it would merely be a nuisance for Lin Nan. He believed that countless players aspired to emulate Li Diding and Zhang Diding. Yet Lin Nan considered the likelihood of such events to be minimal. Having interacted with Wang Diding for the first time, Lin Nan formed a positive impression and successfully resolved a significant issue. Leaning back in his seat, he gazed thoughtfully upward. Just then, his private message notification vibrated, signifying a special reminder. The only individuals marked for special reminders were Luo Shuha and the recently acquainted Wang Diding. Since he had just parted ways with Wang Diding, it was surely not him. Upon glancing down, Lin Nan discovered that the sender was indeed Luo Shuha. The content was succinct, consisting of only 2 words, yet it brought a broad smile to Lin Nan's face. Dinner. Having completed 10 chapters yesterday, he planned to write 6 more soon. It might be late, but everyone could catch up in the morning. Chapter 53. You deserve it. Upon reviewing the trade request from Luo Shuha, Lin Nan's happiness intensified. The transaction details indicated a sumptuous dinner featuring braised bear paws, sauteed vegetables, rice, and even a serving of turtle soup. Before his journey through time, Lin Nan seldom indulged in such a sumptuous feast, let alone the braised bear paw, which he had never even laid eyes upon. He was completely unaware of its flavor, but he was determined to savor it later. However, he couldn't help but wonder about the tiger cow he had specifically set aside. He had anticipated tasting something extraordinary today. Despite being a mature individual, he felt that as a man, no one would ever complain about something being larger. A hint of regret flickered across Lin Nan's face. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he ultimately felt too shy to broach the subject with Luo Shuhe. Brother Lin, the 3-ingredient turtle soup is one of my specialties. I had planned to surprise you today, but it turned out to be the most shocking day for me, Luo Shuhe said, her tone tinged with a touch of melancholy. Through the screen, Lin Nan could almost envision her rolling her eyes. No, to be honest, seeing the lavish dinner tonight has already filled me with astonishment. Lin Nan was genuinely satisfied, and with Luo Shuhe's revelation about her culinary expertise, he couldn't resist lifting the spoon to take a sip. As the rich broth entered his mouth, Lin Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. Shuhe, this soup is incredibly fresh and delicious. Forgive my lack of refinement. I am utterly amazed. Luo Shuhe chuckled lightly. As long as you enjoy it, I won't disturb you further. My sister and I will go have our meal now. Yes, I will continue eating. In a whirlwind of consumption, Lin Nan felt rejuvenated. Reclining on the bed, he rubbed his round belly. At this rate, my 8-pack abs will surely vanish. His belly felt pleasantly full. After relishing the moment, Lin Nan got up and discarded the plates out of the window. Before his journey through time, wasting food was unacceptable, and littering was equally wrong. However, now Lin Nan found himself compelled to waste and discard. With limited space in the vehicle, there was simply no room for these items, let alone the possibility of cleaning and reusing them. Given the preciousness of water resources, even Lin Nan would rather create new plates than waste water on cleaning. A solid metal block could yield 2 plates. It was a straightforward calculation. If there was blame to be laid, it should be directed at the unseen forces behind this game for not providing a trash bin. After a brief rest, Lin Nan opened Luo Shuhe's private message once more. Shuhe, I got so caught up this afternoon that I forgot to inform you. If you need the pistol blueprint, feel free to create it. I believe those materials will be no problem for you. The electronic components were valuable, but Luo Shuhe and her sister had plenty on hand. Brother Lin, hold on. Let me explain. Now that the pistol blueprint is in your possession, your safety is equally important to me. Think about it. If something were to happen to you, wouldn't I lose my source for the pistol? Upon hearing this, Luo Shuhe fell silent. Indeed, that was the case. But it also meant they were benefiting from Lin Nan. The debt owed to him was accumulating to the point where Luo Shuhe could barely keep track. Fine. Brother Lin, I understand. I will discuss it with you shortly. We'll craft a few for self-defense. But I assure you, my sister and I will never let a single gun leak out. The importance of pistols at this stage was self-evident, and Luo Shuhe understood the gravity of the situation. She certainly did not wish for Lin Nan to face any threats due to firearms. I know, and I trust you. Brother Lin, you are truly kind to us. It is you who are deserving. Lin Nan meant to convey that the character of Luo Shuhe and her sister warranted his trust. However, the ambiguity of his words left Luo Shuhe flustered, akin to a startled partridge, as she hastily bid farewell and vanished. Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback, unconsciously rubbing his nose. Yet, he soon dismissed the incident from his mind. Within Lin Nan's heart lay a long-conceived plan. Casting a glance at the pitch-black world outside, he waited for his meal to settle before swiftly moving all the bedding and miscellaneous items from the back to the front seats. He then recalled the exercise videos he had collected, now gathering dust, and began to work out. First came the push-ups, followed by planks, sit-ups, and squats. In no time, Lin Nan was drenched in sweat, his muscles aching all over. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He understood the importance of building a solid foundation. And with the courageous necklace S enhancement, he exercised for over half an hour without pause. His clothes, freshly donned, were soon soaked through with sweat. Goodness, I need to improve my physical fitness. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lin Nan picked up the jacket he had brought with him through time and began to clean the floor of the sweat that had pooled. After completing everything, a glimmer of anticipation appeared on Lin Nan's weary face. He retrieved a blueprint along with the necessary materials and approached the crafting table. The game interface revealed the option to craft an iron bathtub. A flash of light illuminated the space, revealing a bathtub that occupied most of the vehicle's interior. Chapter 54. Listening to music and taking a bath. Do not misunderstand. Lin Nan did not intend to indulge in a leisurely soak. The thought of bathing, even for him, was currently beyond imagination. A standard-sized bathtub required 200 to 300 liters of water, let alone this large iron bathtub before him. If filled, it would demand at least 500 liters. At present, Lin Nan was crafting the bathtub for the purpose of taking a quick wash within the vehicle. This had been a long-cherished plan. Now that conditions permitted, he wished to avoid sleeping in a state of uncleanliness. In addition, he fashioned a water bucket and a small basin. The bathing conditions were exceedingly rudimentary, yet it represented the utmost Lin Nan could achieve at this moment. Most of the water came from the treasure chest he had opened that afternoon. The treasure chest obtained from the desert ruins felt like a windfall to Lin Nan, and he was less pained to utilize it. With everything prepared, Lin Nan played a Cho record and commenced his refreshing bath. After 2 days, Lin Nan was not excessively dirty, merely covered in dust with grains of sand nestled within his hair. Additionally, he had perspired profusely, leaving a strong odor on his body. After rinsing 3 times, he finally felt somewhat clean. However, the current setup was insufficient for a thorough wash. Still, Lin Nan was quite satisfied. Exhaling deeply, he looked at the remaining water in the bucket and poured it all over his head in one go. What a relief. After completing the process, Lin Nan felt rejuvenated, as if reborn. Taking a deep breath, he noticed a private message pop up. Lin Nan, without donning any clothing, placed a towel on the ground and sat bare in the vehicle. It was not yet midnight, and the lingering warmth of the desert had not completely dissipated. The temperature was just right, neither too cold nor too warm. Were it not for the concern of unknown entities lurking in the night, Lin Nan would have even considered opening the window for a gentle breeze. However, upon seeing that the message was from Luo Yuhi, Lin Nan paused momentarily. What is up, Yuhi? His voice carried a languid, relaxed tone. Your voice is so delightful. Has something joyous occurred? I just finished selling the meat, and I acquired a plethora of materials, blueprints, and even a multitude of electronic components. You wouldn't believe it, but today the players were absolutely frantic. My prices have soared, yet the private messages keep pouring in. Luo Yuhi chattered excitedly, radiating happiness. However, there were words left unspoken. Today, a throng of players called her Annie, and she relished it immensely. I understand, just send it to me later. Is there anything else? After cleaning up, Lin Nan felt extraordinarily comfortable. He was languid, unwilling to ponder too deeply. No matter how many resources and blueprints he acquired from the players, could they compare to the rarity of a handgun, or the preciousness of his Ying Zage 11ing Lian? Naturally, Lin Nan remained indifferent. His nonchalant demeanor left Luo Yuhi feeling somewhat disheartened. At the same time, her curiosity about why Lin Nan emitted such a comfortable sound intensified. What were you doing just now? You seem to have entered a sage mode. Luo Yuhi conjectured with a mischievous smile. Lin Nan appeared disinterested, indifferent. Wasn't it reminiscent of the men's sage mode she had heard about while surfing with her friends? The more she thought about it, the more it seemed plausible, prompting her to tease Lin Nan. However, she also knew he was not that kind of person. I must point out your shortcomings. You're to be my brother-in-law, yet you behave this way. This is simply not right. Lin Nan was at a loss for words. Little girl, are you being cheeky? I have screenshots. Why do you always resort to this tactic? I work hard to gather good items for you, and yet you want me to face my sister's wrath. I am your future sister-in-law. Be careful, or I might meddle. Luo Yuhi replied with feigned grievance. Yet as she spoke, her quirky and spirited personality caused her to perk up again, beginning to threaten Lin Nan. For some reason, Luo Yuhi suddenly recalled a novel. On the day of the wedding, the bride raised the price, and I ended up marrying my sister-in-law. Her face involuntarily flushed. Lin Nan replied coolly, my relationship with your sister is not what you think. However, he added silently to himself, at least not now. They had only just met 2 days ago. It was far too early for such notions. I just finished bathing. It feels so good, and I'm simply too lazy to talk. After saying this, Lin Nan snapped a photo. In the image, he squinted slightly, leaning against the car window, his damp bangs tousled across his forehead. Freshly bathed, Lin Nan's complexion was particularly radiant, his bright eyes and pristine teeth rivaling any girl's beauty. However, he was currently without a shirt. The picture only captured his neck and above, which was not inappropriate. At that moment, Lin Nan simply wished to hasten Luo Yuhi's departure so he could relish the rare tranquility. To his surprise, Luo Yuhi was astonished upon seeing Lin Nan's picture. You bathe? Oh, how envious. I too wish to bathe. It has been 2 days since I last did, and I must be quite smelly. Moreover, your looks are absolutely stunning. What a handsome fellow. I seem to have become your little fan. Enough, enough. Don't try to get too close. Even if you flatter me to the heavens today, I still cannot assist you. The little water I have left is hardly enough for one person to bathe, let alone that girls use far more water than boys do. Lin Nan was not fooled. Luo Yuhi was too clever. The moment she opened her mouth, he knew her intentions. This only made Luo Yuhi feel more dejected. She traded the items she held to Lin Nan and promptly closed the private messages. Lin Nan was delighted to be left in peace, continuing to relish the rare serenity. Chapter 55. The Luxury in the Wilderness. After closing the private messages, Liu felt increasingly uncomfortable. Initially, she believed she could endure not bathing. After all, she had just enjoyed a delightful meal. Food can heal all. However, upon learning that Lin Nan had bathed, she felt a growing sense of unease, as if she were exuding an unpleasant odor. After tidying up the kitchenware, Liu organized the myriad items Lin Nan had given her, carefully selecting those that were useful. It was due to this that she allowed her sister to seek out Lin Nan herself. Moreover, Liu was not well versed in the intricacies of trading, and her sister would frequently need to assist Lin Nan with resources. Therefore, Liu decided to have them communicate directly. Acting as a mere messenger was troublesome, and miscommunication could lead to complications. At first glance, her sister and Lin Nan seemed to be getting along well. Yet, before long, her sister approached her with a frown, looking as though she had suffered a great injustice. What puzzled Liu even more was that her sister had not come into her embrace, but had instead retreated, scrunching her neck and sniffing her own scent repeatedly. What is the matter? Liu asked gently. Most of the time, she was exceedingly tender. It was merely that her mischievous sister often played tricks on her, compelling her to adopt a more aloof demeanor. Otherwise, Liu would have long since lost her temper. Sister, do you think I smell? The little fairy. How could a fairy be foul? Given the current scarcity of water resources, let us endure for now, and I promise we will bathe as soon as circumstances permit. Liu naturally understood this principle. The little chef's shop was under her purview, and she was keenly aware of how many resources the sisters possessed. Yet, she felt aggrieved and envious, especially as Lin Nan had been flaunting his situation. Seeing Liu quiet down, Liu helped her tidy her messy hair. It is said that the eldest daughter takes on the role of a mother. Despite their age being the same, Liu had always styled YH's hair. Liu only knew one hairstyle, loose and flowing. Weren't you just fine a moment ago? Why the sudden thought of bathing? Sister, this is not my fault. Blame my brother-in-law. Said, only to notice her sister glaring at her, and quickly corrected herself. No, it is all S fault. Then she muttered softly to herself. It was only a matter of time, and she wasn't allowed to say anything. Apart from cooking for family, she had never seen you wash your hands so earnestly. Stinky, why wouldn't you believe what I said? We are family now. If not a boyfriend, then what, a father? However, Liu dared not voice these thoughts in front of Luo Shuhe. Lin Ye. What does that have to do with Lin Go? The mere mention of Lin Nan's name only fueled Liu's irritation. One does not simply endure darkness. It is merely that she has witnessed the light. How could it not be related? In her defiance, Liu summoned the game panel to show her sister the photo Lin Nan had just sent. Soon, the game panel appeared in the cramped car compartment. A pale blue light formed a rectangular outline. In the center was Lin Nan's bath photo. The languid Lin Nan, squinting his sleepy eyes, displayed a fair complexion tinged with a rosy hue. Luo Shu's face flushed at the sight, and she instinctively wanted to retreat. However, her eyes soon widened in realization. Lin Go had taken a bath. In that fleeting moment, Luo Shu's defenses crumbled. At last, she comprehended why her sister had reacted as she did. She even began to doubt whether she had an unpleasant odor herself. After a brief silence, a glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes, and she clenched her little fists. Yuha, I have made up my mind. Bathing is now our top priority. We must also bathe. Yes, sister, let's work hard together. We absolutely cannot allow the stinky brother-in-law to revel in his triumph alone. Ouch, sister, stop hitting me. If you keep it up, I'll be foolish. Ouch, that hurts. Unbeknownst to Lin Nan, a single image had sparked a heartfelt exchange between the Luo sisters. At that moment, he was thoroughly enjoying himself. After his bath, listening to Lin Gigi's song, could there be anything more pleasurable in this world? Alas, the joy was fleeting. As his body dried, a hint of drowsiness crept into Lin Nan's eyes. After a day filled with ups and downs and an extensive workout, he felt quite fatigued. However, upon glancing at the mattress, he felt a twinge of disgust. Although he had used a sleeping bag the previous night, once asleep, who could be concerned about such matters? The sheets and pillows were inevitably soiled. Having just washed himself, he was in no mood to use dirty linens and pillows again. Perhaps it was time to create a new set. Yet, he never anticipated that he would indulge in such extravagance. Disposable utensils, disposable clothing, even disposable sheets and pillowcases. Remarkably, even the bathtub was disposable. However, he found himself with no other choice. The cost of being clean was truly less favorable than simply creating new items. Perhaps, this is the price of adapting to a new world. Ensuring safety outside the vehicle, Lin Nan swiftly disposed of the bathtub, the mattress, and the soiled clothes. Subsequently, he fashioned a new set of quick-drying clothes to wear. clean and resting on a brand new bed. Lin Nan felt an exhilarating sense of not having traversed into another realm. How delightful! As night deepened, after a long day, all players were utterly exhausted. As time wore on, the regional chat room grew increasingly silent, eventually descending into complete stillness. Lin Nan gradually succumbed to slumber. In a hazy state, he dreamt of the vast ocean. He envisioned himself on a small boat, rocking amidst towering waves, which even jolted him awake. Blinking his bleary eyes, Lin Nan observed the swaying roof of the vehicle. It dawned on him what was happening. A sudden jolt of awareness shook him to full consciousness. Chapter 56. The terrifying night. Someone was shaking the vehicle. In an instant, Lin Nan's hair stood on end. His entire body tensed, and he couldn't suppress a shiver. The darkness inside and outside the vehicle was impenetrable, as if one could not see their own hand before their face. In such an environment, the car suddenly jolted. If Lin Nan didn't suffer a heart attack, one could say he had excellent mental fortitude. Gulping, he took a deep breath. Nevertheless, Lin Nan did not immediately turn on lights. Instead, he felt around in the dark for the pistol he had placed on the passenger seat. With the firearm in hand, his panic began to dissipate considerably. Before sleeping, Lin Nan had discarded the clothes he arrived with, as well as the quick-drying clothes inside the stab-proof vest. However, he had retained the stab-proof vest, multifunctional vest, and multifunctional belt. Lin Nan held high standards for his undergarments, but was less particular about the others. I must see what is causing my vehicle to shake at this late hour. Gripping the pistol tightly, Lin Nan gently activated the small night light in the vehicle. In the dim light, an enormous shadow loomed outside the car window. However, the light was too feeble for Lin Nan to discern the precise nature of the shadow. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a handmade, hand-cranked flashlight. Without further hesitation, he directed the flashlight toward the shadow's position. With a snap, in the endless night, the beam of the flashlight burst forth like sunlight, instantly illuminating the area ahead. Now, Lin Nan could see the shadow clearly. It was a large black bear, commonly known as a heixiazi. Was it here seeking revenge? Could it possibly know that I had feasted on a bear paw last night? Lin Nan was both amused and exasperated. Truly, it was frightening enough to scare anyone. Why must it choose to shake my vehicle in the dead of night? Exhaling a breath, Lin Nan's tensed muscles relaxed. Through the window, he carefully scrutinized the nocturnal visitor. This was, after all, the first time Lin Nan had encountered a wild creature in the dark. The previous night, he had seen players wailing in the group chat, yet he had not encountered anything unusual. Of course, it was possible he had simply slept too soundly. To his astonishment, upon closer inspection, Lin Nan was genuinely startled. He had seen large black bears during the day, having even slain one in the wilderness ruins, turning it into a delightful meal that very night. However, the bear before him was markedly different from the one he had encountered previously. Its eyes were red. Under the intense light, they reflected an eerie glow, rendering the bear impervious to the brightness. This scene radiated an air of the extraordinary. Its demeanor appeared far more ferocious than the one he had seen during the day. Could it be that the night enhances the attributes of wild creatures? Or perhaps, at night, these creatures are under some form of control? Is this the reason for the dangers that lurk in the night? Lin Nan pondered silently, especially noting the bear's stiff movements and blank expression, which only solidified his suspicions. Regardless of the reason, the pressing matter at hand was to deal with this large black bear. Otherwise, even if it couldn't enter the vehicle, he would find it impossible to sleep soundly. With that thought, a mischievous smile crept onto Lin Nan's face. In the wilderness, he had felt a pang of anxiety while hunting the large black bear, fearing its approach. Inside the vehicle, however, he felt far less apprehensive. Lin Nan took a step forward and pressed the window button. The electric window was one of the blueprints Luo Yuhua had acquired the previous day. Without hesitation, Lin Nan had installed it in his vehicle. This window was fascinating, for although it was labeled as an electric window, it operated not on electricity, but on fuel. Using it would increase the vehicle's fuel consumption. Operating the window for 1 hour would consume 1 unit of fuel. After a full day of driving, Lin Nan needed 9,000 units of fuel, so he could easily spare that 1 unit. Moreover, who would use the window for a full hour continuously? It might take a month to accumulate that much usage. The window hummed slightly as it opened a narrow gap, and Lin Nan immediately stopped pressing the button. The opening was minuscule, too small for the bear's paw to penetrate, yet just wide enough for Lin Nan to extend his gun. He then wrapped the pistol in a towel, placing both the gun and towel against the window gap. Lin Nan was concerned that firing the weapon might cause blood to splatter inside the vehicle. Hastened to deal with the black bear, then seized the moment to continue sleeping. The great black bear, unaware of Lin Nan's intentions, began to roar furiously upon catching the scent of human flesh as the car window was rolled down. It shook the vehicle with increasing vigor. No need to rush. No need to rush. I shall send you on your way. Lin Nan felt the enthusiasm of the black bear was overwhelming. He aimed his gun directly at the creature and pulled the trigger without hesitation. In the next instant, the sound of gunfire echoed. With each bullet fired, the great black bear shuddered in response. Once finished, Lin Nan stowed away his handgun. The bear collapsed with a resounding thud, and a loud crash could be heard from outside the vehicle. Lin Nan felt a lingering thrill. Now he understood why American police often emptied an entire magazine at the first shot. Indeed, one could not stop. However, creatures of the night proved to be far more terrifying than those in daylight. The great black bear had fallen to just 10 shots during the day, yet required 20 at night. Subsequently, Lin Nan opened the car window slightly to toss out a bloodied towel before securely closing it once more. Throughout this ordeal, he had no intention of exiting the vehicle or dealing with the bear's carcass. The chilling wind outside had frightened him immensely when he had previously opened the door to discard the bathtub. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. Lin Nan was resolute in not stepping outside again. In fact, he was so apprehensive that he did not even dare to open the car door now. Nevertheless, the encounter with the black bear served as a wake-up call. He placed 2 handguns beneath his pillow and resumed his slumber for the night. On the third day, Lin Nan awoke abruptly at 5:20 a.m. Perhaps it was the fright from the black bear shaking the vehicle that had left him unsettled. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed dark circles around them. After a brief moment of disorientation, he lay back down, intending to sleep for another 5 minutes. Just as he closed his eyes, he glanced at the game interface in a daze and suddenly jolted awake. The time displayed was 5:29. Confusion filled his mind. Where had the time gone? Wasn't there still 10 minutes remaining? This was maddening. Lin Nan forced himself to gather his wits and set up a special trade request in a shop for the acquisition of 9,000 units of fuel. With a limit of 1 transaction, the moment it was posted, it was snatched up instantly. Lin Nan couldn't help but click his tongue. Surely, the tycoon had been waiting for this. In the next moment, a private message from the tycoon arrived, perfectly aligning with Lin Nan's speculation. Lin, did you receive it? 9,000 units of fuel, not a unit less. Lin Nan could sense the excitement in the tycoon's words. Gathering his spirits, he replied, received it. Thank you for your efforts. Work hard during the day, and I will place another order tonight. Understood, Lin. I won't disturb you any further. At this time, it was just past 5:30 a.m. With the dawn approaching at 6 o'clock a.m., he didn't have to prepare breakfast for himself. Lin then decided to steal a few more moments of slumber. Lin, what do you want for breakfast today? At this moment, Lin Nan's mind was clouded with thoughts of sleep, his voice muffled. Shu-hee, you decide, as everything you cook is delicious. I'll sleep a bit longer. All right, just give me something convenient to eat. I wish to sleep more. After saying this, Lin Nan disregarded the conversation and closed the private chat. Watching this unfold, Luo Shu-hee couldn't help but feel amused. She anticipated this adorable side of Lin Nan. Was he indulging in laziness? His tone was so drowsy, almost childlike. Luo Shu-hee chose not to disturb him further, knowing he was likely too sleepy to offer any useful suggestions. Instead, she had Luo Yu-hee use a hand-crank flashlight to provide light as she began preparing breakfast. With her masterful speed, 20 minutes would suffice. Meanwhile, Luo Yu-hee was rubbing her sore right hand, her little mouth pouting in discontent. This sight made Luo Shu-hee chuckle. All right, don't feel too wronged. We ran out of time to use the fuel generator yesterday. It was unavoidable, but tonight we won't have to do this again. Luo Yu-hee still looked rather pitiful. Sister, I'm so tired. My hand aches so much, it feels like it's useless. Unless we can have soy milk and fried dough sticks for breakfast. Haha, of course, we'll have soy milk and fried dough sticks. Just yesterday, Lin won a pack of semi-finished fried dough sticks from a box, which will fulfill your wish and provide convenience for Lin as well. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu-hee instantly beamed with joy, eagerly waiting nearby. Lin Nan slept soundly until 5:50 a.m. when he was stirred awake by a private message from Luo Yu-hee. He merely closed the chat, and Luo Shu-hee, seeing this, chose not to disturb him further. It was not that Lin Nan had blocked the private messages. Lazy pig Lin, wake up for breakfast. If you don't get up now, you'll miss the game starting at 6 o'clock a.m. Lin Nan glanced at the time, but remained calm. 10 minutes was ample time, especially for someone adept at timing like him. It even felt a bit leisurely. However, upon seeing the soy milk and golden fried dough sticks that Luo Yu-hee had traded to him, his mouth began to water profusely. Dipping the fried dough sticks in soy milk was a delightful experience. In a whirlwind of consumption, Lin Nan devoured 2 large bowls of soy milk and 6 fried dough sticks in just 5 minutes. This spectacle left both sisters wide-eyed in astonishment. Lin Nan was eating far too quickly. He himself felt no discomfort. Back in high school, he had mastered the art of saving time. After school ended at noon, he would rush downstairs to the cafeteria, ensuring he could finish lunch and be back in the classroom by 12:15 p.m. Those days were his peak. Even a slight delay could disrupt his return to class. For breakfast, Lin Nan simply splashed some water on his face and rinsed his mouth before taking his place at the wheel. Hoping to find items such as a toothbrush or facial cleanser today, rinsing with water didn't feel particularly effective. Washing his face left him feeling unclean. Shaking his head, Lin Nan started the vehicle. Just before departure, he instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror. He was taken aback. The previous night, he had thrown out numerous items, soiled clothes, dirty bedding, a large iron bathtub, and even killed a bear in the middle of the night. Yet upon waking to the dawn, there was nothing beside the car. From now on, he would never leave the vehicle at night. It was too terrifying. The disappearance of items was not frightening. What was truly alarming was the absence of any trace. Shuddering, Lin Nan took a deep breath and quickly departed from the area. Remaining there made him feel uneasy. The massive six-wheeled pickup truck sped away at an exaggerated pace. This morning, there were no system notifications, nor did he encounter any fork in the road. Everything seemed to have returned to a state of tranquility. The probability of treasure chests appearing had reverted to that of the first day. The only difference was that today, he encountered both ordinary and rare treasure chests. Lin Nan also experienced the formidable power of the decorative four-leaf clover. Most of the treasure chests he encountered were blue. Naturally, the chests that appeared along the roads still had a low probability of containing food and water resources. However, the players were largely unfazed by this. Lin Nan sold a substantial amount of food, which in most cases was resold by players after reaching them. Essentially, any player who drove diligently obtained some of Lin Nan's provisions. The resources gathered and the blueprints mattered little. As long as the resources were precious and the blueprints rare, players could still exchange sufficient food from Lin Nan. As noon approached, the system's notification sound abruptly shattered the player's tranquility. Survival Challenge announcement. The Survival Challenge will commence today at 1:06 p.m. All players will be transported to a vast map, which features a devastating electric grid that shrinks every 20 minutes until only the final safe zone remains. Players must reach the final safe zone within the stipulated time. Failure to do so results in immediate death if touched by the electric grid or eliminated by other players. The electric grid moves in a straight line at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Note, 3 extremely valuable treasure chests exist on the map. Along with airdrop chests, they'll be released periodically. Good luck to all players. Surviving the challenge is not difficult, but discovering the treasures is the true challenge. The new announcement sent the regional chat room into a frenzy. What? We must participate? There's no way to evade it? What are you worried about? Our van can reach a maximum speed of 100 kilometers per hour and can even burst to 120 kilometers per hour temporarily, while the grid only moves at 50 kilometers per hour. Surviving should not pose a problem. 50 kilometers per hour isn't fast, brother. The electric grid moves in a straight line. Can you guarantee that your escape will always be in a straight line? Why not just run ahead? Now, I'm more curious about the treasures. If the game claims the chests are extremely valuable, they must be truly remarkable. This mode seemed reminiscent of a certain battle royale game from before the apocalypse, except in this instance, they were playing for their lives. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Nan was equally taken aback. He had already prepared his gear for venturing into the wilderness today, not expecting a change in game mechanics. However, this was a survival game that offered no time for adaptation, which made it even more challenging. Lin Nan shared a keen interest in the 3 precious chests and the airdrop boxes. As for surviving until the end, he paid no mind to the electric grid. His vehicle could reach speeds of 220 kilometers per hour, and he had prepared 9,000 units of fuel. Racing for an entire afternoon posed no problem. At that moment, Lin Nan contemplated whether he could seize all 3 precious treasure chests. He even wondered if these chests were the non-grade variety, compared to non-grade chests, which would be more valuable. Or could he potentially unearth items akin to the hero's necklace? After a brief reflection, Lin Nan opened a private message from Luo Shuhe. Shuhe, I'll provide the materials. Please craft me several handguns. Let us start with 20. Don't worry about excess. They'll be useful later. Prepare a few for yourself as well. Don't fret over resource wastage. Safety first. This event required participation from all players and posed dangers that were, if anything, greater than those in the wilderness. After all, the human heart can be more terrifying than a beast. Players not seen were often more daunting, as one could never predict what would happen upon encountering them. Luo Shuhe nodded. Yes, Lingo, I understand. And you remember to wear your stab-proof vest and protect yourself. Don't worry, I'll put it on just before the start. I want to take it off during this event. After concluding the transaction, Lin Nan exchanged a few more words with Luo Shuhe. During this interaction, Luo Shuhe also chimed in. Nango, since the endpoint for everyone is a safe zone, I'll finally get to see you, right? Nango, it's been 2 days, no, 3 days. I haven't tea-bathed, and I might smell. Please don't dislike me then. Lin Nan, upon hearing Luo Shuhe's words, suddenly realized this fact. They were about to meet. He felt a strange sense of anticipation akin to an online romance, transitioning to reality. However, what did she mean by dislike? Little girl, you're overthinking it. Why would I ever dislike you? His indifferent tone struck Luo Yuhi deeply. Stinky Nangu. Just you wait. I'll make sure to stink you out. Ha ha ha, Yuhi, stay safe. You too, Nangu. After closing the private message, Lin Nan pondered for a moment before ultimately opening a message from Wang Dahang. Here, SA crossbow for you. Take care of yourself. Trust no one too easily. Wang Dahang's unique box-opening abilities were immensely beneficial to Lin Nan. He hoped that Wang Dahang would not meet an untimely end. Otherwise, Lin Nan would have to invest effort in nurturing a new agent. It was troublesome. It would be far more convenient to rely on Wang Dahang. As for firearms, Lin Nan exercised strict control and would not provide them. However, there were fewer restrictions regarding the crossbow. While Lin Nan advised Wang Dahang not to trust others easily, he placed considerable trust in him and treated him well. Wang Dahang was filled with gratitude. Thank you, Linda Lau. I truly appreciate it. If I had a daughter, I would. All right, enough of that. Focus on preparing for this survival challenge. I have a feeling things won't be as simple as the game suggests. With that, Lin Nan closed the private message. After pulling over to the roadside, he began inventorying his resources while contemplating potential crises. It was wise to prepare ahead of time. This scene unfolded among all the vehicles. This event required participation from everyone, prompting an air of heightened caution. Luo Shu, he was no exception. She had not put much effort into preparing lunch that day, as per Lin Nan's request. In the face of danger, life was paramount. Everything else could wait. That afternoon, Lin Nan and the Luo sisters dined on instant meals. However, compared to other players, their meal was still quite lavish, featuring high-calorie foods, carbohydrates, and packaged meats. Time ticked away until precisely 1 p.m. Countless beams of light suddenly appeared, enveloping the remaining 4,232 players in the area. In an instant, all players vanished from their locations. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in each player's ear. Ding! The survival challenge begins now. Countdown. 4 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds.